Chapter 1001, The Gift from the Lord of True Night. Advancing to the peak of advanced grade universe nobility. 1. Chu Zhou and the others silently watched the True Night Master step into the laws of light and darkness. Boom! A vast soul power suddenly erupted from the True Night Master. A phantom of a black and white sun floated behind his head and rose from his body. That was his soul. In the nomological laws of light and darkness, nomological patterns quickly spread to the soul of the True Night Master like flowing water. The True Night Master's soul also became flickering. Vaguely, it seemed to be about to completely fuse with those nomological patterns. Many human overlords and universe nobility stared at the True Night Master's soul without blinking, afraid that they would miss even a second. Suddenly, the True Night Master's soul grunted. Shit! Many human overlords and universe nobility felt their hearts tighten. However, everyone slowly relaxed seeing that the True Night Master seemed to be fine. In the laws of light and darkness, the True Night Master smiled bitterly. Still failed. He sighed. Cracks gradually appeared on the soul body. More and more cracks appeared, crisscrossing. In the blink of an eye, his spirit body was covered in cracks. Humans. I'll never see them again. The True Night Master's soul body slowly turned its head. Its gaze pierced through billions of layers of space and swept across the human planets again. There was a deep longing in his eyes. He felt that his soul was about to collapse. He decided to leave something for humans. Actually, he had already prepared this. He waved his hand. Ilioish. Whoosh. Whoosh. Balls of light suddenly flew out from the laws of light and darkness. He flew towards the human overlords and universe nobility at lightning speed. Many human overlords and universe nobility had a bad feeling when they saw the balls of light flying over. However, they still allowed the balls of light to hit their bodies. Soon, a large number of memories of the True Night Master breaking through to the Saint Realm surfaced in everyone's minds. These memories included all the preparations the True Night Master had made before he broke through to the Saint Realm. It also included the experience of the True Night Master's nomological sparks successfully fusing with the nomological laws, as well as the experience of the soul fusing with the nomological laws failing. Not good. Something happened to the True Night Master. After reading the memories that appeared in his mind, Chu Zhou and the others looked at the True Night Master worriedly. This time, they saw countless cracks on the True Night Master's soul body. Moreover, the cracks were still rapidly increasing. Chu Zhou and the others' hearts sank. They knew that the True Night Master had most likely failed. Boom! Another towering primal chaos tablet flew out from the laws of light and darkness. Chu Zhou scanned the primal chaos tablets with his divine sense and saw that there were many words and profound patterns recorded on the primal chaos tablets. Almost all of them were related to the laws of light and darkness. The True Night Master first transmitted his experience and memories of breaking through to the Saint Realm to us and left behind a primal chaos tablet that recorded all his inheritance. He's leaving behind a relic for humanity. He really did have an accident. Chu Zhou sighed in his heart. King Bei Kang and the other human experts also had heavy expressions. Even though they all knew that the risk of breaking through to the Saint Realm was huge and the possibility of the True Night Master dying was extremely high, when this moment arrived, everyone still felt uncomfortable. At this moment, the True Night Master's soul body looked at its body again and suddenly pointed at it. In an instant, his body burned fiercely and turned into a long river that surged with infinite vitality. The long river rushed out of the laws of light and darkness at lightning speed and enveloped Chu Zhou's body under his shocked gaze. This is all the life elementium contained in the True Night Master's body. Chu Zhou looked at the True Night Master's soul in shock. He clearly saw the True Night Master smile and nod at him. The True Night Master knew that Devour's life elementium was very useful for my cultivation. Therefore, before he died, he refined all the life elementium in his body and gave it to me. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou understood the True Night Master's intentions. He could not help but feel extremely grateful to the True Night Master. He silently devoured the life elementium given to him by the True Night Master and imprinted this friendship in his heart. True Night Master, you're helping Chu Zhou. The other overlords and universe nobility could not help but sigh when they saw that scene earlier on. Even though they did not know the existence of the attribute board and did not know that Chu Zhou could obtain attribute points by devouring the life elementium, they did not know that Chu Zhou could consume attribute points to directly increase his strength. However, they knew that absorbing the life sephira of a peak overlord was extremely beneficial to any living being below the overlord level. Whether it was his physique or potential, they would be greatly enhanced. Many universe nobility were envious when they saw that. However, they also understood that it was normal for the true Knight Master to give all his life elementium to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was the #1 prodigy of humanity, and he was also the universe nobility with the most shocking potential in the Mirror Universe Corporation. As a giant of the Mirror Universe Company, if the true Knight Master was not one of them, how could he help others? As a giant of the Mirror Universe Company, if the true Knight Master was not one of them, how could he help others? At this moment, the laws of light and darkness suddenly shook violently. Bang! The true Knight Master's nomological sparks suddenly shattered, turning into countless light spots that scattered into the universe. Chapter 1002, The Gift from the Lord of True Night. Advancing to the peak of advanced grade universe nobility. 2. Almost at the same time, under everyone's gaze, his soul body turned into countless fragments. The true Knight Master has died. Many human overlords and universe nobility had gloomy expressions. Chu Zhou stared fixedly at the spot where the true Knight Master's soul had exploded. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a power of reincarnation sweeping over from there. However, when he wanted to investigate carefully, he did not find anything. It's over. Let's go. King Beikang brought Chu Zhou back to Emperor Shi Holy City. At the same time, he also brought back the primal chaos tablets left behind by the true Knight Master. After today, there would be another true Knight primal chaos tablet in the North Sea sacred cliff of the primal universe. After the news of the true Knight Master's death spread, many people in the Mirror Universe Corporation and countless humans could not help but feel sad. When the news spread to all the races in the universe, it also caused a huge commotion. The impact of the death of a peak overlord was way too great. Chu Zhou returned to the coiling dragon cosmic nation with mixed feelings. Attribute points, 30,004 trillion, plus 30,000 trillion. The life elementium given to him by the true Knight Master gave him an additional 30,000 trillion attribute points. I can level up again with 30,000 trillion attribute points. However, when he thought of the death of the true Knight Master, his heart dimmed slightly. True Knight Master, although I don't know why you think so highly of me and gave me your life elementium before you died, I won't disappoint you, he thought to himself. With a thought, he let his attribute board increase his comprehension of the law of reincarnation. Instantly, the law of reincarnation was activated by the attribute board. A nomological wave that was like a river in the 9 heavens transmigrated through the layers of spacetime and descended, enveloping Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou's body and soul were devouring the power of the laws of reincarnation. In his mind, a large number of law of reincarnation profundities surged like a fountain. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation increased rapidly. Law of reincarnation plus 1%. Law of reincarnation plus 1%. Law of reincarnation plus 1%. Soon, the comprehension of the law of reincarnation increased from 50% to 60%. When the comprehension of the law of reincarnation increased to 60%, the phenomenon that had appeared in the coiling dragon universe not long ago appeared again. Phantom gears that were larger than Earth suddenly appeared in the coiling dragon cosmic nation, covering about a quarter of the cosmic nation's territory. A gear was embedded in a gear, and all the gears were slowly rotating at the same time. Infinite spacetime, billions of worlds, and the phantoms of countless living beings surrounded the gears. As the gears spun, they were destroyed. It was as if billions of worlds and countless living beings were constantly reincarnating. It can't be. The ruler's strength has broken through again. This. I know that the king is the #1 prodigy of our human race and the most monstrous person in our history, but this is too exaggerated. The last time the king broke through was less than half a year ago. Didn't they say that the higher the realm, the harder it is to break through? And at the universe nobility level, the time between each breakthrough is very long? It can be tens of millions of years, billions of years, or even a lifetime. The king is too unreasonable. There are so many outstanding figures, yet you still want to look at Jin Chao. The ruler is indeed the most monstrous genius in the history of the universe. In the coiling dragon cosmic nation, countless experts were extremely shocked as they looked at the spinning wheel phantoms. Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei stood outside the 10,000 Law Palace where Chu Zhou was cultivating in seclusion. They were equally shocked. Even as Chu Zhou's people, they had expected Chu Zhou to break through again so quickly. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Universe Nobility, Intermediate Grade Universe Nobility, Advanced Grade Universe Nobility. Law of Reincarnation, 60%, plus 10%. Unupgradable. He's already an Advanced Grade Universe Nobility. Moreover, he's a peak Advanced Grade Universe Nobility. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board and felt that the power of reincarnation in his body had increased by at least 10 times. He could not help but feel happy. It's a pity that I need at least 10 trillion attribute points to break the barrier between universe nobility and overlord. My current attribute points are far from enough. However, as long as the barrier between universe nobility and overlords is not broken, the law of reincarnation can't continue to improve. It can only improve other laws. He was a little greedy and quickly calmed down. He continued to increase his comprehension of other laws. Space-time law, 1%. 5 elemental laws plus 1%. Chaos laws plus 1%. Yin-yang laws plus 1%. Killing sword art, comprehend the 17th sword diagram. Chu Zhou's comprehension of the 4 nomological laws was rising crazily. Some of his absolute arts were also improving. On this day, in the coiling dragon universe, countless living beings were almost suffocated by the increasingly powerful pressure emitted by coiling dragon star. Countless living beings fainted. Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei were completely numb as they watched the nomological torrent descend upon the palace. After a long time, the nomological waves that descended on the 10,000 Law Palace disappeared. The pressure that spread out from the 10,000 Law Palace also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei knew that everything that had just happened was real. It was just that their man had become even more terrifying and unfathomable by restraining his aura. Chapter 1003, The Gift from the Lord of True Night. Advancing to the peak of Advanced Grade Universe Nobility. 3. Chu Zhou opened his attribute board in the 10,000 Law Palace. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Grade Universe Nobility, Beginner Grade Universe. Nobility Intermediate Grade Universe Nobility. Attribute points, 6,004 trillion. Rule. Chaos Law, 60%, plus 20%. Unupgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 60%, plus 20%. Unupgradable. Space-Time Law, 60%, plus 20%. Unupgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 60%, plus 20%. Unupgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 60%, plus 10%. Unupgradable. Absolute Arts. Time Reincarnation, Level 2, Perfected, Unupgradable. Book of 7 Calamities, Level 2, Condense 7 Demonic Sabers, Unupgradable. Reincarnation Technique, Level 2, Reincarnation of All Beings. Unupgradable. Divine Rune A, Level of Comprehension and Control reached Advanced Grade. Universe Nobility, Unupgradable. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Level 2, can control 6 types of attack power at the same time, Unupgradable. Soul Armor, Level 7 Soul Armor, Unupgradable. Killing Sword Art, Level 24, Perfection. Completely Comprehended 24. Slaughter Sword Diagrams, Level 16 Level 24, Unupgradable. Chaos Dharma Body, 10 million meters Chaos Dharma Body, Unupgradable, 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, 48 Clones, 12 Universe Nobility Clones, 35. Universe Lord Clones, 1 World Overlord Clone, Unupgradable. The information on the attribute board changed drastically. The comprehension of the 5 nomological laws Chaos, Yin-Yang, Space, Time, 5 Elements and Samsara had all been raised to 60%, which was the peak Advanced Grade Universe Nobility level. In addition, the Killing Sword Art had also been upgraded to the 24th level. Chu Zhou had already completely grasped the true intent and profound of the 20 Slaughter Sword diagrams. The Killing Sword Art only had a total of 24 levels. In other words, at this moment, Chu Zhou had already perfected the Killing Sword Art. The increase in strength this time is a little big. Chu Zhou felt the power surging in his body like an endless sea and sighed deeply. The improvement this time was too fierce. Even he could not estimate how strong he was now. He only knew that he was very, very strong now. How strong was he? He could probably slap him to death before he leveled up. The current me shouldn't be weaker than my teacher before he became an overlord, right? He muttered to himself, his heart filled with confidence. He was certain that he, who had comprehended all 5 nomological laws at the pinnacle universe nobility level, was the only one among the universe nobility. It was impossible for anyone among the normal universe nobility to be his match. He was even confident that he could fight some weaker overlords head-on. What a pity! Even though I still have 6,004 quintillion attribute points left, I can't upgrade the other ultimate techniques on me. His ultimate techniques had all reached the peak of the advanced grade universe nobility. Even though absolute arts were not like laws, they had to break through the barrier between major realms to continue improving. However, to upgrade an absolute art from the universe nobility level to the overlord level, the number of attribute points required was equally frightening. Even though 6,004 trillion attribute points was a lot, it was still not enough. I should be content. If not for the gift from the true Night Master this time. I don't know when I can obtain 300 million attribute points. It's even more impossible to increase my strength to this level in a short period of time. He suddenly stood up and walked out as he muttered to himself. Chapter 1004, Big Sister Saber, Lei Ji. 1. Chu Zhou, you've advanced to become an advanced grade universe nobility. Outside the 10,000 Law Palace, Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei stared intently at Chu Zhou as he walked out of the palace. Yes. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei were both shocked and happy for Chu Zhou when they saw him nod. An advanced grade universe nobility was the strongest human apart from saints and overlords. Moreover, with Chu Zhou's talent and foundation, his strength was definitely far stronger than other advanced grade universe nobility. In other words, Chu Zhou was also a big shot now. This was a good thing for both Chu Zhou and the entire Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Dragon and the others quickly learned that Chu Zhou had advanced to an advanced grade universe nobility. They were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Chu Zhou to break through again and become an advanced grade universe nobility less than half a year after advancing to the intermediate grade. Such a speed of advancement was simply despairing. The days returned to normal. On this peaceful day, Chu Zhou missed Big Sister Saber. On Earth, after Big Sister Saber passed the test of the Thunder Clan ruins, she joined the Thunder Clan and was teleported to the Thunder Clan through the interstellar portal in the Thunder Clan ruins. I wonder how Big Sister Saber has been living in the Thunder Clan all these years. Chu Zhou thought to himself. The longing for Big Sister Saber in his heart was like a prairie fire that could not be stopped. His consciousness immediately connected to the network of the Mirror Universe and inquired about the situation of the Thunder Clan. With his current strength and status, the relevant authority of the Mirror Universe network had already reached level 6. Basically, other than a few secrets that could jeopardize the safety of humans, all other secrets and information were open to him. He quickly found a lot of information about the Thunder Clan. Thunder Clan, one of the 10 god races of humanity. These were the first words that entered Chu Zhou's eyes. Chu Zhou raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, interesting. Speaking of which, the god race is also a very huge force among us humans. When all the god races join forces, they are not necessarily weaker than the 5 giants. The god race is so powerful, but I don't have much contact with the god race. He had risen too quickly. Ordinary human beings would usually experience a long period of training in the human domain before becoming universe lords. During the training period, they would travel to many human planets, see many human civilizations, and get to know people from the various human races. This included living beings who knew many god race beings. However, Chu Zhou's growth was as if he had pressed the fast forward button. His growth was too fast, and he had skipped the long training. After leaving the Blood Mountain Galaxy, he headed to the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters and quickly rose to prominence. Then he participated in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm trial and headed straight to the Myriad Race battlefield. He grew rapidly and advanced to the Universe Nobility realm in just 7 to 8 years. His growth speed was astonishing and could be said to be the best in the world. However, his growth was too fast, and it also made him lose a lot of tempering. Similarly, he also lost a lot of opportunities to come into contact with the many factions of the human race and all kinds of people. It was precisely because of this that he did not know much about the god race. Of course, it was not that he had never come into contact with the god race all these years. Zhou Yu, Miller, Sardius, Li Lei and the other prodigies of the Mirror Universe Corporation were all from the god race. Chu Zhou just did not understand the god race in depth. The people of the Thunder Clan are born with the Thunder Punishment bloodline. They are close to the Thunder Punishment rule and can comprehend the Thunder Punishment law with half the effort. Pure-blooded Thunder Clan members will definitely become World Overlord realm experts when they grow up. There's also a 30% chance of them becoming Universe Lords. Seeing this, Chu Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The living beings of the Thunder Clan had a huge advantage over the other human races. It was too difficult for ordinary living beings to become Universe Lords. Of course, he also knew that there were definitely very few pure-blooded Thunder Clan members even among the Thunder Clan. Otherwise, the number of Universe Lords and above born in the Thunder Clan would probably exceed the 5 giants after countless years. The truth was that the 5 giants had always been the 5 major factions with the most Universe Lords and above among the humans. He continued to watch. The Thunder Clan is located in the Thunder Star region. Chu Zhou immediately checked the location of the Thunder Star region on the Mirror Universe network. He immediately discovered that the Thunder Star region was located in the southwest direction of the small universe where the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters was located. There were roughly 10 cosmic nations separated from the small universe. It's a little far. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked at the remaining information. There is a special day in the Thunder Clan. Every 100 million years, there will be a Thunder Clan Prodigy Tournament that will shake the entire human race. Every Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament will select the top 10 prodigies. At this point, Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. The last Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament is only 4 to 5 months away from 100 million years. In other words, this year's Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament is about to begin. Will Big Sister Saber participate in this year's Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament? Chu Zhou could not help but be filled with anticipation. The top 10 prodigies will be sent by the Thunder Clan to the Thunder Punishment Great World to participate in the Thunder Trial. The Thunder Trial is extremely cruel. In every Thunder Trial, not many of the top 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan survived. At most, only 5 of them survived. Most of the time, only 1 or 2 survived. However, the prodigies of the Thunder Clan who survive will obtain huge benefits. The probability of successfully becoming a Universe Lord is very high. Chapter 1005, Big Sister Saber, Lei Ji. 2. At this point, Chu Zhou's gaze froze. What the hell? This so-called Thunder Trial is actually so dangerous? He immediately browsed through the detailed information about the Thunder Trial. A moment later, he found out that the Thunder Trial was jointly organized by the Thunder Clan, the Lightning Clan of the Origin race, the Lightning Worm Clan of the Zerg race, and the Black Thunder Clan of the Freedom Alliance in the Thunder Punishment Great World. The 4 races were all related to lightning, so it was called the Thunder Trial. The Thunder Punishment Great World was not simple either. This Great World was shockingly left behind by a dead expert named the Thunder Ancestor. No one knew what level of expert the Thunder Ancestor was. However, the Thunder Punishment Great World that he left behind risked death even for overlords if they dared to barge in. And the method to successfully enter the Thunder Punishment Great World was grasped by the 4 races. The 4 races had controlled the Thunder Punishment Great World together for many years. Furthermore, there would be a Thunder Trial every 2 million years. Each race would send 10 geniuses into it to undergo life and death training. The geniuses who came out alive would obtain huge benefits and their potential would increase exponentially. No one knew why the human, Origin race, Zerg race, and Freedom Alliance allowed the Thunder Clan, Lightning Clan, Lightning Zerg race, and Black Thunder Clan to hold the Thunder Trial regularly. There must be something else going on. Otherwise, be it us humans, the Origin race, the Zerg race, or the Freedom Alliance, we will not allow the 4 races to hold such a trial together. Chu Zhou thought to himself. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was more concerned about Big Sister Saber's situation compared to the inside story of the Thunder Trial. I wonder how Big Sister Saber is doing in the Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He entered Big Sister Saber's name, Li Ji, into the search box and began to search among the members of the Thunder Clan. There's no such person among the Thunder Clan members. Chu Zhou was dumbfounded when he saw this notification. There's no such person? How is that possible? Big Sister Saber has clearly joined the Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness and fear. He was afraid that something had happened to Big Sister Saber and she did not successfully join the Thunder Clan. He was afraid that he would never see Big Sister Saber again. Calm down, calm down. Maybe there's a mistake somewhere. Big Sister Saber should have joined the Thunder Clan. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. A moment later, his eyes lit up. He immediately uploaded Sister Saber's image from his memory to the Mirror Universe network and entered the words "search for this person in the Thunder Clan." Then, he clicked to search. Soon, the results were out. Lei Ji, the personal disciple of Lei Yun, the master of the 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan. She is the prodigy of the new generation of the Thunder Clan and is currently a strong contender for the title of one of the top 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou looked at the information he had obtained and the accompanying photos and could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. He knew that the person in the photos was Big Sister Saber. She was all too familiar. Big Sister Saber's original name was Li Ji. I didn't expect her to change her name to Lei Ji after joining the Thunder Clan. I almost thought that something had happened to Big Sister Saber and she didn't successfully join the Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and heaved a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Big Sister Saber again. The Thunder Clan has a total of 18 lineages. Big Sister Saber has actually become the personal disciple of the 9th lineage's peak master. Looks like Big Sister Saber's fortuitous encounter is not bad. Without such a fortuitous encounter, Big Sister Saber probably wouldn't have been able to become a prodigy of the Thunder Clan. She would have been a strong contender for the top 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou was secretly happy for Big Sister Saber. However, his expression quickly turned grave. The Thunder Clan's Thunder Clan Prodigy Tournament would begin in about half a year. If Big Sister Saber participated in the competition and became one of the top 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan, then, didn't this mean that Big Sister Saber was going to head to the Thunder Punishment Great World to participate in the extremely dangerous Thunder Trial? Even though this was only a possibility, Chu Zhou still felt uneasy. No, I have to go to the Thunder Star region immediately and find Big Sister Saber. Chu Zhou immediately made a decision. Soon, Black God rushed out of Coiling Dragon Planet and disappeared into the vast cosmos. The Thunder Star region in the Thunderclap Star. This inhabited planet was the headquarters of the 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan. A tall figure stood on a cliff. She had short hair that reached her ears, wore a tight leather jacket, and wore long leather boots. Her eyes were as cold as knives, and she held a short sword in each hand. Suddenly, her figure moved. She brandished the short sword with both hands and her body spun at high speed. Purple lightning surged out of her body like a tsunami. Rumble! Countless purple lightning bolts roared and intertwined into a purple lightning tornado that connected the sky and the ground. The purple lightning tornado below her was instantly minced into powder. Moreover, the terrifying purple lightning tornado soared into the sky. It first broke through the sea of clouds, then rushed out of the atmosphere of Thunderclap Star and hit a meteorite belt that was tens of thousands of kilometers long. Almost instantly, the entire meteorite belt was reduced to dust. That scene was shocking. Clap clap clap. There was a burst of applause. Lei Ji, not bad. You've already successfully cultivated the first level of our 9th lineage's strongest technique, Lightning Judgment. Chapter 1006, Big Sister Saber, Lei Ji. 3. The Lightning Judgment is an overlord-level technique. Normally, one can only comprehend the first level of Lightning Judgment when they are at least a Universe Lord. You're still a World Overlord, but you can cultivate the first level of Lightning Judgment. This means that your potential is very, very good. At least far greater than mine. An 8-foot-tall middle-aged woman with a lightning mark between her eyebrows walked over with a dignified expression. Teacher. Lei Ji put away her short sword and cupped her hands respectfully towards the middle-aged woman. Lei Yun looked at the cold and confident woman in front of her and secretly rejoiced that she had made a wise decision back then. When she traveled through a remote planet in the universe, she left behind a base for the Thunder Clan to test and screen new members. Otherwise, how could she have such an outstanding disciple? However, when she thought of the recent incident, her expression could not help but darken slightly. Lei Ji, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 10 of the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament and become one of the top 10 prodigies of our Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, our lineage has declined. We can't send a powerful guardian to protect you." Hearing this, Lei Ji remained silent. Lei Yun sighed deeply. The Thunder Clan selects the top 2 prodigies in order to allow the top 10 prodigies to head to the Thunder Punishment Great World to participate in the Thunder Trial. We will defeat the prodigies of the Lightning, Zerg race, and Black Thunder Clan and obtain the legacy left behind by the Thunder Ancestor in the Thunder Punishment Great World. Therefore, the top 10 prodigies must have powerful guardians. Only then will there be hope of surviving the Thunder Punishment Great World under the protection of the Guardians and obtaining the Thunder Ancestors' heritage. Therefore, even if you can become one of the top 10 prodigies with your own strength, without a strong enough guardian, you won't be able to obtain a spot among the top 10 prodigies. Can't you do it? Lei Ji said calmly. Lei Yun smiled bitterly. I can't. I'm only an elementary grade Universe Lord. According to the situation in the past, the guardians of each prodigy must have the strength of at least an intermediate grade Universe Lord. In that case, the prodigies who enter the top 10 of the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament can become one of the 10 true prodigies of the Thunder Clan. Otherwise, his or her position will be replaced by a prodigy who is slightly weaker but has an intermediate grade Universe Lord or even an advanced grade Universe Lord Guardian. Lei Ji was silent. She also knew about this situation. She was indeed confident that she could enter the top 10 of the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament. However, it was useless if she could not find a guardian with the strength of an intermediate grade Universe Lord or above. As for the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage, it had been in decline for many years. The strongest person in the 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan was her teacher. However, her teacher was only an elementary grade Universe Lord. This made her feel a little helpless. As one of the 10 god races of the human race, the overall strength of the Thunder Clan was actually extremely powerful. There were 18 factions in the Thunder Clan, and some of them had many Universe Lords. There were even 5 or 6 intermediate grade Universe Lords and above. But why would the experts from the other main sects help her? One had to know that in the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament, the 18 lineages of the Thunder Clan were all competitors. This kind of act of supporting the enemy would basically not happen. Seeing her disciple frown, Lei Yun opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Seeing her teacher's strange behavior, Lei Ji couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what did you want to say just now?" Lei Yun was silent for a moment before saying, "Lei Ji, you should know about the first lineage's prodigy, Lei Yu." Hearing the name Lei Yu, Lei Ji frowned slightly and recalled some unpleasant memories. "I know." She nodded slightly. "You should know Lei Yu's strength. If there are no exceptions, he will definitely be ranked among the top 10 prodigies, and he might even be ranked first." Lei Ji nodded in agreement. Lei Yu was indeed very strong. She wasn't his match yet. Lei Yu's own strength is nothing. He has cultivated for tens of millions of years before you after all. If you have tens of millions of years, I believe you will become stronger. Lei Yun said in a deep voice. However, the first lineage that Lei Yu belongs to is the strongest lineage among the 18 lineages of the Thunder Clan. Experts are as common as clouds. In the first lineage, there are intermediate grade, advanced grade, universe nobility, and even overlords. In short, the first lineage is not lacking in experts. "I know all this." Lei Ji interrupted her teacher. She stared into her teacher's eyes and said, "Teacher, just say what you want to say." "All right." Lei Yun sighed and said, "Lei Yu asked me to tell you that if you are willing to marry him, the first lineage will send an advanced grade Universe Lord to be your guardian." "Of course. Lei Yu didn't just ask me to tell you this. He also told some female prodigies of the Thunder Clan whose lineage is in decline. The first lineage isn't the only one doing this. The other main lineages are also doing this. In short, they're all using marriage to recruit geniuses from the other main lineages." "Impossible," Lei Ji said firmly. She turned into a bolt of lightning and flew away. Looking at Lei Ji's disappearing figure, Lei Yun sighed slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't want Lei Ji to agree either. Lei Ji was a prodigy that she had nurtured with great difficulty after all. She was the future of their 9th lineage. If Lei Jie married into the first lineage or other main lineages, she would become a member of the other main lineages. It wouldn't have much to do with their ninth lineage. This was certainly not what she wanted to see. However, she also knew that the Thunder Trial was an important opportunity to change her fate. If she could survive the Thunder Trial, she would definitely become a Universe Lord. If she could obtain the complete inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor, it would be even more impressive. Therefore, she did not want her disciple to miss this opportunity to change her fate because of the decline of the ninth lineage. It was also because of this that she conveyed the words of Lei Yu or someone from the first lineage to Lei Jie. Lei Jie didn't agree, which made her feel relieved and a little melancholic. She really did not want Lei Jie to miss the opportunity to enter the Thunder Punishment Great World. Even though the risks were great, they were nothing compared to the opportunity to obtain the Thunder Ancestor's heritage. Lei Jie, even if I have to give up this face, I will definitely find a powerful guardian for you. Even if we can't find it in the clan, it's fine if we can find it outside the clan. Lei Yun gritted her teeth as she spoke. In the next moment, she turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Chapter 1007, Long Time No See, just like back then but better. 1. Is this the Thunder Star region? Chu Zhou's gaze passed through the Black God and looked at the brilliant galaxy in the distance. Big Sister Saber's figure naturally appeared in his mind. Big Sister Saber was the first person he admired and cultivated after coming to this world. She had an extremely special position in his heart. It had been more than 130 years since he parted ways with Big Sister Saber. The two sides had not contacted each other for such a long time. Would their relationship be the same as before when they meet again? Would Big Sister Saber be still the same as before? And would he be the same as before in Big Sister Saber's eyes? At that moment, all sorts of emotions emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain. He did not deliberately control his emotions, allowing them to overflow. No matter what the outcome was, he could accept it. Boss, I've heard you mention Big Sister Saber many times. What kind of person is this Big Sister Saber? She actually makes you so worried. Bai Bei flew in front of Chu Zhou and stared at him curiously with its round eyes. It had followed Chu Zhou for more than 80 years, so it knew Chu Zhou very well. It clearly sensed that Big Sister Saber was different in Chu Zhou's heart and had an extremely high status. Therefore, it was very curious about what kind of person Big Sister Saber was. Big Sister Saber? She's my teacher and the first person to admire and cultivate me. Chu Zhou said seriously. She's a very serious and responsible person. It's just that her personality is a little cold. In my heart, she's a strange woman but a perfect person. Bai Bei was shocked. It knew that Big Sister Saber held a very high position in Chu Zhou's heart. However, it did not expect it to be so high. Suddenly, it also wanted to meet Big Sister Saber, wanting to see why the other party was so important to its boss. Let's go to the Thunderclap Star. Chu Zhou had already found out that the ninth lineage of the Thunder Clan where Big Sister Saber was located was on the Thunderclap Star in the Thunder Star field. The Black God instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed into the Thunder Star region, moving quickly toward the Thunderclap Star. The Thunderclap Star, Thunderbolt City. After Big Sister Saber finished her cultivation today, she went to the long lakeside street in Thunderbolt City to relax. This long street by the lake was built on the shore of Lightning Lake. On one side of the long street near Lightning Lake, there were lightning spirit trees planted. On the other side, there were shops with unique styles. Lightning Lake was sparkling with faint lightning. In the lake, there were often large groups of thunder dragon fish playing and chasing each other. The breeze blew along the lake. The leaves of the lightning spirit trees rustled, and many flowers blooming with purple lightning swayed in the wind. The shops opposite also had their own unique characteristics. All of this made the long street by the lake look beautiful. Many tourists liked to come to this long street by the lake to experience and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Big Sister Saber also liked this long street by the lake. Every time she was tired from cultivating, she would come here to take a walk to relieve the fatigue in her heart. At this moment, Big Sister Saber walked calmly on the long street. Looking at the tourists coming and going, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The figures that came and went seemed to have turned into blurry shadows. Her memories seemed to go back in time, returning to the past. Scenes of what she had experienced on Earth resurfaced in her heart. The figures of the friends and family he had once met on Earth also appeared one after another. For some reason, a deep sense of loneliness filled her heart. After a long time, she woke up and the tourists in front of her returned to normal. However, the loneliness she felt just now still lingered in her heart. In addition to loneliness, there was also deep longing, missing everything and everyone on Earth. Earth, how are you? Are they all right? Is he, all right? Big Sister Saber muttered in her heart. She raised her head in melancholy and looked ahead. What she saw stunned her. Tens of meters away from her, a handsome young man was standing under a lightning spirit tree. He was looking at her with a burning gaze and was smiling gently at her. The loneliness that lingered in her heart instantly disappeared. In its place was a frenzy of excitement. He is here to see me. Big Sister Saber had not smiled for many years. She had even forgotten how to smile, but at this moment, she smiled naturally. The two of them, two figures, were dozens of meters away from each other. They smiled at each other. The wind blowing from the lake made the leaves of the lightning spirit tree rustle, and beautiful flowers blooming in electric light swayed in the wind. All of this seemed to be celebrating their reunion after a long separation. The two of them approached each other step by step. They walked faster and faster until they finally arrived in front of each other. Teacher, long time no see. Chu Zhou smiled calmly and stretched out a hand. Long time no see. Big Sister Saber chuckled and reached out her hand to shake Chu Zhou's. The moment he clasped his hands together, the unfamiliar feeling that he had not felt for more than 130 years dissipated with a bang. The familiar feeling from before instantly returned. It was even to the extent that after experiencing the accumulation of time, that sense of familiarity had undergone a certain sublimation. Bai Bei leaned on Chu Zhou's shoulder and secretly sized up Big Sister Saber. It had to admit that Big Sister Saber was indeed a unique person. She gave it an extremely sharp and cold feeling that could be felt even when she smiled. Chapter 1008, Long Time No See, Just Like Back Then But Better. 2. This sort of sharpness and coldness she exuded did not seem to be directed at anyone. Instead, it seemed to be innate. Just a few glances left a deep impression on it. By the way, teacher, this is my partner, Bai Bei. Chu Zhou introduced Bai Bei to Big Sister Saber. Hehe, hello, Big Sister Saber. My name is Bai Bei. Bai Bei chuckled. Big Sister Saber glanced at Chu Zhou indifferently, hearing Bai Bei call her Big Sister Saber and not her name. Needless to say, Bai Bei must have called her Big Sister Saber when Chu Zhou mentioned her in front of Bai Bei. When Chu Zhou saw Big Sister Saber glance at him, he could not help but smile awkwardly. Of course, he knew the reason. However, he was used to calling her Big Sister Saber, and he didn't want to change it in the future. Hello, Bai Bei. I've heard of you. Big Sister Saber smiled. Chu Zhou's name had long spread throughout the entire human race. She had naturally heard of Chu Zhou's various deeds. And also had some understanding of Chu Zhou's companion, Bai Bei. Hehe, so I'm also so famous? Even you've heard of me, Big Sister Saber. Bai Bei chuckled smugly. Chu Zhou pulled Big Sister Saber away from the long street and walked towards the shore of the lightning lake. There were many things he wanted to ask Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber allowed Chu Zhou to hold her hand and did not break free. Isn't that the prodigy of the Thunder clan's 9th lineage, Lei Ji? Who is the young man holding her hand? Tisk tisk, Lei Ji is a famous ice beauty in our 9th lineage. I thought that no one of the opposite sex could win her heart, but it seems like that's not the case. Our 9th lineage? No, to be precise, there are many young talents in the Thunder clan who have fallen in love with Lei Ji. However, no one has ever received Lei Ji's good favor. If they were to see this scene, many people would probably be heartbroken. On the long street by the lake, many people from the 9th lineage of the Thunder clan were extremely shocked when they saw Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber strolling by the lake hand in hand. Teacher, you should know about my situation all these years, right? Chu Zhou asked with a smile. Big Sister Saber nodded and said in a slightly shocked tone. I didn't expect you to rise in the universe so quickly. Moreover, you became the #1 prodigy of humanity, the youngest universe lord in the history of humanity, and the youngest universe nobility in the history of humanity. Hearing Big Sister Saber's words, Chu Zhou could not help but feel proud. It was like the feeling of a primary school student who had won an award at school and was praised by his parents when he returned home. Chu Zhou carefully recounted his experiences over the years to Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber listened attentively. After hearing this, she realized that even though Chu Zhou had risen very quickly in recent years and his achievements seemed to be very glorious, he had also experienced many dangers and hardships. Chu Zhou's achievements did not come out of thin air. Instead, he had obtained them through blood and fire. Compared to Chu Zhou, her experiences in the Thunder Clan over the years were much safer and more comfortable. You've suffered all these years. Big Sister Saber's empty hand couldn't help but gently stroke Chu Zhou's face. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Then, he looked into Big Sister Saber's eyes gently. When he saw the heartache in her eyes, the softness in his heart was ruthlessly touched. I'm not suffering. Compared to other living beings, my cultivation path is much easier, he said softly. Bai Bei looked at Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber. For some reason, she suddenly felt full. It looked at Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber, who were acting as if no one was around, and jumped into the lightning lake to play with a loud splash. A moment later, a strange scene appeared in the lightning lake. A group of thunder dragon fish was running away from the water surface with a snow-white little beast chasing after them. Big Sister Saber retracted her hand from Chu Zhou's face. Chu Zhou still held Big Sister Saber's other hand and continued walking along the lake. Teacher, tell me about your experiences in the Thunder Clan all these years, he said with a smile. Big Sister Saber said, there's nothing special about me all these years. Ever since I came to the Thunder Clan, I've been accepted as a personal disciple by the master of the 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan. After that, I've basically been cultivating on Thunder Star. Occasionally, I'll go to various planets in the Thunder Star region to train. Teacher, I've heard that you've become the new generation prodigy of the Thunder Clan. You're enough to be ranked in the top 10 among the many prodigies of the Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou gave Big Sister Saber a thumbs up. Big Sister Saber rolled her eyes at Chu Zhou. My meager achievements are nothing compared to yours. As the two of them walked along the lake, they talked about their experiences over the years. Soon, they had a deep understanding of the situation on both sides. Teacher, I heard that this year's Thunder Clan Prodigy Tournament is about to begin. Teacher, have you signed up to participate? Chu Zhou suddenly asked. Big Sister Saber nodded slightly. I'm signing up. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. Teacher, are you lacking a guardian? According to the information I've found, if the prodigies of the Thunder Clan want to successfully become one of the top 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan, not only do they have to enter the top 10 in the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament, but they also need a powerful guardian. Teacher, what do you think of me? Big Sister Saber looked deeply at Chu Zhou and said, since you've investigated the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament, you should know the reason why our Thunder Clan requires the 10 prodigies to have sufficiently powerful guardians. I know. Chu Zhou nodded and said, the reason why your Thunder Clan requires the top 10 prodigies is that you have to have powerful guardians. That's because the top 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan are all heading to the Thunder Punishment Great World to participate in the Thunder Trial that the Thunder Clan, the Source Clan's Lightning Clan, the Zerg Race's Lightning Zerg Race, the Freedom Alliance's Black Thunder Clan, and others have jointly organized. As for the Thunder Trial, it's very dangerous. Without a strong enough guardian, the prodigies of the Thunder Clan who participate in the trial have no chance of surviving. At this point, he paused slightly and looked into Big Sister Saber's eyes seriously. Teacher, it's precisely because the Thunder Trial is very dangerous that I must become your guardian. I don't trust anyone else with your safety. As for my strength, you should know that there's no problem at all. He subconsciously tightened his grip on Big Sister Saber's hand, as if he was afraid of losing something as he said. When Big Sister Saber heard Chu Zhou's words and felt the change in strength in his palm, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. She smiled sweetly. Good. I'll leave my safety in your hands. When Chu Zhou heard this, he was slightly stunned before he smiled. Unknowingly, the relationship between the two of them had deepened. Chu Zhou held Big Sister Saber's hand and walked along the shore of the Lightning Lake for a long time. The two of them chatted and laughed, sharing their feelings. It was not until late at night that Big Sister Saber left with Chu Zhou and returned to the Thunder Training Hall where she lived. Not long after Big Sister Saber returned, her teacher, Lei Yun, excitedly brought an old man over. Lei Ji, come out quickly. I've found a suitable guardian for you. Lei Yun shouted outside Big Sister Saber's residence. Before Big Sister Saber could open the door, she walked in with the old man. Lei Ji. Just as Lei Yun was about to introduce the old man to Big Sister Saber, she saw Chu Zhou standing beside her and was stunned. Lei Yun was not the only one stunned. Even Universe Lord Yan Shan, who Lei Yun had brought over, was stunned. They all looked at Chu Zhou in a daze, as if they had been possessed. Chu Zhou was currently in the limelight among the humans. As the number one prodigy of the human race, countless higher-ups of the human race had seen his image. Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan had naturally seen it before. Hence, they recognized Chu Zhou at a glance. They were shocked that Chu Zhou, the most stunning and youngest universe nobility in human history, was here. Furthermore, he seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Big Sister Saber. Lei Yun greets Lord Chu Zhou. Yan Shan greets Lord Chu Zhou. After Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan recovered from their shock, they quickly bowed to Chu Zhou. Chapter 1009, 3 Gifts. 1. After Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan recognized Chu Zhou, they were extremely shocked. Then, they hurriedly bowed to Chu Zhou. I'm here to visit teacher. You don't have to be so polite. Chu Zhou said with a smile. Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan were shocked again. Lord Chu Zhou's teacher was the famous King Bei Kang. Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan instinctively felt that the teacher Chu Zhou was talking about was King Bei Kang. Did Lord Bei Kang come to the Thunder Star region too? Lei Yun asked in shock. As the new overlord of humanity, if King Bei Kang came to visit, it would be a huge matter for the entire Thunder clan. However, why didn't she receive any news? She was the master of the Thunder clan's 9th lineage after all, so she should have received the news if King Bei Kang had come to visit the Thunder clan. Chu Zhou knew that the two people in front of him must have misunderstood. He waved his hand and explained, "You're mistaken. I have two teachers. One is Teacher Bei Kang, and the other is Teacher Lei Ji. Teacher Lei Ji is my first teacher. I came to the Thunder Star region specifically to visit Teacher Lei Ji." What? Lei Ji was actually Lord Chu Zhou's teacher. Lei Yun was dumbfounded. He lost his composure and shouted involuntarily. His eyes widened as disbelief appeared on his face. This is unbelievable. The Universe Lord Yan Shan muttered to himself in disbelief. Who was this Lord Chu Zhou? He was the number one prodigy of humanity and could even be said to be the number one prodigy of the universe. He had created the youngest universe lord in the history of the universe, the youngest universe nobility in the history of the universe, and the unbelievably great achievement of defying the universe nobility as a universe lord. Who didn't know that this Lord Chu Zhou had boundless potential and had a high chance of becoming a universe overlord or even a universe saint in the future? For such a young universe nobility who had risen like a blazing sun, his first teacher was actually a mere world overlord. This was unbelievable. Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan looked at Big Sister Saber in unison. They still found Chu Zhou's words unbelievable. Under the gaze of her teacher, Lei Yun, and Universe Lord Yan Shan, Big Sister Saber nodded calmly. He's my student. Seeing Big Sister Saber nod, Lei Yun felt dizzy and almost fainted. It was too exciting. Universe Lord Yan Shan's heart was also surging, he could not calm down. Breathe. I have to take a deep breath. Lei Yun took several deep breaths before barely calming himself down. When she looked at Chu Zhou again, she could not help but be overjoyed. She did not expect her disciple to be so lucky. She was actually the teacher of the famous Lord Chu Zhou. This was simply a heaven-defying opportunity. In the future, with Lord Chu Zhou's guidance, his disciple Lei Ji would definitely be able to go far and wide. It would probably not be difficult for him to advance to the Universe Lord realm. Furthermore, did Lei Ji need other guardians with Lord Chu Zhou around? Nope, there was no need at all. Then, she thought about how she was Lei Ji's teacher and Lei Ji was Lord Chu Zhou's teacher. Then, in a sense, wouldn't she become Lord Chu Zhou's grandmaster? At the thought of this, Lei Yun became excited again, unable to control himself. Looks like I don't need to be Lei Ji's guardian anymore. Universe Lord Yan Shan thought to himself. This time, Lei Yun found him and asked him to act as Lei Ji's guardian. He promised him a big gift one. Now that Chu Zhou was around, why would Lei Ji need him to be the guardian? However, not only was he not disappointed. Instead, he became excited. As the number one prodigy of the human race and the youngest universe nobility, countless people wanted to meet Chu Zhou and build a good relationship with him, but they did not have the chance. Universe Lord Yan Shan now saw a chance to gain Chu Zhou's favor. Since Lei Ji was Chu Zhou's teacher, wouldn't he be able to gain Chu Zhou's favor if he tried his best to befriend and help Lei Ji in the future? This was a shortcut. I must do my best to help Lei Ji from now on. Universe Lord Yan Shan made up his mind. Chu Zhou, let me introduce you. This is my teacher, Lei Yun. Big Sister Saber pointed at Lei Yun and said to Chu Zhou, teacher is the master of the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage. Chief Lei Yun, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Chu Zhou cupped his hands and thanked Lei Yun. He was sincerely grateful. You flatter me, you flatter me. When Lei Yun saw Chu Zhou bow to him, he hurriedly dodged to the side and said, Lei Ji is my personal disciple. It's my duty to take care of her. Furthermore, Lei Ji is extremely talented. After he joined the Thunder Clan, he awakened 80% of the Thunder Clan's bloodline. Moreover, his comprehension ability is very strong. He is the future prodigy of the 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan. Seeing that Lei Yun insisted on not receiving the greeting, Chu Zhou did not continue to bow. Lord Chu Zhou, my name is Yan Shan. I've been cultivating on the raging flame planet of the Thunder Star Field. Universe Lord Yan Shan knew that Big Sister Saber did not understand him. He took the initiative to introduce himself to Chu Zhou. I invited Universe Lord Yan Shan over this time to prepare him to be Lei Ji's guardian. Lei Yun also spoke. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Universe Lord Yan Shan. Ha ha ha, Lei Yun, with Lord Chu Zhou around, why would Lei Ji need me to protect him? Universe Lord Yan Shan laughed. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded at him, seeing that Universe Lord Yan Shan was so sensible. Chapter 1010, 3 Gifts. 2. Yan Shan, I do want to be teacher Lei Ji's guardian. I'm sorry for troubling you to make a wasted trip. Lord Chu Zhou, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning, Universe Lord Yan Shan said heartily. When Lei Yun heard that Chu Zhou had already decided to be Lei Ji's guardian, she was overjoyed. With Chu Zhou's help, if Lei Ji had the chance to participate in the lightning trial, he basically did not have to worry about his safety. By the way, I have many enemies. It won't be a problem in the human domain if others know that I've become teacher's guardian. However, it will be hard to say if I leave the human domain and head to the Thunder Punishment Great World. Therefore, don't tell anyone that I've become teacher's guardian. Chu Zhou said to Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan. He had investigated the Thunder Punishment Great World. The Thunder Punishment Great World was not in human territory. Instead, it was in a secret region far away from human territory. He had too many enemies. In order to prevent any complications, he asked Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan to keep his situation a secret. Lord Chu Zhou, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Lei Yun said firmly, but there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. However, Lord Chu Zhou, the Thunder Clan has to verify the identity of every prodigy's guardian to prevent foreign races from infiltrating. Therefore, your identity secret will probably be exposed. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and said. It's not a big problem. When the time comes, I'll meet your Thunder Clan's patriarch and explain the situation to him. I believe he won't make things difficult for me. The clan leader definitely won't. Lei Yun agreed firmly. She knew very well that the patriarch would definitely be happy to be on good terms with Chu Zhou, who had a deep background and boundless potential. Compared to befriending Chu Zhou, helping to hide Chu Zhou's identity was nothing. Unless he would not offend Chu Zhou over such a small matter when the patriarch's head was kicked by a donkey. Lord Chu Zhou, don't worry. I'll keep my mouth shut. Universe Lord Yan Shan said. Lei Yun and Universe Lord Yan Shan quickly left. There were still about 2 months before the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament. Chu Zhou decided to help Big Sister Saber increase her strength. Teacher, here's a gift for you. Chu Zhou smiled. What gift? Big Sister Saber looked at Chu Zhou curiously. Lightning Divine Text. With a thought from Chu Zhou, an electric divine rune appeared in front of him. This strange word was completely condensed from lightning. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the void. Countless wisps of lightning shot out, and some of them were as thick as ancient mountains. A terrifying and oppressive aura spread out, as if a lightning punishment had descended. If Chu Zhou hadn't instantly controlled the space here and made it larger than a planet, this divine rune would have instantly shattered Big Sister Saber's residence. This was the divine rune with the word lightning that Chu Zhou had obtained from the Divine General Ancient City. He had obtained a total of 4 divine runes in the Divine General Ancient City, A, lightning, rain, and mountain. The A divine rune contained the complete inheritance of the Divine General. He had fused it. The remaining 3 divine runes were all incomplete. He had given Dongfang Mingzu the divine rune for the word rain. He gave the divine rune with the word mountain to Yuan Bingmei. Only the divine rune with the word lightning remained. Big Sister Saber looked at the divine rune that was emitting lightning with a shocked expression. She felt that any wisp of lightning that shot out from that divine rune could severely injure or even kill her. As for those lightning bolts that were as thick as ancient mountains, she had no doubt that if she was hit, she would instantly turn into ashes. Could this be the divine rune that appeared in the Divine General's ancient city? Big Sister Saber said in shock. As a prodigy of the Thunder Clan, she also had a chance to understand many secrets in the universe. This included the inheritance of the Divine General and the ancient divine runes. She had also learned that the ancient divine runes that appeared in the Divine General Ancient City of the Universe Ocean had unbelievable power. Especially those complete divine runes, their power could be said to be terrifying. Its power was still astonishing even if it was an incomplete ancient divine rune. It was precisely because the power of the ancient divine prose was astonishing that countless universe experts coveted it. She did not expect Chu Zhou to take out an ancient divine rune in front of her and give it to her. Teacher, you've awakened the bloodline of the Thunder Clan and you're still cultivating the Thunder Punishment Law and the ultimate technique of the Thunder Clan. This divine rune with the word lightning suits you very well. Chu Zhou smiled and waved his hand. He injected the divine rune with the word electric into Big Sister Saber's soul and helped it fuse with her soul. Big Sister Saber's body trembled. In an instant, his hair stood on end. Dense electric currents spread out from her body in all directions. A lightning symbol appeared on her forehead. Her aura was rising rapidly and it had doubled in just a few breaths. What a powerful divine rune with the word lightning! Big Sister Saber's mind was filled with a large amount of information about the divine rune lightning. She was overjoyed. Moreover, this divine rune lightning is indeed very suitable for me. To be precise, it is suitable for our Thunder Clan. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Big Sister Saber was very grateful. She knew how precious the divine rune of the word lightning was. Chapter 1011, 3 Gifts. 3. If not for Chu Zhou, it would have been very difficult for her to obtain such divine runes in her life. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. This is the first gift. Next, I have 2 more gifts for you. Take me to your daily cultivation place. Big Sister Saber was extremely curious about the remaining 2 gifts. However, Chu Zhou did not say anything. She could only bring Chu Zhou to her daily cultivation place. This is my daily cultivation place, Thundercloud Mountains. She pointed at a vast mountain range and said to Chu Zhou. There are many lightning arrays set up by the ancestors of the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage in the Thundercloud Mountains. They are covered by dark clouds all year round and are filled with lightning. They are very suitable for our Thunder Clan to cultivate. Chu Zhou looked up and saw towering mountains. The sky above the mountains was filled with dark clouds. Under the dark clouds, billions of lightning snakes slithered and thunder rumbled, making people tremble in fear. The lightning aura here was too strong. Moreover, the Thunder Punishment Law here was easier to perceive than other places. The Thunder Clan was indeed one of the 10 god races of the human race. Their foundation was much deeper than that of ordinary humans. The 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan had been in decline among the 18 lineages of the Thunder Clan for many years. However, even so, their cultivation resources far surpassed many cosmic nations. Chu Zhou thought to himself. Big Sister Saber flew into the Thundercloud Mountains with Chu Zhou and landed in the middle of a few red mountains. This is my exclusive cultivation place. Other than teacher, no one else will disturb me here. Big Sister Saber said. Very well. Chu Zhou looked around and nodded in satisfaction. My second gift is to set up a space-time array for you, teacher. It will help you become as strong as possible in the 2 months before the competition. A space-time array? Big Sister Saber asked in puzzlement. There were pitifully few people in the universe who had comprehended the space-time law. One could even say that there were very few of them. The various profounds and arrays regarding the space-time law were rarely circulated. Big Sister Saber had only vaguely heard of the space-time array, so she didn't know anything about it. How can the space-time array help me become stronger quickly? She looked at Chu Zhou curiously. Hehe, I know. Bai Bei jumped out and said without waiting for Chu Zhou to answer. The space-time array can accelerate your time. Only a year might have passed in the outside world if you cultivate in the space-time array for 2 years. You've been cultivating in the space-time array for a long time, so your strength has naturally increased. Gasp! Big Sister Saber gasped and said in shock, such a mysterious array actually exists in this world. It's really unbelievable. Hehe, back in the demon world, I set up a space-time array for boss and the others to accelerate their time by 10,000 times. Bai Bei said proudly. Time acceleration of 10,000 times? Only a year has passed in the outside world after 10,000 years of cultivation in the array. Big Sister Saber exclaimed, a person who is proficient in the space-time law undoubtedly has a huge advantage. Chu Zhou smiled and said, actually, it's not as great an advantage as I imagined. Their lifespans are extremely long after living beings advance to the world Overlord realm. However, countless world overlords in the universe have cultivated bitterly for hundreds of millions of years without making any progress. Do they not have enough time? No, their potential is limited. They can only cultivate to the world overlord realm. The space-time array can indeed speed up the cultivator's time, but if one's potential is insufficient, it won't be of much use. Big Sister Saber rolled her eyes at Chu Zhou. That's not the logic. Many living beings with potential died in accidents or battles before they could convert their potential into strength. It's already very heaven-defying for a time array to be able to reduce the cultivation time of living beings. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. He naturally understood this logic. He was just being humble just now. Bai Bei, summon the space-time treasure box. He said to Bai Bei on his shoulder. With his current mastery of the space-time law, he could also set up a space-time array with his own strength. However, if he added the space-time treasure box, the effect would undoubtedly be better. Got it, boss. Bai Bei responded and immediately summoned the space-time treasure box. Is this the space-time law treasure on Bai Bei? Big Sister Saber stared curiously at the space-time treasure box. She did learn from the internet that Bai Bei had a space-time law treasure. She stared at the space-time treasure box and immediately felt a terrifying pressure that could crush billions of worlds. She did not dare to stare at it for too long. Otherwise, she felt that she would be injured by the power of this precious treasure in front of her. Chu Zhou and Bai Bei joined forces and injected the power of the space-time law into the space-time treasure box. Soon, the space-time treasure box shook violently, and a silver barrier space appeared. The time and space array has been set up successfully. Time acceleration is about 100,000 times. Let's go in and cultivate. Chu Zhou flew into the space-time array with Bai Bei and Big Sister Saber as he spoke. Big Sister Saber knew that being able to cultivate in a space-time array formation was an extremely rare opportunity. Countless living beings in the universe yearned for it. Therefore, she cherished this opportunity very much. After entering the space-time array, she immediately sat down cross-legged and used her mind to familiarize herself with the profound of the word lightning while comprehending the thunder judgment of the 9th lineage of the Thunder clan. Chu Zhou also entered his divine kingdom and prepared a third gift for Big Sister Saber. He activated the divine rune profound with the word A and extracted lightning attribute materials from the divine kingdom's treasure vault. He began to refine lightning attribute weapons. His understanding and control of the divine rune had already reached the advanced grade universe nobility level. He understood the mysteries and true meaning of countless armors. The current him could be said to be a true blacksmith grandmaster. Soon, a suit of armor surrounded by lightning, a battle sword that was radiating lightning, and 2 wings surrounded by lightning snakes appeared in front of him. This was the Thunder God outfit that he had refined for Big Sister Saber. It included the armor, the battle sword, and the wings and combined defense, attack, and speed. The Thunder God outfits have reached the advanced grade Universe Lord level. Not bad. Chu Zhou was very satisfied with his masterpiece. In fact, he had refined many advanced grade Universe Lord outfits over the years. Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi and the other core members of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation all had one set each. Even Bai Bei had a set of Universe Nobility level outfit, so he naturally had a set of Universe Nobility level outfit for himself. With a thought, he left the Divine Kingdom with the Thunder God outfits and returned to the space-time array. He handed the Thunder God outfits to Big Sister Saber. This is the third gift I prepared for you, an advanced grade Universe Lord Thunder God outfit. An advanced grade Universe Lord outfit. Big Sister Saber received the Thunder God outfit in a daze. Her emotions were surging, and she didn't know what to say. Of course, she knew how valuable such outfits were, even her teacher did not possess such an outfit. Chu Zhou, you've done too much for me. Big Sister Saber suddenly hugged Chu Zhou and whispered into his ear. Teacher, you're worth it. Chu Zhou chuckled. You supported me back then. Now, it's my turn to support you. Big Sister Saber did not say anything else. She only silently imprinted this friendship in the deepest part of her heart. After obtaining the Thunder God outfits, Big Sister Saber's cultivation content had one more item. It was to familiarize herself with using the Thunder God outfits. Maintaining the space-time array required Chu Zhou and Bai Bei's strength. The faster the time acceleration of the space-time array, the greater the consumption. Hence, Chu Zhou and Bai Bei couldn't maintain the operation of the space-time array forever. It could only last for a day at a time. After that, they would only do it again every 3 days. Even so, the efficiency was astonishing. 100,000 days had passed in the space-time array, which was equivalent to about 274 years 1 day in the outside world. Big Sister Saber cultivated diligently with all her might, regardless of whether the spatial array was activated or not, in order not to let Chu Zhou down. 1 month had passed in the blink of an eye. The space-time array had been activated a total of 8 times for 1 day each time. Big Sister Saber had spent 2,192 years cultivating in the space-time array. Big Sister Saber was originally a prodigy of the Thunder Clan. After 2,192 years of bitter cultivation, her strength had soared to an astonishing level. Chapter 1012, Comprehension 1. The Thundercloud Mountains in the Thunderclap Star. A heroic figure floated in the sky. She was wearing lightning-patterned armor. Lightning intertwined all over her body. 2 huge lightning wings extended from her back. She held a combat sword wrapped in lightning snakes in her hand. Above her head were rolling dark clouds where billions of bolts of purple lightning shot out at the bottom of the dark clouds. From afar, that figure looked like an ancient thunder god, emitting a terrifying aura. A handsome young man with an indifferent expression stood on the heroic figure. Not far from the handsome young man, was a very smart-looking snow-white little beast floating. The little white beast was watching the scene before it with great interest. Big Sister Saber, you can do it, the little white beast shouted. As soon as the little white beast finished speaking, Big Sister Saber, who was floating in the sky, immediately raised the Thunder God sword in her hand into the sky. Rumble slash! In an instant, the dark cloud vortex in the sky shook violently, shooting out billions of bolts of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning wrapped around the Thunder God sword. Lightning Judgment! Big Sister Saber's gaze was as sharp as a knife as she suddenly pressed the Thunder God sword in her hand in Chu Zhou's direction. In an instant, a 9-clawed lightning dragon that looked like an ancient mountain suddenly descended from the sky. The 9-clawed lightning dragon was lifelike. Its scales were bright, and its eyes were bright. It was like a true dragon that had descended to the world. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused countless pitch-black cracks to appear in the void. The 9-clawed lightning dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and extended a finger. Traces of chaotic chi lingered on his finger. It was vaguely interwoven into a slaughter sword diagram. With a light swipe of his finger, a strand of chaos sword chi the size of a hair tore through the sky and collided with one of the 9-clawed lightning dragon's dragon claws. One of the 9-clawed lightning dragon's claws was directly destroyed. However, the other 8 dragon claws of the 9-clawed lightning dragon also grabbed at Chu Zhou at lightning speed. The 9-clawed lightning dragon roared angrily and spat out a lightning waterfall that was formed by countless lightning bolts at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's expression did not change. His figure was like an ancient reef, and he did not move at all. His finger was like a sharp sword that kept slashing out. Wisps of hair-sized chaos sword chi slashed through the void, emitting terrifying killing intent. The other 8 dragon claws of the 9-clawed lightning dragon were also instantly destroyed. At the same time, the lightning waterfall was also destroyed. Then, Chu Zhou gently slashed at the 9-clawed lightning dragon's head and instantly cut off its head. The dragon corpse immediately dissipated into countless bolts of lightning. Swoosh! At that moment, Big Sister Saber suddenly turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Her gaze was sharp, and her sword was like lightning. The Thunder God sword slashed at Chu Zhou's throat. Ding! Chu Zhou easily blocked the blade of the Thunder God sword with his finger. Big Sister Saber stepped on lightning and circled around Chu Zhou's figure at high speed. At the same time, she kept waving the Thunder God sword in her hand. Every time he swung his sword, billions of bolts of purple lightning shot out. From afar, it was as if a huge ball of lightning had appeared on the ground. In the ball of lightning, Chu Zhou remained motionless. He calmly waved a finger, and wisps of peerless and sharp sword energy shot out. Moments later, the massive ball of lightning was penetrated by countless chaos sword beams. It was as if countless chaos beams pierced out. The ball of lightning exploded with a bang. As for Big Sister Saber, she was sent flying into the sky by a chaos sword beam. Even if he suppresses his strength to the World Overlord realm, is he still so powerful? In the sky, Big Sister Saber looked down at Chu Zhou's figure and exclaimed in her heart. In the space-time array, she had cultivated diligently for 2,192 years. She had already completely mastered the power of the Thunder God outfits and had a preliminary understanding of the divine runes of the word lightning. She had also cultivated the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage's ultimate technique, Thunder Judgment, to the 2nd level. It could be said that her strength had changed drastically compared to before she entered the space-time array to cultivate. Her current strength had not only reached the level of a pseudo-universe lord. He was still at the pseudo-universe lord level and had gone far. She had already come into contact with the Thunder Punishment Law. It could be said that very few world overlords, including those ancient world overlords who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, were her match. And yet, even so, she was still no match for Chu Zhou, who had only used one finger. This was under the circumstances that Chu Zhou had suppressed his strength to the world overlord level. How could she not be amazed by Chu Zhou's strength? The final blow. Big Sister Saber took a deep breath. A divine rune with the word lightning suddenly appeared on her forehead. In an instant, the countless lightning bolts circling under the thick dark clouds in the sky all boiled and surged into her body like tired birds returning to their nests. Her skin became transparent. One could vaguely see countless lightning bolts swimming at high speed in the blood in her body. Thunder Dance. Big Sister Saber's gaze focused as she instantly swooped down at Chu Zhou. The moment she dived down, she disappeared and turned into a ball of lightning snakes. The sound of billions of thunderclaps came from the ball of lightning. Terrifying lightning power erupted from it. Wherever the lightning passed, inch by inch, the void was annihilated into darkness. From afar, a ball of extremely fast lightning tore through the sky, plowing a dark void passageway in the void. The power of this attack is not bad. It's almost as powerful as a normal elementary grade Universe Lord's attack. Chapter 1013, Comprehension 2. Chu Zhou looked at the ball of lightning that was shooting at him at high speed and nodded in admiration. His figure was still like a mountain as he quickly drew a finger in the air. He drew a total of 24 times. Every time, a slaughter sword diagram appeared in the void. The 24 slaughter sword diagrams struck the ball of lightning. Countless electric currents were directly dispersed. Big Sister Saber's figure appeared again. She knelt on one knee and held the Thunder God sword that was stabbed into the ground with one hand, breathing heavily. As for the 24 slaughter sword diagrams, they floated beside her and surrounded her. I lost. Even if you suppress your strength to the World Overlord realm, I'm not your match at all. Big Sister Saber pulled out the Thunder God sword and stood up. Big Sister Saber, don't be discouraged. Boss is a pervert. Until now, I haven't seen anyone of the same level as him who is his match. Bai Bei flew over to comfort her. Chu Zhou also walked over. With a flick of his finger, the 24 slaughter sword diagrams surrounding Big Sister Saber immediately disappeared. Teacher, you are very outstanding. He smiled and said, other than a few who have deep foundations and are about to become universe lords, no one else among the world overlords is your match. Thank you for the 3 gifts. I was able to improve so quickly. Big Sister Saber smiled and felt relieved. Bai Bei was right. She couldn't compare to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was the #1 prodigy of humanity. Comparing herself to such a person would only be asking for trouble and making things difficult for himself. Not far away, on a blood-colored mountain peak, Lei Yun looked at Big Sister Saber's figure in shock. She had also seen the competition between Big Sister Saber and Chu Zhou. She didn't think much of Chu Zhou's strength. However, she was extremely shocked by the strength that Big Sister Saber had displayed. She knew her strength very well as Big Sister Saber's teacher. Big Sister Saber's original strength was roughly ranked 6th among the many prodigies of the Thunder Clan. It was comparable to some ancient world overlords who had accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. However, the strength that Big Sister Saber had unleashed just now was almost close to that of a normal elementary grade universe lord. She was at least 5 to 6 times stronger than she was a month ago. She could become 5 to 6 times stronger in a month? Lei Yun would never have believed it if she had not seen it with her own eyes. Lord Chu Zhou is indeed the #1 prodigy of our human race. He's too terrifying. Not only does his strength increase astonishingly, he can also help others quickly increase their strength. Lei Yun looked at Chu Zhou with reverence. Then, she thought of her disciple's relationship with Chu Zhou and could not help but get excited again. Lord Chu Zhou treats Lei Jie too well. If I'm not wrong, the word lightning that appeared on Lei Jie's forehead just now should be the ancient divine rune that appeared in the divine general's ancient city. Tisk tisk, ancient divine runes. Many universe nobility can't find anything good. Lord Chu Zhou actually gave an ancient divine rune to Lei Jie. Lei Yun couldn't help but narrow her eyes when she saw the Thunder God outfits on Big Sister Saber's body. For some reason, her heart ached. The advanced grade Universe Lord Thunder outfit on Lei Jie must have been given to him by Lord Chu Zhou. I probably can't afford such a Thunder outfit even if I spend all the wealth I've accumulated over the years. She, a dignified Universe Lord, didn't even have such a lightning attribute outfit while her disciple, a world overlord, had obtained them with ease. How could she not be jealous? Lei Yun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber after composing herself. Teacher. Big Sister Saber cupped her hands and bowed. Lei Jie, your improvement this month is very shocking. Lei Yun stared at Big Sister Saber and said happily, your original strength can probably be ranked 6th among our Thunder Clan's prodigies, now you can definitely be ranked 1st with your strength. Even Lei Yu from the first lineage is probably not your match. Big Sister Saber smiled calmly. She did not care much about her ranking among the elites of the Thunder Clan. The reason why she chose to participate in the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament was only to fight for the right to participate in the Lightning Trial. Only by participating in the Lightning Trials would she have a chance of entering the Thunder Punishment Great World. Only then would she have a chance of becoming stronger or even becoming a Universe Lord. This is the list of the top 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan. Lei Yun took out a name list and handed it to Big Sister Saber. Originally, I wanted you to be careful of the top 5 on the list. But you've become so much stronger. This list probably won't be of much use to you anymore. If you're interested, take a look. If you're not, it doesn't matter if you don't look. With that, Lei Yun left. Big Sister Saber took the name list and read it. Chu Zhou also went over to take a look. Lei Yu is the prodigy of the first lineage and the first seat of the first lineage. He is also the grandson of the Thunder Clan's patriarch, Lei Huang. The purity of the Thunder Clan's bloodline has reached 97%. He has been a pseudo-universe lord for 30 million years and is the most powerful contender for the champion of the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament. Lei He, the prodigy of the second lineage, the grandson of the great elder of the second lineage, Lei Mian. The purity of the Thunder Clan's bloodline is 93%. He has been a pseudo-universe lord for 26 million years. His strength is strong, and he can basically stabilize the top 3. Lei Yun, a prodigy of the fourth lineage. The purity of the Thunder Clan's bloodline is 92%. He has become a pseudo-universe lord for 27 million years and is proficient in many thunder technique profounds. He is powerful and is a strong favorite for the top 5. Chapter 1014, Comprehension. 3. Bai Bei also came over to take a look and read out the information on the list. Hehe, these so-called prodigies of the Thunder Clan are in trouble this time. If they meet Big Sister Saber, they will probably be taught a lesson. Bai Bei gloated. Big Sister Saber glanced at Bai Bei and said, there's always someone better. We can't let our guard down. Also, I'll only defeat them at most. I won't teach them a lesson. It's the same. Bai Bei chuckled. Big Sister Saber ignored it. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. He did not take it to heart that the prodigies of the Thunder Clan were on the list. Big Sister Saber's current strength was almost close to that of a Universe Lord with the enhancement of the Lightning Divine Rune and the Thunder God outfits. It would be a miracle if those paragons of the Thunder Clan could compare to Big Sister Saber. There were countless prodigies in the universe. However, it was extremely rare for a world overlord to have the strength close to a Universe Lord. If the Thunder Clan had such a prodigy, their name would have shaken the universe long ago. In fact, the paragons of the Thunder Clan were basically not famous among the humans. This meant that the prodigies of the Thunder Clan were basically ordinary prodigies. Their reputation was limited to the Thunder Star region and could not be spread to other cosmic nations or other galaxies. In other words, he had yet to break out of the circle. How could such a prodigy who had yet to break through the circle compare to the current Big Sister Saber? For the next month, Big Sister Saber continued to cultivate diligently. Of course, Big Sister Saber's strength had still increased in the past month. However, it was far inferior to the previous month. Big Sister Saber had obtained the Divine Rune with the word Lightning and the Thunder God outfit a month ago after all. It was normal for her strength to increase greatly. Not only was Big Sister Saber cultivating diligently, Chu Zhou also did not waste any time. Ever since he decided to walk the cultivation path of the 7 nomological laws chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and samsara, Chu Zhou had been getting Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation to collect all sorts of information and absolute arts related to the 2 nomological laws karma and fate. He had also spent a lot of money to buy a lot of information and ultimate techniques related to the 2 laws of karma and fate in the mirror universe. During the days of assisting Big Sister Saber in her cultivation, he had been constantly comprehending the information and ultimate techniques, trying to reach the beginner realm of the 2 laws of karma and fate. However, just like the space-time law, the karma law and the fate law were also taboo laws. The difficulty of comprehending these 2 laws was not any less than comprehending the space-time law. In the past 2 months, Chu Zhou had been meditating in the space-time array for about 5,824 years, but he still hadn't comprehended the law of karma and the law of fate. However, it was not a fruitless search. Even though he had not comprehended the laws of karma and destiny, he had vaguely comprehended a shocking absolute art that involved the chaos laws, yin-yang laws, space-time laws, and 5 elemental laws. He only had a rough idea of this absolute art and had yet to truly create it. However, his intuition told him that once this unique skill that involved the 4 great laws was created, its power would be extremely terrifying. Its power might very well surpass most of the ultimate techniques on him. Perhaps it could compare to the strongest attack technique on him, the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual. Give me some more time and I should be able to create this absolute art. Chu Zhou was filled with anticipation. On this day, the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament was about to begin. Lei Yun brought Big Sister Saber and Chu Zhou through the Thunder Clan's teleportation array and directly teleported to the Thunder Clan's ancestral star. Chapter 1015, Thunder Race Prodigy Tournament. This is the home world of the Thunder Race. Lei Yun walked out of the teleportation portal with Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, and Bai Bei. He stood on an extremely magnificent mountaintop square and said proudly, "Our ancestral planet of the Thunder Clan is guarded by our ancestor. Even universe overlords wouldn't dare to offend us." When Chu Zhou heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Information about the Thunder Clan's ancestor appeared in his mind. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was also an extremely famous overlord among the humans. Even though they did not belong to the 5 giant factions, they were still one of the core upper echelons of humanity. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan had a huge influence among the human god race. Even the 5 major factions would give the Thunder Clan's ancestors some face. Chu Zhou narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense. It fused with time and space and instantly spread to the entire Thunder Clan's ancestral star. The next moment, he sensed that the entire Thunder Clan's ancestral star was enveloped by endless purple threads, like a huge birdcage. However, ordinary people could not see or perceive those purple threads at all. If Chu Zhou had not grasped the space-time law, it would have been difficult for him to sense the existence of the purple threads. What are these purple threads? Chu Zhou thought in confusion. He sent out a wisp of divine sense and gently touched a purple thread. In the next moment, his gaze focused slightly, and he suddenly discovered that the purple thread had suddenly turned into countless miniature lightning snakes that followed his divine sense and spread towards his soul. Time and space reversal. He snorted coldly in his heart and used the space-time reversal profound. In an instant, the space-time law was pried open. The countless miniature lightning snakes that were spreading towards his soul immediately flowed back and returned to a purple thread. Chu Zhou retracted his divine sense, taking advantage of this opportunity. Those purple threads are actually condensed from wisps of thunder punishment law. Chu Zhou had already understood the secret of those purple threads. Without a doubt, these purple threads were set up by the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Indeed, none of the overlords are simple. This ancestor of the Thunder Clan is also a powerful figure. Thinking of this, Chu Zhou's attitude towards the Thunder Clan became much more cautious. At this moment, in the forbidden area of the Thunder Clan's ancestral star, a skinny purple-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, two boundless worlds of lightning appeared in his eyes. Space-time reversal? Space-time law? Looks like our Thunder Clan has an extraordinary esteemed guest. The purple-haired old man smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, as if he was talking to someone. Lei Yun, I heard that you rejected the Patriarch's suggestion. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Chu Zhou and the others turned around and saw two figures walking out of the teleportation portal. A burly, 5-meter-tall middle-aged man with the word "and" engraved on his face. There was also a young man with long hair that reached his waist. Lei Yun and Big Sister Saber could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was not an ordinary person. He was the master of the second lineage of the Thunder Clan, Lei Mian. Furthermore, he was a universe nobility. Lord Lei Mian. Lei Yun and Big Sister Saber bowed slightly to each other. Lei Mian lowered his head slightly and looked down at Lei Yun and Big Sister Saber indifferently. Lei Yun, you haven't answered my question. Lei Yun was shocked. She naturally understood what Lei Mian was asking. The master of the first lineage, who was also the leader of the Thunder Clan, had once suggested to her that if Big Sister Saber could marry her grandson, Lei Yu, the first lineage would send an expert to be Big Sister Saber's guardian. Later on, when Big Sister Saber disagreed, she rejected the Thunder Clan's patriarch. Lei Yun pondered for a moment and replied, Lord Lei Mian, our ninth lineage has been in decline for many years. Whether we can rise again in the future depends on Lei Ji. Therefore, we can't let her marry anyone outside of the clan. Big Sister Saber did not say anything. She remained silent, as if to express her agreement. Haha. Lei Mian smiled indifferently and shook his head. Lei Yun, you placed your hopes of the rise of the ninth lineage on Lei Ji. You don't want her to marry outside. I understand that. However, without a strong enough guardian, even if Lei Ji enters the top 2 of the competition with her own strength, she won't be able to get a spot in the top 10. If she can't get into the top 10, she won't have the chance to participate in the Thunder Trial. She won't be able to obtain the opportunity to quickly become a universe lord or even a universe nobility. In that case, when will Lei Ji still be able to rise to the top? You made the wrong choice. Even if Lei Ji marries an outsider and is no longer a member of the ninth lineage, as long as she can become a universe lord or even a universe nobility, will she not take care of the ninth lineage in the future? With that, he casually looked at Chu Zhou, who was beside Big Sister Saber. Then, he could not help but be stunned. He could not see Zhou's face clearly. Chu Zhou and Bai Bei on his shoulder seemed to be enveloped by a ball of distorted light. It was difficult for outsiders to see clearly. Lei Mian only glanced at Chu Zhou and didn't care anymore. He didn't try to see Zhou's true colors. He did not think that the person Lei Yun brought could be a big shot. He brought the young man and soared into the sky, flying towards a towering mountain not far away. Big Sister Saber, those two are so arrogant. Who are they? After the two of them disappeared, Bai Bei asked unhappily. Bai Bei, was a space-time law universe nobility, but it was actually ignored. Chapter 1016, Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament 2. Even though Chu Zhou had mobilized the power of space and time just now and distorted their figures, preventing outsiders from seeing them clearly, it was difficult for even Lei Mian and the other two to see them clearly. However, the feeling of being ignored still made it very unhappy. That middle-aged man is the master of the second division of the Thunder Clan, Lei Mian. He is also one of the two universe nobility of the Thunder Clan. As for that young man, his name is Lei He. He's a prodigy of the second lineage. Big Sister Saber reached out a hand and rubbed Bai Bei's head as she said calmly. Bai Bei felt a little comfortable being rubbed. She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Humph, what does that Lei Mian know? Big Sister Saber, there's nothing more reliable than having boss as your guardian." Bai Bei is right. Big Sister Saber looked at the indifferent Chu Zhou beside her and smiled lightly. She rubbed Bai Bei's head a little harder, making Bai Bei feel even more comfortable. At this moment, two more people walked over. A middle-aged woman in her 40s was dressed in crimson clothes. It was a sexy girl who looked about 18 years old and was dressed beautifully. When the middle-aged woman saw Lei Yun and the others, her eyes lit up and she quickly walked over. "Chief Lei Yun, long time no see." The middle-aged woman greeted Lei Yun with a smile, appearing extremely enthusiastic. "It has indeed been a long time, Chief Lei Hong." When Lei Yun saw the middle-aged woman, he spoke politely. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, she felt a little strange. The middle-aged woman in front of him was Lei Hong, the master of the 12th division of the Thunder Clan. However, even though she knew him, it was only limited to knowing him. The Thunder Clan was a very large race with a population of more than 2 billion. With such a large race, even if they were all from the same race, the relationship between many people was actually average. Only when they encountered a major event that would affect the entire Thunder Clan would everyone gather together to discuss countermeasures. Usually, they lived their own lives. Therefore, when Lei Yun saw that Lei Hong was suddenly so enthusiastic towards him, he felt a little baffled. Therefore, when Lei Yun saw that Lei Hong was suddenly so enthusiastic towards him, he felt a little baffled. Lei Hong suddenly looked at Big Sister Saber and said with a smile. "That's right." Lei Yun nodded slightly. "Lei Ji greets Lord Lei Hong." Big Sister Saber cupped her hands slightly and said politely. At this moment, Lei Hong pulled the beautiful girl behind her to her front and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is Heaven's favorite of the 12th lineage, Lei Jing." Lei Jing greets Lord Lei Yun. "Hello, Lei Ji." The beautiful girl named Lei Jing greeted Lei Yun and Lei Ji lightly. Lei Yun and Big Sister Saber looked at the beautiful girl in front of them and could not help but frown. The girl in front of them, Lei Jing, was too impolite. When she greeted them, even though she was smiling on the surface, there was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. This made them feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Lei Hong suddenly sighed and said, "Chief Lei Yun, our 12th lineage has not fallen for many years like your 9th lineage. The hope of your 9th lineage rising is Lei Ji, while the hope of our 12th lineage rising is Lei Jing. What a pity!" "What's a pity?" Lei Yun couldn't help but ask. "It's a pity that Jing'er won't be part of our 12th bloodline soon." Lei Hong smacked his lips and said with a melancholic expression. "What do you mean?" Lei Yun and Big Sister Saber looked at Lei Hong in confusion. Sigh, Lei Hong sighed heavily again, looking very depressed. "The prodigy of the first lineage, Lei Yu, is in love with Jing'er. I can't stop them for the sake of the 12th lineage. Jing'er will soon marry Lei Yu and become a member of the first bloodline. Fortunately, the master of the first lineage, who is also the patriarch, is quite kind. Not only did he send an advanced grade universe lord as Jing'er's guardian, but he also promised to support our 12th lineage greatly in the future. Jing'er is a prodigy of our 12th lineage. It's not a problem for her to enter the top 10. With an advanced grade universe lord as her guardian, she will definitely be able to get into the top 10. In that case, Jing'er will have a chance of obtaining opportunities in the Thunder Punishment Great World. She will definitely rise in the future. With the support of the first lineage, if Jing'er rises in the future, she can also take care of her family. Our 12th lineage should be much better." When Lei Yun and Big Sister Saber heard Lei Hong's words, more and more black lines appeared on their faces. They finally understood. The reason why Chief Lei Hong was suddenly so enthusiastic about them was because the 12th lineage had married the first lineage. Moreover, the 12th lineage had obtained the strong support of the first lineage. Now, he was showing off to them. Let's go. Before Lei Hong could finish speaking, Lei Yun's face darkened. He soared into the sky with Chu Zhou and the others and flew towards the huge mountain opposite. What kind of person is she? She left before he even finished listening to me. How rude! Lei Hong said unhappily as he watched Lei Yun and the others leave. Chief, I think they're jealous. Lei Jing said arrogantly, from now on, with the support of the first lineage, our 12th lineage will definitely rise again. We are no longer on the same level as the 9th lineage. We don't have to waste our energy on people from the 9th lineage. Jing you're right. Lei Hong nodded in agreement. The 9th lineage will soon be on a different level from our 12th lineage. There's indeed no need to waste time on the 9th lineage. In the sky. What kind of people are they? They gave the talents they nurtured to the first lineage for nothing. Don't they feel that it's a pity? They actually came to show off in front of me. Lei Yun said angrily. Teacher, don't worry. With me around, our 9th lineage will rise. Big Sister Saber said calmly. Lei Yun glanced at Big Sister Saber and then at Chu Zhou, who was beside her. She suddenly smiled. Exactly. With her relationship with Lord Chu Zhou, it would be hard for the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage not to rise. The first bloodline of the Thunder Clan was indeed powerful. However, how could it compare to Lord Chu Zhou? The Thunder Clan's prodigy tournament is on this heavenly Thunder Mountain. Lei Yun pointed at a huge mountain that pierced into the clouds not far away and said to Chu Zhou and the others. Hee, Big Sister Saber will definitely win the Thunder Clan's prodigy tournament this time. Bai Bei looked up at the huge mountain in front of her and chuckled. Big Sister Saber didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with confidence. Lei Yun's eyes lit up. If it were 2 months ago, she wouldn't have dared to dream that Big Sister Saber would win, but she was full of confidence in Big Sister Saber now. She had a feeling that the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage was about to rise. Let's go. Soon. Lei Yun brought Chu Zhou and the others to the venue of the Thunder Clan's prodigy tournament, the Heavenly Thunder Mountain. The Heavenly Thunder Mountain was more like the entrance to a world than a mountain. After Chu Zhou and the others flew into the Heavenly Thunder Mountain, they immediately entered a world covered in dark clouds and lightning. Chu Zhou and the others looked around and immediately realized that there was no land in this world. There were only countless circular stone platforms floating in midair. Each stone platform was about 2 meters in diameter. In the center of this world was an incomparably huge purple arena. The purple arena seemed to be made of some kind of purple divine metal. Surging electric currents flowed around the edge of the arena. Chu Zhou and the others even saw many figures here. The floating stone platforms near the purple arena were basically filled with people. Chu Zhou and the others even saw many figures here. The floating stone platforms near the purple arena were basically filled with people. For example, the elves, the long-handed race, the one-eyed race, the two-headed race, and so on. There were also many living beings of the god race. Clearly, there were many guests who came to watch the Thunder Clan's prodigy tournament today. Chu Zhou also discovered 6 universe nobility who were not from the Thunder Clan in the crowd. The Thunder Clan is indeed one of the 10 god races. An internal genius competition has actually attracted so many universe experts to watch. There are actually 6 universe nobility. Chu Zhou exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, Lei Yun said to Chu Zhou proudly, Lord Chu Zhou, every time our Thunder Clan holds a prodigy tournament, a large number of experts from the surrounding galaxies or cosmic nations will come to watch. Every time, there will be no less than 3 universe nobility. Chapter 1017, Big Sister Saber's Highlight. 1. The Heavenly Thunder Mountain. Boss, it's starting, Bai Bei shouted as it gnawed on a fragrant beast leg. Yup. Chu Zhou nodded and looked calmly at the huge floating arena. At this moment, there were already 3,000 Thunder Clan prodigies standing on the huge floating arena. Big Sister Saber was among them. A dignified golden-robed middle-aged man floated in the air above the arena. The golden-robed middle-aged man was surrounded by lightning. He was like an ancient lightning god, emitting a terrifying pressure and energy fluctuation. Lord Chu Zhou, he's our Thunder Clan's patriarch, Lei Huang. He's also personally hosting this competition. Lei Yun pointed at the ancient thunder god-like figure and said respectfully to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou stared at Lei Wang's figure and nodded calmly. He could tell at a glance that Lei Huang was an advanced grade universe nobility. At this moment, Lei Huang, who was floating above the arena, suddenly looked in Chu Zhou's direction. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Is he the esteemed guest that the ancestor mentioned? Lei Huang looked at Chu Zhou's figure solemnly. However, he realized that he could not see the true appearance of the boat. Even if he used the Thunder Clan's Thunder God's true eyes, he still couldn't see the boat clearly. This is an expert. Moreover, his strength might very well surpass mine. Lei Huang thought to himself and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Many universe nobility and universe lords present noticed Lei Wang's actions and immediately looked at Chu Zhou. Among them was Lei Mian, who did not take it to heart not long ago. Many universe nobility, universe lords, and Lei Huang realized that no matter how they looked, they could not see the boat clearly. It was the same even if they secretly activated the power of laws. Who is this person? I didn't expect such an expert to descend on the Thunder Clan today. This person's strength is probably at least an advanced grade universe nobility. Moreover, he's not an ordinary advanced grade universe nobility. Everyone was shocked. Lei Mian's expression changed slightly. Not long ago, he had thought that Chu Zhou was an insignificant person and did not care about him at all. Unexpectedly, the other party was at least an advanced grade universe nobility. Recalling what he had said to Lei Yun not long ago, he immediately felt awkward. Lei Yun. You're really capable. You actually invited such a great expert over. He muttered to himself. Even though I don't know who this person is, it seems that he has a good relationship with the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage. This is a good thing for our Thunder Clan. Lei Huang thought to himself and retracted his gaze. He looked down at the many geniuses in the arena below and said. The rules of our Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament this time are the same as before. All of you will be randomly assigned to a sub-arena. 2 people will be assigned to each sub-arena. After defeating your opponent, you will advance to the next round of challenges. Until the final winner is the champion. Of course, if there are lucky opponents who have a bye, they will directly advance to the next round. With that, he pointed down at the circular arena below with his right hand. In an instant, the entire circular arena instantly split into a total of 1,500 arenas of the same size. There were 2 prodigies of the Thunder Clan standing in each arena. Moreover, interweaving electric currents rose from the edge of each arena. Countless electric currents interweaved to form a light barrier that enveloped the arena. The competition begins. Lei Wang's voice resounded through the void. Chu Zhou, Bai Bei, and Lei Yun immediately found the arena where Big Sister Saber was. Lei Ji, the prodigy of the 9th lineage, I've heard of him. A young man from the Thunder Clan holding a heavy hammer stood in front of Big Sister Saber with a sharp gaze. I'm Lei Lin from the 6th lineage. I will definitely defeat you. The young man from the Thunder Clan, named Lei Lin, roared loudly and suddenly leaped up. He raised his heavy hammer and smashed it heavily at Big Sister Saber. The heavy hammer in his hand instantly shot out countless thick electric currents, looking astonishing. However, Big Sister Saber only waved her hand indifferently, and a thunderstorm swept out. With a bang, the young man from the Thunder Clan named Thunder Kailan and his mace were sent flying by the lightning tide. He spat out blood and fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. This, how could she be so strong? Lei Lin looked at Big Sister Saber's figure in shock and disbelief. He could not believe that he had been defeated by the other party just like that. The next moment, his figure was teleported out of the arena. Big Sister Saber defeated the young man from the Thunder Clan named Thunder Kailan with a wave of her hand and did not attract much attention. This was because such a scene happened from time to time in the competition. There was also a difference in strength between prodigies. In fact, the difference might be very, very big. Therefore, many of the Thunder Clan's prodigies were instantly killed by their opponents. About a day later, the first round of the competition ended. Out of the 3,000 Thunder Clan prodigies, there were still 1,500 left. In this round of competition, only the weakest prodigies of the Thunder Clan were eliminated. It did not cause much of a stir. The second round of the competition begins. With Lei Wang's shout, the 1,500 arenas instantly fused into 750. The two prodigies of the Thunder Clan in the same arena quickly began to kill each other. In the second round of the competition, Big Sister Saber's opponent was a young girl from the Thunder Clan. He was also easily dealt with by her in one move. The third round. The fourth round. The ninth round. Time passed day by day. Chapter 1018, Big Sister Saber's Highlight. 2. Soon, the competition reached the ninth round. After the ninth round, there were only 12 prodigies left in the Thunder Clan. In the first 9 rounds of the competition, Big Sister Saber had swept through her opponents all the way. Furthermore, she had only used one move each time and her performance was extremely brilliant. In terms of performance, there were only 2 people who could compare to Big Sister Saber. At this point, Big Sister Saber's performance had already attracted a lot of attention. This woman is called Lei Ji, right? I didn't expect that there would be someone among the prodigies of the Thunder Clan who could compare to Lei Yu and Lei Yun. I didn't expect such a talent to appear in the 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan, which has been in decline for many years. Many guests looked at Big Sister Saber in shock. Before they came to watch the Thunder Clan's prodigy tournament, they had investigated and understood the prodigies of the Thunder Clan. According to their investigations, the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the Thunder Clan were Lei Yu from the first line of the Thunder Clan and Lei He from the second line of the Thunder Clan. Be it Lei Yu or Lei He, their backgrounds were not simple. Lei Yu was the grandson of the Thunder Clan's patriarch, Lei Huang, and Lei He was also the nephew of the Thunder Clan's second peak master, Lei Mian. Lei Huang and Lei Mian were the only 2 universe nobility in the Thunder Clan. It was normal for Lei Yu and Lei He to become the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the Thunder Clan. What about Lei Ji, Big Sister Saber? She was just a prodigy of the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage who had declined for many years. She might be also quite famous but she could not compare to Lei Yu and Lei He at all. However, Big Sister Saber's current performance was not inferior to Lei Yu and Lei He at all. This surprised and shocked everyone. Even the masters of the Thunder Clan, other than Lei Yun, were shocked. That was because according to their understanding, Big Sister Saber's strength was barely ranked 6th among the many prodigies of the Thunder Clan. However, the strength that Big Sister Saber had displayed just now was not inferior to Lei Yu and Lei He at all. It's only been 2 months and Lei Ji's strength has increased so much. Is it because of him? Lei Huang looked at Chu Zhou in shock. It was difficult for him to calm down. If his guess was true, then the figure in his line of sight was too terrifying. In the arena, standing in front of Big Sister Saber was a familiar face, Lei Jing. Of course, Lei Jing had also seen the terrifying strength that Big Sister Saber had displayed in the first 8 rounds of the competition. She knew how terrifying Big Sister Saber was. When he saw Big Sister Saber opposite him, his face turned ashen. Her luck was too bad. She was just 1 round away from entering the top 6, but she had to meet Big Sister Saber in this round. There were 12 people in this round, and 6 losers would be born. Of the 6 losers, 4 were selected into the top 10 based on performance. In other words, 2 more people would be completely eliminated. This was a risk to Lei Jing and it was something she did not want to see. If she was completely eliminated, then the guardians sent to her by the first bloodline would be meaningless. She was also not qualified to head to the Thunder Punishment Great World to participate in the Thunder Trial. This was unacceptable to her. I don't think I'm her match, but I have to perform as well as possible so that I won't be completely eliminated and be chosen to enter the top 10. Lei Jing took a deep breath and said to Big Sister Saber amiably. Lei Ji, I didn't expect that we would meet in the 9th round. Let's get to know each other. Please. Lei Jing wanted to ask Big Sister Saber to show mercy and give her more chances to perform. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, a mountain-like bolt of lightning struck her body, causing her to vomit blood and fall to the ground. What do you want to say? You can say it now. Big Sister Saber said calmly. Lei Jing looked at Big Sister Saber with an ashen face. Without saying anything, she was finally teleported out. Ha ha ha, that Lei Jing looked down on Big Sister Saber not long ago. Yet she wants Big Sister Saber to show mercy now. What is she thinking? Bai Bei couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw Lei Jing being sent flying by Big Sister Saber's thunderbolt. Teacher hasn't changed after so many years. Chu Zhou smiled. In his memory, Big Sister Saber had never been a person who swallowed her anger and compromised. Instead, she was a fierce and decisive person. Not long ago, Lei Jing had been rude to Big Sister Saber and had even been arrogant. She even wanted Big Sister Saber to show mercy. This was simply a dream. 6th place. Lei Ji has entered 6th place. She's definitely in the top 10. Lei Yun clenched her fists and said excitedly. Even though she had long known that with Big Sister Saber's current strength, it was very normal for her to win the championship, let alone enter the top 6, she couldn't help but feel excited seeing Big Sister Saber enter the top 6 with her own eyes. Their 9th lineage had declined for too many years. It had been many years since a talent like Big Sister Saber had appeared. Not long after, the other 5 battles also ended. Including Big Sister Saber, there were only 6 prodigies left in the Thunder Clan. Soon, the 6 arenas quickly merged into 3 arenas. The 6 of them were divided into 3 groups. This time, Big Sister Saber's opponent was a young man from the Thunder Clan with a hedgehog head. This hedgehog-headed Thunder Clan youth's aura was many times stronger than all the opponents Big Sister Saber had encountered before. Balls of lightning the size of basketballs revolved around his body, and the surrounding space cracked with pitch-black cracks. Lei Ji, you should have heard of my name. The hedgehog-headed young man from the Thunder Clan stared coldly at Big Sister Saber and said coldly. Big Sister Saber nodded indifferently. I've heard of you. You're a Lei Bao from the 3rd lineage. Very good. Since you have heard of my name, you should know that my strength is only slightly weaker than Lei Yu and Lei He. This is the end of your competition. After saying that, he suddenly clasped his hands together. In an instant, thunderballs that were filled with terrifying energy fluctuations blasted towards Big Sister Saber. Boom! 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 When the thunderballs approached Big Sister Saber, they all exploded with a bang. Endless lightning current shot out and drowned the entire arena. It could be seen with the naked eye that the space in the arena had been blasted into pieces by the lightning balls. Is this the thunderstorm that's second only to Lei Yu and Lei He in strength in the Thunder Clan? It's indeed powerful. It's considered not bad even among all the world overlord realm prodigies of the human race. That's right. Lei Bao's strength is comparable to some ancient world overlords who have accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. When everyone saw the scene in the arena, their expressions changed slightly. Lei Yu and Lei He, the twin stars of the Thunder Clan, were also paying attention to the battle between Lei Bao and Big Sister Saber. They were very clear about Lei Bao's strength. Even though he was slightly weaker than them, it was still not bad. If Big Sister Saber could defeat Lei Bao, she would really be qualified to be their opponent. At this moment, everyone was stunned. In the arena that was drowned by countless lightning bolts, Big Sister Saber walked unhurriedly towards the thunderstorm. All the lightning and thunderballs that approached her automatically drilled into her body and were absorbed by her. It could not harm her at all. You. Lei Bao looked at Big Sister Saber, who was walking towards him step by step, in a daze. He was completely stunned and forgot that he was fighting. My competition still has to continue. And this is the end of your competition. Big Sister Saber said indifferently as she slapped Lei Bao's chest. With a bang, Lei Bao crashed into the stage's lightning barrier like a cannonball. Then, he slid down like mud and fainted. Big Sister Saber said indifferently as she slapped Lei Bao's chest. With a bang, Lei Bao crashed into the stage's lightning barrier like a cannonball. Then, he slid down like mud and fainted. Lei Yu quickly finished off his opponent with one move. Then, he looked at Big Sister Saber's figure in shock. Such an ability shouldn't appear on a world overlord. Lei He quickly defeated his opponent and looked at Big Sister Saber solemnly. In addition to Lei Yu and Lei He, Lei Huang, Lei Mian, and many other masters of the Thunder Clan also looked at Big Sister Saber in shock. A world overlord could actually absorb the lightning controlled by the other Thunder Clan world overlords so easily. How did he do it? They couldn't do it back when they were world overlords. It seems that Big Sister Saber has used the word lightning well. Chu Zhou stretched and yawned. There are still 3 rounds of competition. It's almost over. Chapter 1019, Crushing Force. 1. The 10th round of the competition ended in the blink of an eye. Only Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu, and Lei He amongst the geniuses of the Thunder Clan were left. Lei Ji is in the top 3. Lei Yun muttered excitedly. Chu Zhou and Bai Bei were very calm. In their opinion, with Big Sister Saber's current strength, it would be a surprise if she could not win the championship. I didn't expect a dark horse in the Thunder Clan's Prodigy tournament this year. I just don't know if she can hold out until the end. I thought that the final winner of this competition would either be Lei Yu or Lei He. However, Lei Ji suddenly appeared. Can Lei Ji defeat Lei Yu and Lei He? I'm really looking forward to it. Things seem to have become interesting. This is more exciting. Be it the guests or the people from the Thunder Clan, they were suddenly filled with anticipation for Big Sister Saber's next performance. Unexpected events and unexpected people were always more interesting and exciting. When Lei Yu and Lei He heard the conversation between the guests and their clansmen, their expressions turned ugly. There were actually so many people looking forward to Big Sister Saber defeating them. They looked at Big Sister Saber almost at the same time. Their gazes were surprisingly identical, as sharp as knives. The 11th round of the competition begins. The Thunder Clan Patriarch Lei Huang announced indifferently. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the arena where Big Sister Saber was merged with the arena where Lei He was. No doubt about it, this round of competition was Big Sister Saber versus Lei He. Lei Yu automatically advanced to the next round. Lei Mian, the master of the second lineage of the Thunder Clan, could not help but feel slightly nervous when he saw Lei He and Big Sister Saber from his lineage standing in the same arena. After many years of training, Xia He's strength has already reached the level of a pseudo-universe lord. He's not bad even when compared to all the world overlord prodigies of our human race, so he shouldn't lose to Lei Ji. Lei Mian thought to himself. Lei Ji, let me see how strong you are. Lei Yu looked at Big Sister Saber and suddenly shouted at Lei He. Lei He, haven't you always wanted to compete with me? If you fall in this round, you won't have a chance. Lei He glanced at Lei Yu indifferently and sneered. Lei Yu, your provocation is too low level. However, even if you didn't use provocation, I wouldn't have lost this round. His gaze suddenly locked onto Big Sister Saber. Lei Ji, your ability is beyond my expectations. But, this is the end for you. With that, his figure suddenly sank and lowered slightly. With a loud bang, a series of dense thunderclaps sounded from his body. In the next moment, his long hair stood on end, and countless purple lightning snakes darted out of his body. Soon, 9 mighty lightning rivers appeared around him. There was also a lightning halberd floating in the middle of the 9 thunder rivers. Lei He soared into the sky and flew into the middle of the 9 thunder rivers. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the lightning halberd. Boom! A ring-shaped energy wave suddenly spread out from his body the moment he held the thunder battle halberd. A terrifying aura emanated from Lei He's body. It was as if an ancient lightning god had descended. The 9 thunder rivers. This is the ultimate technique of the second lineage of the Thunder Clan, 9 thunder rivers. 9 thunder rivers is one of the top 3 martial arts in the Thunder Clan. It's said that countless years ago, the Zerg race had an all-out war with us humans. Our Thunder Clan's ancestor charged into the depths of the Zerg race's territory and used the 9 thunder rivers. He summoned the 9 thunder rivers that were dozens of light years long and forcefully destroyed a star domain of the Zerg race. The difficulty of cultivating the 9 thunder rivers is very high. The fact that Lei He was able to successfully cultivate the 9 thunder rivers means that he has already successfully cultivated the first level of this ultimate technique. Many living beings of the Thunder Clan looked at the 9 thunder rivers surrounding the Thunder River and immediately recognized that the Thunder River was using the ultimate technique, 9 thunder rivers. When the foreign guests saw this scene, their expressions turned solemn. They had also heard of the power of the absolute art, 9 thunder river. Don't just focus on the absolute art that Lei He used. Don't you think that the halberd in Lei He's hand is very familiar? Someone suddenly reminded. Many people heard this and immediately looked at the halberd in Lei He's hand. This halberd is indeed very familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. There's no need to guess. This halberd is Lord Lei Mian's weapon from back then, the thunder-devouring battle halberd. Right. I remember now, it's the lightning-devouring battle halberd. I never expected that Lord Lei Mian would actually give the lightning-devouring battle halberd to Lei He. Many people were extremely shocked when they recognized the origin of the halberd in Lei He's hand. The thunder-devouring battle halberd was the exclusive weapon of the Thunder Clan's second lineage master, the Thunder Crown. It accompanied Thunder Crown as he fought. Countless living beings had died under the thunder-devouring battle halberd. The thunder-devouring battle halberd was also a famous ferocious weapon in the Thunderstar region. Countless enemies of the Thunder clan had their expressions change when they heard the thunder-devouring battle halberd. Generally speaking, very few people would give exclusive weapons like the thunder-devouring battle halberd to others. He would continuously smelt the materials and engrave the universe engravings and arrays instead, allowing them to grow with him. Chapter 1020, Crushing Force 2. Therefore, everyone in the Thunder clan was puzzled and shocked by the fact that the Lei Mian had given the thunder-devouring battle halberd to the Thunder River. Zia he summoned the 9 Thunder Rivers and the thunder-devouring battle halberd so quickly. Lei Mian looked at Lei He's figure from afar and muttered to himself. This is good too. Let's get rid of Lei Ge quickly and leave more power to deal with Lei Yu. In his opinion, if the Thunder River hadn't summoned the 9 Thunder Rivers in time and the thunder-devouring battle halberd, Big Sister Saber might have had a chance of winning. Lei He was ready. Then, Big Sister Saber would only suffer a crushing defeat. Did they really think that the Thunder clan's second lineage's ultimate technique, the Thunder 9 Rivers, and his exclusive weapon, the thunder-devouring battle halberd, were a joke? Looks like Lei Ge is going to lose. That's right. Facing Lei Ge, who used the Thunder 9 Rivers and held the advanced grade Universe Lord weapons, the thunder-devouring battle halberd. No matter how black the dark horse Lei Ge is, she will probably be eliminated. Many people changed their expectations of Big Sister Saber when they saw the scene before them. Humph, a bunch of ignorant people. Lei Yun was extremely displeased when she heard the discussions of some people. 9 Thunder Rivers is powerful, but our 9th lineage's Thunder Judgment isn't bad either. So what if Lei He has the thunder-devouring battle halberd? Our Lei Ge also has the Thunder God outfits. She muttered angrily. Right, right. When Bai Bei heard Lei Yun's muttering, she hurriedly nodded in agreement. How can the thunder-devouring battle halberd compare to the Thunder God outfit that boss gave Big Sister Saber? Lei Ge, admit defeat. The Thunder River stood in the middle of the 9 Thunder Rivers. It raised the thunder-devouring battle halberd in its right hand and looked down at Big Sister Saber. I admit that your strength is not bad. But the current you is still not my match. Is that so? Big Sister Saber raised her head and glanced at Lei He. Her gaze swept across the thunder-devouring battle halberd in Lei He's hand. Since you've already used your weapons, I should also use my own weapons. In the next moment, a suit of armor surrounded by lightning appeared on her body. She also had a lightning-patterned longsword on her. 2 huge lightning wings extended from her body. Her aura instantly surged with the Thunder God outfit on her body. It kept rising and rising. This is an advanced grade Universe Lord level Thunder Stats outfit. In an instant, countless people present looked at the Thunder God outfit on Big Sister Saber in shock. Especially those Universe Lords, all of them felt their hearts ache. They knew very well how expensive such a Thunder outfit was. Most of them could not afford this set of outfit even if they emptied their entire fortune. Even those Universe nobility were slightly surprised when they saw Big Sister Saber's Thunder outfit. Not only was such a Thunder outfit expensive, it was also extremely rare. Even if one had money, they might not be able to buy it. Big Sister Saber was just a world overlord. How did she get this Thunder outfit? Lei Yun. Don't tell me she used all the resources of the Thunder clan's 9th lineage in order to get this outfit for Lei Ge. If that's the case, the price is too high. Moreover, once she uses her resources, the Thunder clan's resources for the development of the 9th lineage in the future will be greatly insufficient. Is it worth it? At this moment, many people looked at Lei Yun, the master of the 9th lineage of the Thunder clan. Many of them believed that the Thunder God outfit on Big Sister Saber was obtained by Lei Yun. The 9th lineage of the Thunder clan had been in decline for many years. Be it wealth or resources, they were not abundant. If the Thunder God outfit was obtained by Lei Yun, then Lei Yun must have used the foundation of the 9th lineage. In the eyes of many, this was a lack of consideration. The foundation of each lineage of the Thunder clan was the foundation to ensure the stable development of each lineage. Once they diverted their resources, it would definitely affect the development of everyone in the lineage. The price and risk were too great. Sensing the gazes from all directions, Lei Yun sneered in his heart. She knew what these people were thinking. These people probably never expected that the Thunder God outfit on her disciple was not obtained by her, but given to her by Lord Chu Zhou. In the middle of the 9 Thunder River's expression immediately upheaval when he saw the Thunder God outfit appear on Big Sister Saber's body. As a world overlord, it was already quite rare for him to have advanced-grade Universe Lord weapons like the thunder-devouring battle halberd. However, he never expected Big Sister Saber to be even more exaggerated than him. She actually had a full set of advanced-grade Universe Lord Thunder stats outfit. In this way, his advantage in terms of weapons instantly turned into a disadvantage. Lei Ji, you've really exceeded my expectations again. Lei He gritted his teeth and stared at Big Sister Saber. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. However, a strong weapon doesn't necessarily mean that one is strong. A person has to rely on himself in the end. As he spoke, he waved the thunder-devouring battle halberd and swooped down. The 9 lightning rivers surrounding him immediately boiled. Countless sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, awls, and other weapons condensed from the power of lightning shot out from the 9 thunder rivers and bombarded Big Sister Saber. At this moment, a mighty rain of weapons fell from the lightning. Many prodigies of the Thunder clan who had been eliminated felt their scalps tingle when they saw this scene. They could clearly sense the terrifying power contained in the lightning weapons. If they were the ones facing Lei He at this moment, there would only be one outcome: they would be instantly killed. However, Big Sister Saber did not dodge. She allowed the lightning weapons to hit her, but they could not injure her at all. All the lightning weapons were blocked by the Thunder God battle armor. Suddenly, Big Sister Saber moved. Fast as the wind and as fast as thunder. Her entire body suddenly turned into a ball of lightning that danced like a lightning snake. She seemed to have become one with the sword and instantly rushed in front of Lei He. Boom! Lei He was ruthlessly struck by Big Sister Saber's sword. With a loud bang, he spat out blood and flew back. The 9 thunder rivers around him also dissipated. After the sword strike, Big Sister Saber's figure caught up to the flying lightning river like a bolt of lightning. She raised her right foot and stomped down hard. She stepped on Lei He's body and fell rapidly, slamming into the arena. Whoosh! Lei He spat out blood again. Then, his head tilted and he fainted. Silence! Silence! At this moment, everyone seemed to be petrified as they stared blankly at Big Sister Saber, who was stepping on Lei He. Lei He, one of the twin stars of the Thunder clan, was defeated just like that? Many people found it hard to accept this fact. The master of the second lineage of the Thunder clan, Lei Mian, was also stunned. He originally thought that once Lei He used the Thunder 9 rivers and the thunder-devouring battle halberd, he would win easily. However, the relaxed person was Big Sister Saber. Xia He actually lost. And he lost so miserably. Lei Mian clenched his fists and thought indignantly. However, he quickly understood. Big Sister Saber was a member of the Lei clan no matter what. The Thunder clan had produced a great talent. This was a good thing for the Thunder clan, not a bad thing. Humph, Lei Ji, this girl, she did well. I misjudged her. Lei Mian muttered and gradually loosened his clenched fists. Hee, Big Sister Saber is indeed domineering. She trampled that Lei He under her feet. That's the only way to feel good. Bai Bei shouted, looking super happy. There's still one last match. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. At this moment, the audience gradually came back to their senses. Strong, too strong. I changed my opinion just now. This Lei Ji is definitely going to be black until the end. Many people were in an uproar as they looked at Big Sister Saber with anticipation. Lei Ji. On the other arena, Lei Yu stared at Big Sister Saber's figure with a solemn gaze. He had never expected Big Sister Saber to be so strong. Even Lei He, who was as famous as him, was easily defeated by Big Sister Saber. At this moment, Big Sister Saber suddenly looked at Lei Yu with a knife-like gaze. She extended a finger and beckoned to Lei Yu. Lei Yu raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. Provoking me? Interesting. It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling. He was suddenly filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Chapter 1021, Champion 1. The last round of the competition begins now. With Lei Wang's announcement, Big Sister Saber's arena and Lei Yu's arena officially became one. The two of them stood facing each other. Lei Yu stared at Big Sister Saber and smiled faintly. I didn't expect that after the decline of the 9th lineage for so many years, I could actually get you an advanced grade Universe Lord Thunder outfit. However, I'm sorry, I also have an advanced grade Universe Lord Thunder outfit. Lei Yu's body was soon covered by a set of golden armor. Streaks of golden electricity wrapped around the armor. There was also a cloak engraved with countless lightning patterns that fluttered in the wind. In addition, a golden saber wrapped in lightning appeared in his hand. I didn't expect Lei Yu to also have an advanced grade Universe Lord Thunder outfit. That's normal for Lei Yu. He's the grandson of the Lei clan leader after all. With the Lei clan leader's strength and status, it's not difficult for him to get an advanced grade Universe Lord Thunder stat outfit for Lei Yu. I'm so envious of them. A mere world overlord can have an advanced grade Universe Lord outfit. It's a pity that I've been a venerable for more than 60 million years, but I can't have an advanced grade Universe Lord outfit. Many Universe Lords looked at Big Sister Saber and Lei Yu with envy. When Big Sister Saber saw that Lei Yu had also displayed an advanced grade Universe Lord outfit, her expression was very calm. An advanced grade Universe Lord outfit was only a small part of her strength. It didn't matter if this advantage was offset. Kill. Almost instantly, Big Sister Saber and Lei Yu turned into two lightning-like afterimages and charged towards each other. Boom! The lightning sword and the golden lightning blade clashed. Amidst the roar, dense purple and golden lightning exploded, shattering the void inch by inch. Boom 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 boom. Big Sister Saber and Lei Yu had already fought tens of thousands of times in a flash. Their figures could be seen everywhere in the arena. Suddenly, Lei Yu let out a long roar. The golden lightning on his body suddenly turned into blood-colored lightning. Streaks of blood-colored lightning bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking exceptionally ferocious and crazy. This is the ultimate technique of the first lineage of the Thunder Clan, the Blood Thunder Transformation. When many people saw the blood-colored lightning appearing on Lei Yu's body, their gazes instantly froze. Blood Thunder Transformation is ranked first among the ultimate techniques of the 18 lineages of the Thunder Clan. It's a famous offensive secret technique in the universe. A universe nobility said solemnly. In the distance, Chu Zhou looked at the blood-colored lightning on Lei Yu's body with a strange expression. He had also heard of the Thunder Clan's blood lightning transformation and knew how powerful and domineering this unique skill was. Among the overlord-level techniques in the universe, the blood lightning transformation was considered top-notch. However, even if Lei Yu cultivated the blood lightning transformation, Chu Zhou was not worried about Big Sister Saber. The difference in strength between Lei Yu and Big Sister Saber was too great. It was not something that the blood lightning transformation could make up for. In the arena, at this moment, Lei Yu's entire body was wrapped in blood-colored lightning. He was like a peerless demon god who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His aura was monstrous. Boom! Lei Yu fixed his gaze on Big Sister Saber and swung his saber. Blood-colored lightning poured down like a waterfall. A spatial rift was directly slashed open in the void. The dense blood lightning surged towards Big Sister Saber like a tidal wave. Big Sister Saber snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. She charged towards the surging blood lightning and brandished the Thunder God sword in her hand. Every sword strike was like a shocking thunderbolt. Thunder rumbled endlessly. The surging blood lightning was forcefully split open by the Thunder God sword. Big Sister Saber and Lei Yu quickly clashed again. The Thunder God sword and the Golden Thunder blade clashed crazily. Purple lightning and blood lightning shot out and exploded, and the void collapsed layer by layer. Is this the blood lightning transformation? It's indeed powerful. Big Sister Saber could clearly feel that the same amount of blood lightning was clearly more powerful and domineering than the purple lightning she had activated. She had no choice but to activate more purple lightning to resist the blood lightning's attack and backlash. Lei Ji, the championship is mine. Lei Yu roared and slashed wildly with his saber. Saber chi was like a mountain and the saber aura was like a tide. Mountain-sized blood lightning saber chi slashed down from the sky, making one's scalp tingle. Big Sister Saber's expression was very calm in the face of Lei Yu's crazy attacks. Her heart was as clear as a mirror, and her gaze was as still as water. The ancient divine word lightning suddenly appeared on her forehead. This is an ancient divine rune. In an instant, many universe nobility and universe lords present looked at the word lightning that appeared on Big Sister Saber's forehead in shock. Even the Thunder Clan's patriarch, Lei Huang, the Thunder Clan's second lineage's chief, Thunder Crown, and many of the Thunder Clan's chiefs and higher-ups could not remain calm. They naturally knew the power and preciousness of the ancient divine runes. He also knew how difficult it was to obtain an ancient divine rune. None of the universe nobility present, including Lei Huang and Thunder Crown, had the chance to obtain the ancient divine rune. Now, Big Sister Saber, a world overlord, actually had an ancient divine rune with the word lightning. How could they not be shocked? A world overlord actually has an ancient divine rune? Even though it looks incomplete, it's still an ancient divine rune. It's too wasteful to give such an ancient divine rune to a world overlord. Many universe nobility and universe lords present revealed a trace of heat and greed in their eyes. Even the universe lords of the Thunder Clan were no exception. Lei Ji actually has an ancient divine rune with the word lightning. Chapter 1022, Champion 2. The master of the second lineage of the Thunder Clan, Lei Mian, looked at the ancient divine rune on Big Sister Saber's forehead with a burning gaze and muttered to himself. This ancient divine rune with the word lightning is too suitable for our Thunder Clan. If I can obtain this ancient divine rune, my strength will definitely increase explosively. Lei Huang, the Thunder Clan patriarch, was taken aback as well. Lei Ji has never left the Thunder Clan ever since she joined us. Therefore, this ancient divine rune must not have been obtained by her. As for Lei Yun, the master of the ninth lineage, she doesn't have the ability to obtain an ancient divine rune. From the looks of it, this ancient divine rune was probably given to Lei Ji by that person. Lei Huang thought to himself and instantly looked at Chu Zhou. He still could not see Chu Zhou's face clearly, but he increasingly felt that Chu Zhou was unfathomable. Lord Chu Zhou. Lei Ji exposed the divine rune with the word lightning. Will it attract the covetous eyes of other experts? Lei Yun noticed that many experts present were looking at Big Sister Saber with burning greed in their eyes. She could not help but worry. I'll chop up whoever who does. Chu Zhou said calmly, don't worry. Your Thunder Clan is one of the 10 god races after all. Even if some people are tempted, they probably don't want to offend your Thunder Clan for an incomplete ancient divine rune. Furthermore, I believe that the Thunder Clan leader will know what to do. The Thunder Clan's patriarch said loudly to everyone as soon as Chu Zhou finished speaking. Ha ha ha, looks like Lei Ji of the Lei clan is quite lucky. She actually obtained an ancient divine rune with the word lightning. It might be incomplete but its power can't be underestimated. I guess all the guests are curious about the divine rune of the word lightning. However, I hope that everyone will stop being curious and not do anything that will make our Thunder Clan unhappy. Our Thunder Clan's ancestor has been watching. The patriarch of the Thunder Clan, Lei Wang's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke and his gaze paused especially on those universe nobility and universe lord guests for a few seconds. As Lei Huang finished speaking, a vast and endless pressure seeped down from the depths of the void. In an instant, everyone present felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They felt a terrifying pressure even at the soul level. Everyone immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They immediately understood that this was a warning from the overlord-level ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Instantly, all the guests who had thoughts about the divine rune with the word lightning gave up on the idea. Lei Mian and the other experts of the Thunder Clan did not dare to have any thoughts about the divine rune of the word lightning. No one at the scene dared to ignore a warning from an overlord. Otherwise, not to mention obtaining the divine rune with the word lightning, even if they obtained the complete divine rune of the legends, they would only die. That's great. The ancestor has taken action to warn everyone. This way, no one will dare to have any ideas about the divine rune with the word lightning. Sensing the terrifying pressure, Lei Yun immediately understood the deeper meaning and heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou looked at the Thunder Clan's forbidden area with a deep gaze. In a daze, he seemed to be looking at a great existence. In the arena, Lei Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw the word lightning on Big Sister Saber's forehead. So you actually mastered the divine rune of the word lightning. No wonder you could easily devour the lightning triggered by the backlash just now. At this moment, Lei Yu's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Even his grandfather, Lei Huang, did not have the chance to obtain the ancient divine rune. In particular, Big Sister Saber had mastered the divine rune with the word lightning. This was undoubtedly one of the most suitable ancient divine runes for the Thunder Clan. Big Sister Saber's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Her figure moved and suddenly charged towards Lei Yu like a bolt of lightning. Her figure was as fast as lightning, and the Thunder God sword in her hand was also as fast as lightning. Streaks of purple lightning sword flashed, and all the blood lightning saber chi that slashed down at her were instantly shattered. Suddenly, she appeared above Lei Yu like a ghost and raised the Thunder God sword in her hand. Surging purple lightning immediately surged out of her body and spread to the Thunder God sword. Bolts of lightning that looked like ancient mountains surged out from the depths of the void and wrapped around the Thunder God sword. The blood lightning that had been shattered by the Thunder God sword earlier also returned to its nest and gathered into a blood lightning wave that wrapped around the Thunder God sword. Then, she slashed at Lei Yu fiercely. Boom! In an instant, a huge sword shadow wrapped in countless lightning bolts that seemed to be able to pierce through the nine nether appeared between the heavens and the earth. Lei Yu looked at the huge sword shadow that was charging towards him like a heavenly pillar and his face could not help but turn pale. He had a strong premonition that he could not block this sword. He immediately activated the defense function of the armor on his body and placed the golden lightning battle saber in front of him. Boom! The huge sword shadow landed on the golden lightning battle saber in front of Lei Yu's chest. It pressed down on Lei Yu's figure and quickly smashed through the arena. Then, it slammed fiercely into the barrier of the arena. Splat! Lei Yu spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the huge sword shadow in front of his chest, he could not help but smile bitterly. He had lost, and he had lost miserably. Furthermore, he sensed that Big Sister Saber had shown mercy. Chapter 1023, Champion 3. Otherwise, this sword could have directly pierced through his body and sent him to death. I've lost. He raised his hand and admitted defeat. When Big Sister Saber saw this, the huge sword shadow that blocked Lei Yu's body instantly disappeared with her thought. Many people present were immersed in Big Sister Saber's sword strike. The universe nobility and supremacies were surprised to discover that Big Sister Saber's attack had reached the universe lord level. This was unbelievable, they had all been there before and naturally understood the difference between a world overlord and a universe lord. A world overlord's attack power had actually reached the universe lord level. This was definitely not an ordinary genius. Instead, he was a genius like King Beikang and Chu Zhou who could shake the entire human race. Could our Thunder Clan also give birth to a genius whose name shakes the entire human race? Too exciting. Lei Ji's talent is definitely not inferior to the top 2 geniuses on the human genius kill list. Tisk tisk, if our Thunder Clan also gives birth to someone like Lord Chu Zhou, then our Thunder Clan will probably become the #1 god race in the future. Many members of the Lightning Clan were extremely excited. The guests looked at Big Sister Saber's figure in shock. A genius whose name shook the Thunder Star region was actually nothing. They were only geniuses in a small area after all. Humans had plenty of such geniuses. However, a genius whose name shook the entire human race was completely different. As long as such a genius did not fall in the future, there was a high chance that he would become a pillar of humanity in the future. Such a genius was the most precious asset of humanity and the Thunder Clan. At this moment, Lei Huang, Lei Mian, and the other 2 universe nobility of the Thunder Clan, as well as many masters of the Thunder Clan, quickly communicated through voice transmission. The result of the exchange was that no matter what, he had to protect Big Sister Saber and let her grow up smoothly. It could be said that the moment Big Sister Saber displayed the attack power of a universe lord, her value in the upper echelons of the Thunder Clan was completely different. It was not difficult for the Thunder Clan to nurture geniuses like Lei Yu and Lei He as long as they were willing to invest resources. However, a genius like Big Sister Saber was not just a matter of resources. At the very least, it was difficult for the Thunder Clan to rely on resources to nurture her. Lei Huang and Lei Mian, the universe nobility of the Thunder Clan, were also very excited at this moment. Others might not know, but they knew their own business. Their talents were only average among the human universe nobility. The reason why they were able to advance to universe nobility was because the Thunder Clan had invested more than 10 times the resources needed for ordinary universe nobility. Most importantly, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan had paid a huge price to let them successfully advance to the universe nobility realm. Their potential reached their limits after they advanced to universe nobility. Therefore, Even though they were universe nobility and looked very impressive on the surface, they knew very well that universe nobility who took shortcuts like them were actually basically at the bottom among universe nobility of the same level. Be it strength or potential, they were the weakest among universe nobility of the same level. It was precisely because of this that although they were also the upper echelons of the human race, the human holy temple and the 5 giants actually did not think much of them. The reason why the human holy temple and the 5 giants valued the Thunder Clan was purely to give face to the Thunder Clan's ancestor. This was also a thorn in their hearts. It also made them feel a sense of urgency. It was ironic that the Thunder Clan, one of the 2 great god races, actually felt like they had no successor. Therefore, they desperately hoped that a true genius would step forward and inherit the glory of the Thunder Clan. Big Sister Saber was undoubtedly such a genius. I hereby announce the end of the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament. The rankings of the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament this time are: First place, Lei Ji. Second place, Lei Yu. Third place, Lei He. 10th place, Lei Man. The above-mentioned 10 people will be given the chance to head to the Thunder Punishment Great World and participate in the Thunder Trial. Lei Huang announced the names of the top 10 in the competition in a loud voice. Most of the prodigies of the Thunder Clan who had entered the list were excited. Those who were eliminated were in a bad mood. Lei Jing was included among those who were in a bad mood. After Lei Jing made it into the top 12, she was instantly killed by Big Sister Saber. She did not even have a chance to showcase herself. It was normal for her to be eliminated. At that moment, Lei Jing realized that her name was not on the list of the top 10. She almost vomited blood. However, she didn't dare to take revenge on Big Sister Saber. Not to mention that she was no match for Big Sister Saber. Even a blind person could tell how much the higher-ups of the Thunder Clan valued Big Sister Saber. If she dared to make a move or plot against Big Sister Saber, the upper echelons of the Thunder Clan would probably be ruthless to her. Hence, she could only hold it in. The competition is over. Looks like I'll have to make a move soon. Chu Zhou muttered to himself with a calm expression. To him, it was not difficult at all to verify the Guardian's strength. Chapter 1024, Identity Verification. 1. After the competition ended, Big Sister Saber returned to Chu Zhou and the others. Big Sister Saber, I knew you would definitely win the championship. How can those bastards from the Thunder Clan be your match? Bai Bei chuckled. Glib-tongued. Big Sister Saber smiled faintly and rubbed Bai Bei's furry head. Lei Ji, you actually won the championship. Looks like the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage is finally going to rise. Lei Yun held Big Sister Saber's hand and said excitedly. The 9th lineage of the Thunder Clan had been in decline for more than 300 million years. Now, the 9th lineage only relied on her, an elementary grade universe lord, to hold the fort. What if an accident happened to her one day? The Thunder Clan's 9th lineage would become a complete joke without the support of a universe lord. They would decline and even be banned by the Thunder Clan. Now that Big Sister Saber had won the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament, she finally saw hope for the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage to rise again. Teacher, don't worry. I will lead the rise of the 9th lineage. Big Sister Saber knew her teacher's obsession very well and said gently. All right, all right, all right. When Lei Yun heard Big Sister Saber's promise, she was so excited that she could not control herself. Ahem. Lei Huang of the Thunder Clan coughed lightly and drew all his attention back to himself. Then, he said loudly. The list of the top 10 is out. However, according to the rules of our competition, we still have to carry out the last segment. Only then can the list of the top 10 be truly confirmed. As everyone knows, the Thunder Trial is extremely dangerous. If any prodigy doesn't have a sufficiently powerful guardian, they will only be tempting fate if they participate in the trial. Therefore, we have to verify the identity and strength of the guardians of the top 10 prodigies. If any prodigy's guardian is too weak, I'm sorry, but I can only give the opportunity to other prodigies. At this point, Lei Huang paused for a moment before continuing. Now, let's invite the guardians of the top 10 geniuses to come to me to verify their identities and strength. The eyes of the Thunder Clan prodigies who had been eliminated and were close to the top 10 lit up. If some of the top 10 prodigies' guardians were not strong enough, then they might have a chance to replace them. This kind of thing had happened before. Many prodigies of the Thunder Clan who had been eliminated looked at Big Sister Saber. As far as they knew, there were no other experts in the ninth lineage other than Lei Yun. Lei Yun was only an elementary grade universe lord. According to past experiences, it was obviously not enough for an elementary grade universe lord to be the guardian. In that case, even though Big Sister Saber won the championship in the competition, she might be eliminated because the guardian was not strong enough. Hehe, it looks like these Thunder Clan brats haven't given up. It's very likely that they're still thinking that you've been eliminated because you don't have a powerful guardian, Big Sister Saber. However, they're dreaming. Bai Bei sensed the gazes of the Thunder Clan prodigies and smiled coldly. Big Sister Saber gently rubbed Bai Bei's head with one hand and smiled faintly, not taking it to heart at all. I'm going. As Chu Zhou spoke, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lei Huang. Almost at the same time, the guardians of the other 9 geniuses also arrived. Chu Zhou glanced at the 9 guardians indifferently and realized that 7 of them were intermediate grade universe lords, and the other 2 were advanced grade universe lords. The 9 guardians were all universe lords of the Thunder Clan. Lei Huang understood their situation very well. Therefore, the 9 guardians passed with just a simple glance. Only Chu Zhou was unknown to Lei Huang. Recalling the ancestor's voice transmission to him not long ago, Lei Huang could not help but look at Chu Zhou seriously. Friend, I need to know your true identity in order to prevent outsiders from infiltrating among the guardians. Lei Huang said politely. The other 9 guardians also looked at Chu Zhou with burning eyes. They also felt that Chu Zhou was mysterious and unfathomable. They also wanted to know who Chu Zhou was. It's not convenient for me to reveal my identity. Otherwise, it will bring big trouble. Chu Zhou said calmly, however, you're right. If foreign races infiltrate the Guardians, it will be extremely dangerous for your Thunder Clan. How about this? I can let you alone know my identity. Everyone else is unnecessary. Sure. Hearing Chu Zhou's words, the Thunder Clan's patriarch immediately nodded heavily. He looked at Chu Zhou with even more curiosity. Which big shot among the humans was this? He was actually unwilling to reveal his identity in the human territory. With a thought from Chu Zhou, the surrounding space-time instantly distorted. There was only him and the Thunder Clan patriarch in this distorted space-time. The other 9 guardians were isolated outside. At this moment, the Thunder Clan's patriarch finally saw Chu Zhou's true face. However, after seeing the true appearance of the boat, the patriarch was dumbfounded on the spot. He had never dreamed that Chu Zhou, a figure who was in the limelight among all the humans and even the myriad races in the universe, would actually come to their Thunder Clan. Furthermore, he had become the guardian of a prodigy of the Thunder Clan. This was too unexpected. Chu Zhou. It's actually you. The patriarch was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. I finally understand why the ancestors said that our Thunder Clan has a distinguished guest. Indeed, if it's you, you're indeed a distinguished guest. When Chu Zhou heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, looks like your Thunder Clan's ancestor has already noticed me. When Lei Huang saw Chu Zhou's reaction, he was afraid that Chu Zhou would misunderstand and hurriedly explained. The ancestor doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. He just accidentally sensed your arrival and reminded me. Chu Zhou waved his hand and said calmly, it's fine. Chu Zhou, may I ask how you became Lei Ji's guardian? The patriarch asked. He was too curious about this question. Who is Chu Zhou? Not only was he the youngest universe nobility in the human race, he could even be said to be the youngest universe nobility in the universe. Furthermore, he was a senior executive of the Mirror Universe Corporation. His teacher was even the new overlord, King Bei Kang. Such strength and background meant that Chu Zhou had a bright future ahead of him. The chances of him becoming an overlord in the future were extremely high. Such a person was actually willing to be the guardian of the Thunder Clan's world overlord. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of a suitable reason. Chu Zhou didn't hide anything and said calmly, Lei Ji was my first teacher. In the past, she protected me. Now, I'm protecting her. Is there anything wrong with that? What? Lei Ji was actually Chu Zhou's first teacher? When the Thunder Clan leader heard this news, he was almost petrified. This was too unbelievable. Lei Ji was still a world overlord, but she had actually taught the youngest universe nobility in the history of the universe? The patriarch wanted to hammer himself to see if he was dreaming. He stared straight into Chu Zhou's eyes. After seeing Chu Zhou's serious gaze, he confirmed that Chu Zhou was not joking. Moreover, with Chu Zhou's status and strength, why would he make such a joke? It was confirmed that Lei Jie was really Chu Zhou's teacher. At this moment, the patriarch was ecstatic. This is what it means to have something fall into your lap. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Chu Zhou was very likely to become a top figure among humans in the future. With Lei Jie and Chu Zhou's relationship, the Thunder Clan could be considered to be related to Chu Zhou. This would bring unimaginable benefits to both Lei Jie and the Thunder Clan. Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong. Chu Zhou, you respect your master. This is worth learning from by all the humans in the universe. The Thunder Clan leader laughed excitedly. Then, you should know the reason why I hid my identity. My identity is rather sensitive. If those alien races know that I'm going to the Thunder Punishment Great World as Big Sister Saber's guardian, it's very likely that something unexpected will happen. Chu Zhou smiled and said. Indeed, the Thunder Clan patriarch nodded his head in agreement. Now, there were too many foreign races in the universe who wanted to kill Chu Zhou. If they knew that Chu Zhou had left the human territory, those foreign race factions might have arranged an assassination for him. It would add a lot of trouble. As long as you understand. Chu Zhou casually waved his hand, causing the distorted space and time around him to return to normal. Of course, the space-time around him was still distorted, making it impossible for outsiders to see his face clearly. I've already verified the identity and strength of this esteemed guest. He has the ability to be Lei Jie's guardian. The patriarch said to the many higher-ups of the Thunder Clan. Many of the higher-ups of the Thunder Clan vaguely realized that the patriarch seemed to respect Chu Zhou. This made them secretly suspect that Chu Zhou might very well be in existence with an astonishing background among the humans. After verifying his identity, Chu Zhou prepared to return. At this moment, the patriarch's ears twitched slightly, and his face was filled with shock. Esteemed guest, wait. Our ancestor wants to see you. The Thunder Clan's patriarch hurriedly reached out to stop Chu Zhou. Everyone present was stunned hearing the Thunder Clan patriarch's words. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was an overlord whose name shook the universe. He was also the stabilizing force of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan's ancestor would probably be too lazy to care even if an universe nobility came and wanted to meet the Thunder Clan's ancestor. In fact, this had indeed happened several times. There were a few times when universe nobility descended on the Thunder Clan and wanted to visit and consult the Thunder Clan's ancestor, but they were all rejected. But now, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan took the initiative to see Chu Zhou. How could everyone not be shocked? Who is he? This person's background must be extraordinary. Otherwise, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan wouldn't have taken the initiative to meet him. Everyone was even more curious about Chu Zhou's true identity. When Chu Zhou heard the Thunder Clan's patriarch's words, his body paused slightly. He pondered for a moment and said, "Then lead the way." At this moment, he thought of the countless purple threads that covered the entire Thunder Clan's ancestral star. He was also very curious about the Thunder Clan's ancestor who had set up countless purple threads. Esteemed guests, please follow me. When the Thunder Clan's patriarch heard that Chu Zhou did not refuse, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the exit of the mystic realm. Chu Zhou chased after her. Chapter 1025, Meeting the Ancestor of the Thunder Clan. This is the forbidden land of the Thunder Clan Thunder Swamp. The Thunder Clan patriarch pointed at a swamp in front of him and said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked ahead and saw a vast swamp. In the sky above the swamp, dark clouds covered the sky and the sun, rolling like black waves. Countless purple lightning bolts kept striking down from the dark clouds. What moved Chu Zhou was that every bolt of lightning here was shockingly powerful. If a world overlord dared to barge in, he would probably be instantly charred. The ancestor is living in seclusion in the lightning swamp. I'll bring you to see him. The Thunder Clan's patriarch flew into the lightning lake with Chu Zhou. Instantly, the lightning bolts that fell from the sky seemed to have a consciousness and automatically avoided them, striking down beside them. Normally, even a patriarch like me is not allowed to enter the Thunder Swamp without the ancestor's summons. The Thunder Clan leader said to Chu Zhou as he flew. It seemed to indicate that the ancestor of the Thunder Clan valued Chu Zhou very much. It seemed to indicate that the ancestor of the Thunder clan valued Chu Zhou very much. Chu Zhou smiled and said calmly, "If it were any other universe nobility, they might feel lucky or even excited to receive an overlord. However, Chu Zhou's own strength might not be weaker than some beginner-grade overlords. His teacher was also the newly promoted overlord, King Bei King. Furthermore, with his current status and strength, it was very easy for him to meet any overlord of the Mirror Universe Company. Therefore, he did not feel that there was anything special about being received by the ancestor of the Thunder clan. When the Thunder clan's patriarch saw that Chu Zhou still looked indifferent after hearing his hint, he was originally a little angry. He felt that Chu Zhou did not respect their Thunder clan's ancestor enough. However, after considering Chu Zhou's identity and background, he understood why Chu Zhou's reaction was so calm. Exactly. Chu Zhou's identity and background were too shocking. Meeting the overlord might be a very ordinary thing for Chu Zhou. It was normal for Chu Zhou to react so calmly. Suddenly, the Thunder clan patriarch was a little envious of Chu Zhou. All along, he had thought that as the patriarch of the 10 great clans, he had the backing of an overlord of the Thunder clan, the ancestor. His identity and background were already very shocking. But he realized that his status and background were far inferior to someone like Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou ignored what the Thunder clan's patriarch was thinking. After entering the lightning lake, he released a portion of his divine sense. He also fused this portion of his divine sense with space-time. Then, he silently observed the thunder swamp. Soon, he realized that there were countless purple threads hanging down from the lightning lake. Moreover, the purple threads here were even denser than the other areas. He had another discovery. Other than the purple threads, there was another kind of thread. However, the color of this thread was very faint, almost transparent. If not for the fusion of his spiritual force and the space-time law, he would not have been able to discover the existence of this line. There were also very, very few of these almost transparent threads. There were only a few dozen of them. If he had been a little careless, he would have easily overlooked it. However, these dozens of almost transparent and easily overlooked lines gave him a strange feeling. He vaguely felt that this line was extremely mysterious. And it was very important to him. I know those purple lines are the lines of the Thunder Punishment Law. But what are those dozens of almost transparent lines? Chu Zhou was filled with curiosity. His body was flying beside the Thunder clan patriarch, but his attention was focused on the dozens of nearly transparent lines. Gradually, he discovered a characteristic. The dozens of nearly transparent threads were connected to the countless Thunder Punishment Law threads and the countless lightning bolts in the sky. He noticed that a certain transparent line was suddenly placed on a line of the Thunder Punishment Law. The next moment, the line of the Thunder Punishment Law shook violently. A large amount of lightning in the sky instantly struck the place where the transparent line and the Thunder Punishment Law line touched. The reason why not a single bolt of lightning struck down in the direction that he and the Thunder clan patriarch were heading towards was also related to those transparent threads. There was a transparent line that kept twisting above their heads like a water snake, colliding directly with the Thunder Punishment Laws that fell from the sky. Then, all the lightning in front of them automatically avoided them. These nearly transparent threads are interesting. It's like a commander who can control the lightning to strike anywhere, or not anywhere. Chu Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, he had an impulse. He wanted to use his divine sense to touch those nearly transparent threads and test their situation. Forget it. After all, this is the territory of the Thunder clan's ancestor. The Thunder Punishment Law threads here, as well as those nearly transparent threads, should have been arranged by him. As a guest, it's not appropriate to casually probe the host's house. With this thought in mind, he suppressed the urge in his heart. With this thought in mind, he suppressed the urge in his heart. Chu Zhou looked down at the valley and realized that it was actually a very ordinary valley. There was nothing special about it. It's here. The Thunder clan patriarch landed in the valley with Chu Zhou. Chapter 1026, Meeting the Ancestor of the Thunder Clan, 2. Chu Zhou swept his gaze and saw a purple-haired elder sitting cross-legged in the middle of the valley. The purple-haired elder was skinny, but there seemed to be 2 universes of lightning floating in his eyes. Endless lightning kept flashing in them. Without a doubt, this purple-haired elder was the ancestor of the Thunder clan. Ancestor. The Thunder clan leader bowed to the purple-haired elder. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan nodded slightly and said indifferently, "You can leave first." The Thunder Clan leader did not say anything. He rose into the air and flew out of the Thunder Swamp. At this moment, the Thunder Clan's ancestor smiled at Chu Zhou and said, "Chu Zhou, I've heard of you for a long time. Even I, an old man who has lived in seclusion for many years, often hear some old friends mention you online. Those old friends think highly of you and say that you're the future of humanity. Senior, you must be joking." When Chu Zhou heard that, he hurriedly said, "My reputation is all praised by others. Compared to overlords like you, I'm just a small universe nobility. I'm nothing." "Hehe, you're too humble." The ancestor of the Thunder Clan smiled faintly and stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes. "Those old friends of mine are all sharp-eyed. They definitely won't misjudge anyone. Just like how they looked at your teacher, King Beikang, back then. Even though your teacher, King Beikang, has been silent for more than 300 million years, didn't he still advance to become an overlord in the end? Furthermore, he's not an ordinary overlord and his strength far exceeds his peers. From the looks of it, your achievements won't be inferior to your teachers in the future. In fact, you might even surpass him. Senior, you flatter me." Chu Zhou smiled faintly and did not continue the topic. He respected his teacher, King Beikang. He didn't want others to compare him to his teacher. "Senior, why did you suddenly summon me? Do you have something to say to me?" Chu Zhou took the initiative to ask. "I just wanted to see you, the number one prodigy of our human race." The ancestor of the Thunder Clan smiled and said. "But you seem to be very interested in the causal lightning net I set up, old bones. Why? Do you want to know about the Karma Lightning Web?" "The Karma Lightning Web?" Chu Zhou's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. At this moment, he vaguely understood what those nearly transparent threads were. That should be the line of the law of karma. No wonder those nearly transparent threads could affect the thunder punishment law threads and the landing location of the lightning. His cultivation path was composed of the 7 laws: chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, destiny, and samsara. He had grasped the 5 laws: chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, and samsara. He was only lacking the laws of karma and destiny that he had yet to comprehend. All these years, he had been trying to comprehend the laws of karma and destiny. For this reason, he even got the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation to help him collect a lot of information regarding karma and fate. However, these 2 laws were taboo laws. The difficulty of comprehending them was not inferior to the space-time law at all. Even though he had worked hard over the years, he still had no clue. Now that he heard the words Karma Lightning Web, he immediately saw an opportunity to comprehend the law of karma. "Senior, I'm indeed very interested in the Karma Lightning Web." Chu Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried his best to say in a calm tone, "To be precise, I'm interested in the law of karma." "Interested in the law of karma?" The Thunder Clan frowned and looked at Chu Zhou in surprise. "Chu Zhou, according to my understanding, you have already cultivated the 5 laws of chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, and samsara, right?" "Yes, I've cultivated all 5 laws," said Chu Zhou with a nod. Space-time, 5 elements, reincarnation, and the other 3 laws had been exposed while he was in Universe Ocean. The laws of chaos and yin and yang were also exposed when he advanced to the intermediate grade universe nobility in the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Therefore, there were many people who knew that he cultivated 5 laws. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes. After a moment, he said in a low voice. "Chu Zhou, even though you're talented, you can even be said to be the most talented cultivator in the history of humankind. But as an experienced person, I still have to remind you. A person's energy is limited. To be able to comprehend a law to perfection is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's extremely rare. If you are too distracted, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to achieve great achievements in the future. In history, there were too many geniuses who ended up doing nothing because they were too distracted. I wish you wouldn't be like that." "I understand what you mean." Chu Zhou straightened his body and said calmly. "I have my own cultivation plan. I'm not greedy for more. It's just that the laws I choose to comprehend are all part of my plan. I won't waste my energy and time comprehending laws outside of my plan." The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was stunned. He looked at Chu Zhou suspiciously and kept making guesses. What kind of cultivation plan was this? It was so abnormal that he actually had to cultivate 5 laws at the same time? That's not right. 5 was not enough, he still had to cultivate the 6th. However, after hearing Chu Zhou's words, the Thunder Clan's ancestor did not continue to persuade him. After living for a long time, he naturally understood the principle of stopping when necessary. Everyone had their own thoughts and plans. Chapter 1027, Meeting the Ancestor of the Thunder Clan. 3. It was best not to interfere too much, otherwise, he might offend someone. Since you're interested in the law of karma, I can let you study my karma lightning web. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan smiled and the topic became relaxed again. That's great. Chu Zhou's expression was solemn as he bowed to the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, senior. You don't have to be so polite. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan waved his hand and looked at Chu Zhou with a complicated expression. I don't know if this will harm you or help you. As long as you don't blame me in the future. Chu Zhou could tell that the ancestor of the Thunder Clan still did not agree with him cultivating many laws at the same time. He smiled faintly. Senior, you've already given me a favor by showing me the karma lightning web. No matter what the outcome is, I won't blame you in the future. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan also smiled and said. I can show you the karma lightning web, but I have to tell you something. What is it? Chu Zhou asked. The karma law threads in my karma lightning web are actually not true karma law threads. I can only say that I used a portion of the karma power to condense them. In fact, I haven't comprehended the law of karma myself. Chu Zhou was stunned. He did not expect the truth to be like this. At this moment, he also vaguely understood why the lines of causality above the thunder swamp were almost transparent and why there were so few of them. If the ancestor of the Thunder Clan had really grasped the law of karma, in that case, the number of karma threads in the Thunder Swamp should not be less than the Thunder Punishment Law. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan continued. However, even though my karmic law threads aren't real, I know where there are true karmic law threads. Where? Chu Zhou's eyes lit up as he asked impatiently. It was really unexpected. Originally, when he heard the ancestor of the Thunder Clan say that the karma nomological thread he condensed was not the true karma nomological thread, he was disappointed. He did not expect the other party to give him a surprise so quickly. The Thunder Clan's ancestor slowly said, Thunder Punishment Great World. Thunder Punishment Great World. Chu Zhou was slightly taken aback. Isn't the Thunder Punishment Great World, the place where the Thunder Trial is held? The ancestor of the Thunder Clan said, that's right, it's there. The Thunder Punishment Great World was left behind by a terrifying expert from the primordial era, the Thunder Ancestor. That Thunder Ancestor was extremely powerful. At the same time, he grasped the Thunder Punishment Law and the Karma Law. The Thunder Punishment Great World he left behind was filled with the Thunder Punishment Law and the Karma Law threads. Furthermore, the power of the combination of these two laws was terrifying. The Karma Lightning Web in the Thunder Punishment Great World is truly terrifying. My Karma Lightning Web is an imitation of the Karma Lightning Web in the Thunder Punishment Great World. However, I didn't grasp the karmic laws. I could only use a portion of the karmic powers that I intercepted from the Thunder Punishment Great World back then to forcefully simulate the Karma Lightning Web in the Thunder Punishment Great World. I condensed dozens of fake karmic laws and constructed a Karma Lightning Web replica in the Thunder Swamp. Chu Zhou wished he could immediately head to the Thunder Punishment Great World and enter it to study the laws of karma after hearing the Thunder Clan's ancestors' words. Chapter 1028, Karma Thread. 1. The Thunder Swamp. A month later. The law of karma is indeed one of the forbidden laws. It's not that easy to comprehend. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the void and looked down at his palm. At this moment, there was an almost transparent thread in his palm. The thread was about 10 centimeters long. In his perception, this short thread was actually extremely complicated. It was formed by billions of microscopic runes. This was the result of his month of research on the Karma Lightning Web in the Thunder Swamp. Thunderbolt. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds above his head. With a thought, the small thread in his palm instantly became thousands of meters long, and one end was placed on the lightning that struck down. On the other side, on a desolate mountain not far away, Instantly, the direction of the bolt of lightning that struck down suddenly changed greatly. It did not follow the original trajectory and struck down. Instead, it suddenly changed its trajectory and struck the desolate mountain. Boom! In an instant, the desolate mountain turned into dust. As the saying goes, karma has its cause and effect. If there's a cause, there must be a cause. Changing the cause can change the outcome. Similarly, changing the outcome can also change the cause. He stared at the desolate mountain that had turned into powder and fell into deep thought. Just now, he had used the karma thread he had condensed to connect with the bolt of lightning that struck down and instantly changed the outcome. This caused the direction of the lightning to suddenly deviate greatly, blasting onto the desolate mountain and instantly blasting it into powder. Unfortunately, the karma thread in my hand is not a real karma thread, but a simulation of the karma thread of the Thunder Clan's ancestor. As for the karma threads condensed by the Thunder Clan's ancestor, they are similarly not real karma threads. Instead, they use the karmic powers obtained from the Thunder Punishment Great World to imitate the karma threads in the Thunder Punishment Great World. The karma thread I've condensed now can only be a fake among fakes. It's still far from the real karma thread. Its profundity and power are probably not even 1/10,000th of the real karma thread. From the looks of it, I have to make a trip to the Thunder Punishment Great World. Chu Zhou stood up and appeared on the island in the center of the Thunder Swamp. Senior, thank you for helping me this month. Chu Zhou walked up to the Thunder Clan's ancestor and bowed slightly. The Karma Lightning Web could be said to be the ultimate skill of the Thunder Clan's ancestor. Under normal circumstances, such a unique skill was top secret. It was impossible for others to study and learn it so casually. Regardless of the intentions of the Thunder Clan's ancestor, he should be grateful that the other party allowed him to study and learn the Karma Lightning Web. Chu Zhou. Previously, I heard from many old friends that you have extremely great potential. There's a high chance that you'll become our pillar in the future. I still have some doubts about this. The Thunder Clan's ancestor stared into Chu Zhou's eyes seriously. He recalled the scene of Chu Zhou controlling the karma thread and could not help but sigh deeply. Now, I'm sure that you'll definitely be the pillar of humanity in the future. Senior, you flatter me. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and said calmly, I've already finished studying your Karma Lightning Web. I've been in the Thunder Swamp for a month. I think my teacher is getting impatient. Therefore, I'm prepared to bid farewell to Senior. Go. The Thunder Clan's ancestor nodded slightly and chuckled. It's almost time for the Thunder Clan's Great World to open. You should indeed be prepared to head to the Thunder Clan's Great World. In that case, Senior, I'll take my leave. With that, Chu Zhou flew out of the Thunder Swamp. The Thunder Clan's ancestor had been watching Chu Zhou's figure. Only after Chu Zhou's figure disappeared did he suddenly exclaim. I didn't expect such a monstrous person to exist in this world. He actually used only a month to successfully simulate my karma thread and condense his own karma thread. Back then, when he wanted to simulate the karma threads in the Thunder Punishment Great World, he had tried for 100,000 years but failed. Finally, he had to steal some karmic powers from the Thunder Punishment Great World to barely simulate it and condense his karma thread. Where was Chu Zhou? In just a month, he used his karma thread to condense his own karma thread. Even though the karma thread condensed by Chu Zhou was an imitation, the quality was extremely poor, and there were many imperfections. This level of comprehension and talent had moved the Thunder Clan's ancestor. Chu Zhou quickly met Big Sister Saber and the others in the square where the interstellar teleportation gate of the Thunder Clan's ancestral star was located. The ancestor didn't make things difficult for you, right? Big Sister Saber asked with concern as soon as Chu Zhou returned. Nope. Chu Zhou smiled. Not only did he not make things difficult for me, he was very nice to me and even allowed me to comprehend one of their ultimate techniques. I benefited a lot from it. The ancestor actually allowed you to comprehend one of his ultimate techniques. Lei Yun cut in with a shocked look on her face. The ancestor was too good to an outsider like Chu Zhou. What ultimate technique? Big Sister Saber asked. I'm not at liberty to disclose without the ancestor's permission. Chu Zhou replied. However, I can let you know that it is a technique that is related to two laws. It is pretty powerful. Chapter 1029, Karma Thread. 2. Big Sister Saber was sensible and did not ask further. Lei Yun looked at Chu Zhou enviously. As one of the 18 masters of the Lei clan, she did not even have the chance to learn and study the ancestors' ultimate technique. However, an outsider like Chu Zhou had learned it. She would be lying if she didn't have any designs on it. However, she also understood that her strength was worlds apart from Chu Zhou's. Chu Zhou had the ability to learn and study the ancestors' ultimate technique, but she might not be able to do it. Even if the ancestor taught her his ultimate technique, she might not be able to learn it. She felt much more balanced at the thought of this. Boss, boss! Bai Bei jumped onto Chu Zhou's shoulder from Big Sister Saber's shoulder and said. Yesterday, the Thunder Clan's patriarch sent someone to inform Big Sister Saber that they would gather here in half a month's time and head to the Thunder Punishment Great World together. He wanted us to make preparations in advance. Chu Zhou looked at Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber nodded and said, Patriarch sent someone to inform me. He also said that the Thunder Punishment Great World is very dangerous. He told me to prepare some restoration and healing medicines or treasures. In that case, let's go back first. We'll come back here in half a month. Chu Zhou and the others soon returned to the base camp of the Thunder Clan's 9th lineage, the Thunderclap Star. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. They once again arrived at the square of the Thunder Clan's ancestral star. When they arrived, Lei Yu, Lei He, Lei Lei, and the other 9 prodigies of the Thunder Clan were already in the square. Each of them had a guardian by their side. What surprised Chu Zhou and the others was that Lei Yu's guardian was actually the Thunder Clan's patriarch, Lei Huang, and the Thunder River's guardian was the Thunder Clan's 2nd lineage's master, Lei Huang. However, this was normal after thinking about it carefully. Lei Yu was Lei Wang's grandson and Lei He was Lei Mian's nephew. It was normal for Lei Huang and Lei Mian to personally protect their loved ones. It's normal, but aren't they afraid of dying in the Thunder Punishment Great World? Apart from the Thunder Clan's ancestor, the only other overlords in the Thunder Clan are the 2 universe nobility. If they both die in the Thunder Punishment Great World, it will be a serious blow to the entire Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou thought in confusion. At this moment, Lei Huang seemed to know Chu Zhou's doubts. He walked over and took the initiative to explain to Chu Zhou. This is only our clone. Our true body is still in the Thunder Clan. I see. Chu Zhou immediately understood. Even though to Lei Huang and Lei Mian, the death of their clones was also a huge loss, as long as their main bodies were fine, it would not affect the Thunder Clan much. Lei Mian greets my lord. At this moment, Lei Mian walked over and cupped his hands at Chu Zhou. He even addressed Chu Zhou respectfully as lord. Lei Huang followed Chu Zhou's instructions and did not reveal Chu Zhou's identity to Lei Mian. However, it hinted to Lei Mian that Chu Zhou's identity was very special and his status among humans was very high. It was best for him to address Chu Zhou as lord when he saw him. Lei Mian knew Patriarch Lei Huang very well. He knew that Lei Huang would never lie to him about such things. So he did as he was told. Lei Yu, Lei He, Lei Lei, and the other Thunder Clan prodigies were shocked when they saw this scene. Chu Zhou nodded slightly at Lei Mian but did not say much. Lei Mian didn't care about this. He smiled and stood aside. Everyone, board the spaceship. We will now head to the Thunder Punishment Great World. As Lei Huang spoke, he summoned a spaceship that looked like an eagle. The hull was golden in color and was surrounded by purple lightning. Everyone flew in through the spaceship's door. The eagle-shaped spaceship immediately flew into the interstellar portal and disappeared. In the eagle-shaped spacecraft, after Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber sat down in their seats, they immediately carefully read the information that Lei Huang had sent them. This information was about the Thunder Punishment Great World and the details of the Thunder Trial. The Thunder Punishment Great World was left behind by an extremely terrifying expert from the primordial era, the Thunder Ancestor. The entire world was enveloped by endless lightning. The Thunder Ancestor left his legacy in the Thunder Punishment Great World. However, only by passing the 3 stages of the Thunder Punishment can one truly obtain the Thunder Ancestor's legacy. The 3 stages of the Thunder Punishment are not determined by the assessment. To be precise, every time the Thunder Punishment Great World opens, the 3 stages of the Thunder Punishment will appear differently. As for the specifics of the 3 stages, it can only be known after entering the Thunder Punishment Great World. Thunder Punishment 3 Gates. Treasures will appear in each gate, and there may even be treasures. However, treasures are for all those who pass the gates. Whoever wants to obtain them can only rely on snatching them. Therefore, it's very dangerous for all those who pass the gates. The Thunder Punishment 3 levels was designed by the Thunder Ancestor for World Overlord Realm Prodigies. Only World Overlords who have completely cleared it have a chance to obtain the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance. It's extremely difficult to pass all 3 stages of the Lightning Punishment. To this day, no one has passed all 3 stages of the Lightning Punishment. However, even if they pass 1 or 2 stages, as long as they don't die, they can obtain incomparable benefits. It will be thousands of times easier for them to become a Universe Lord in the future than others. Chu Zhou quickly finished reading the information. He finally had a more detailed understanding of the Thunder Punishment Great World and the so-called Trial of Thunder. He finally understood why the Thunder Clan, the Zerg Race's Lightning Zerg Race, the Source Race's Lightning Clan, and the Freedom Alliance's Black Thunder Clan had always been obsessed with the Thunder Punishment Great World. Chapter 1030, Karma Thread 3. Most importantly, it was probably for the Thunder Ancestor's legacy in the Thunder Punishment Great World. Chu Zhou did not know how strong the Thunder Ancestor was. However, the Thunder Clan's ancestor, the Lightning Zerg Race's ancestor, the Lightning Clan's ancestor, the Black Thunder Clan's ancestor, and other overlords had once entered the Thunder Punishment Great World. They must have some understanding of the Thunder Ancestor and knew how terrifying he was. That was why they could not forget the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance. Could that Thunder Ancestor be a saint? Chu Zhou suddenly thought in shock. However, he quickly denied his thoughts. What kind of existence was the Universe Saint? His body, soul, and nomological sparks had all completely fused with the laws of the universe. They were almost equivalent to saints who were the laws. The laws were saints. Universe saints who had fused with the laws of the universe were undying and indestructible. There was no power in the universe that could kill a universe saint. Even if the universe saint was killed, he could still be revived in the laws of the universe. Unless there was an extremely terrifying power that could completely erase the nomological law fused by the universe saint, only then could he truly kill the universe saint. It was almost impossible for such power to exist. In other words, if the Thunder Ancestor was a saint, he would not have died. However, the Thunder Ancestor had indeed died. Then, he should not be a universe saint. However, the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance can make the ancestors of the 4 races so persistent. I reckon that even if that Thunder Ancestor is not a universe saint, he's probably in existence infinitely close to the universe saint. Chu Zhou thought to himself and immediately made up his mind to help Big Sister Saber obtain the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance. If Big Sister Saber could inherit the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance, it would probably not be a problem for her to advance to the Universe Lord and Universe Nobility realm. In fact, there was even a high chance of him becoming an overlord. In the spaceship, Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other 10 prodigies of the Thunder Clan quickly finished reading the information. They also realized how powerful and terrifying the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance was. All of them yearned for it. 5 months later, the eagle-shaped spaceship left the human domain and entered a desolate and vast starry sky. Another 3 months later, the eagle-shaped spaceship stopped in the dead asteroid belt. "We're finally here," Lei Huang, the patriarch of the Thunder Clan, said to Chu Zhou and the others. Chu Zhou and the others looked outside and immediately saw a vast and endless belt of asteroids. Countless broken planets with dim starlight reflected in their eyes. In addition to the endless broken planets, 4 incomparably huge phantoms appeared in their vision. The 4 figures stood at the 4 corners of the asteroid belt. Each figure was incomparably terrifying, like 4 giants that could split the world. Even from afar, everyone felt an incomparable pressure. Furthermore, the 4 figures looked extremely different. They were clearly from 4 different races. One of the figures was clearly human. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw the huge human figure. Wasn't that the figure of the Thunder Clan's ancestor? No. This shouldn't be the main body of the Thunder Clan's ancestor. It's probably his clone. Chu Zhou thought to himself. Lei Yu and the other paragons looked at the 4 huge figures in a daze. Those 4 figures were too powerful and terrifying. Even from afar, they had lost all thoughts of resisting. Lei Huang said, "Did you see that? Those 4 figures are the clones of our Thunder Clan's ancestor, the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor, the Lightning Clan's ancestor, and the Black Thunder Clan's ancestor." The ancestors of the four races have each sent an avatar to guard this place to ensure that the Thunder Punishment Great World is controlled by the four races. Upon hearing Lei Wang's words, Lei Yu and the other paragons immediately looked at the huge phantom that looked like a human. Soon, they confirmed that this was indeed their Thunder clan's ancestor. They immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. Just now, they were worried that they would encounter four unfathomable unknown existences. In that case, they would be in danger today. Chapter 1031, First Round, Thunder Beast Battlefield. 1. No wonder the four races are able to control the Thunder Punishment Great World. So there are four Overlord avatars guarding this place. Chu Zhou stared at the four majestic figures standing in the asteroid belt in the distance. With a thought, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Bai Bei in the Divine Kingdom. Bai Bei, lend me your space-time treasure box. All right, boss. Bai Bei didn't ask for the reason and directly lent the space-time treasure box to Chu Zhou. After Chu Zhou obtained the space-time treasure box, he immediately activated it. Instantly, a brand new layer of distorted space covered his body, replacing the original layer of distorted space. He felt that the power of space-time distortion he controlled was very difficult to block the detection of an overlord. In that case, his identity would inevitably be exposed. For safety's sake, he used the power of the space-time treasure box to conceal his identity. He believed that the power of the space-time treasure box was enough to withstand the detection of the three overlords. Ahem. The Thunder Clan leader coughed lightly and attracted everyone's attention on the spaceship. There's something else I need to remind you of. When everyone heard this, they focused their attention and listened carefully. There's actually only one rule for this trial, a prodigy and a guardian. Remember, this is an ironclad rule. It can't be violated. Otherwise, the three overlords of the foreign races guarding the asteroid belt will interfere and kill them. If there are other living beings in your divine kingdoms, you must not let them come out of your divine kingdoms. Otherwise, there will definitely be a huge disaster. As the Thunder Clan leader spoke, he swept his gaze across the crowd with deep meaning. The paragons of the Thunder Clan turned pale. Then, they looked like they were lucky. Only they knew why they had such a reaction. Chu Zhou's gaze froze. From the looks of it, I can't release Bai Bei, the Thousand-Star Vine, and the ancient blue demon tree from the Divine Kingdom after entering the Thunder Punishment Great World. He thought to himself. Everyone, get off the spaceship and follow me to the ancestor. The Thunder Clan leader led everyone out of the spaceship and flew towards the huge phantom of the Thunder Clan's ancestor. Soon, they arrived in front of the phantom. Even though the Thunder Clan's ancestor was only a clone. However, its pressure was still as deep and boundless as a prison. Many prodigies and guardians of the Thunder Clan felt an incomparably heavy pressure. They could not see the true appearance of the Thunder Clan's ancestor. Only Chu Zhou, the Thunder Clan's patriarch, Lei Mian, and the other three universe nobility could see the true appearance of the Thunder Clan's ancestor. Greetings, ancestor! The Thunder Clan leader, as well as many prodigies and guardians of the Thunder Clan, bowed to the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Only Chu Zhou stood there calmly. All right. Just wait. In about half an hour, the Thunder Punishment Great World will open. A thunderous voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone immediately waited beside the Thunder Clan's ancestor. Thereafter, they discovered that there was also a group of foreign race living beings standing around the three overlords. It was obvious that the three groups of creatures were from the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, and the Black Thunder Clan. Just like them, they were waiting for the Thunder Punishment Great World to open. Chu Zhou only glanced at the prodigies of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, the Black Thunder Clan, and the other three races indifferently. These so-called paragons were not worth mentioning to him. On the other hand, Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other prodigies of the Thunder Clan were carefully observing their next competitors. The Thunder Clan leader waved his hand and three figures appeared in front of everyone. One of the figures was a 2-meter-long insect. This insect's facial features were similar to a human's, but its body was that of an insect. Its body was covered in lightning patterns, and dense lightning flickered on its body. There was also a figure that looked like a human, but its body was made of liquid lightning. Its eyes were incomparably sharp, as if they were lightning that tore through the sky. It left a deep impression on people with just one look. There was also a figure wrapped in black lightning. Black lightning balls floated around him, emitting a terrifying destructive aura. These three living beings are called Qi, Lightning Child, and Gregory. According to the intelligence gathered by the Thunder Clan, they are the strongest prodigies of the Thunder Clan, the Lightning Clan, and the Black Thunder Clan. If you encounter them in the Thunder Punishment Great World, you have to be very careful. If you feel that you can't defeat them, escape immediately. The Thunder Clan Patriarch warned cautiously. Then, their eyes suddenly turned cold. Of course, if you encounter them in a seriously injured state, then try your best to destroy them. If these three living beings grow up successfully, not only will they be a huge threat to our Thunder Clan in the future, they will also be a huge threat to our human race. When everyone heard this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Before the trial even began, they could already smell the blood of slaughter. Since they planned to treat the prodigies of the three alien races like this, the three alien races must be prepared to deal with them with the same ruthless plan. Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu, Lei He, and the others silently memorized the appearances of the prodigies of the three alien races. On the other side, Xiu, is there any prodigy that needs special attention this time among the human Thunder Clan? Qi stretched his body in the void, and lightning snakes shot out from his body, continuously shattering the surrounding void. Chapter 1032, First Round, Thunder Beast Battlefield. 2. Qi, according to the information my clan has gathered over the years, the most outstanding among the New World Overlord prodigies of the Thunder Clan are Lei Yu and Lei He. They are also known as the Thunder Clan's twin stars. Xiu looked at the Qi in front of him in awe and said, "Oh? Twin stars of the Thunder Clan? That sounds interesting." Qi curled up lazily and replied casually, "Hehe, the twin stars of the Thunder Clan is just the Thunder Clan trying to make waves." A trace of disdain appeared in Xiu's eyes as he said disdainfully, "As far as I know, the reputation of the twin stars of the Thunder Clan is only limited to the Thunder Star domain controlled by the Thunder Clan. It can't be spread outside at all. They are far less famous than the human prodigies on the list of must-kill human prodigies. They're probably just for show and are not worth your attention at all. So they can't even enter the list of must-kill human prodigies? In that case, they're indeed not worthy of my attention." Qi looked in the direction of the Origin Race's prodigy as he spoke. "Qi, your biggest opponents this time are the Lightning Child of the Lightning Race and the Gregory of the Black Thunder Race. These two people are not simple. The Lightning Child is known as the strongest genius of the Lightning Race in a billion years. In the Origin Race, his current reputation can be compared to Njigad. Even though Njigad has already been killed by the number one prodigy of the human race, Chu Zhou, on the Devil Mountain continent, there's no denying his excellence and strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Lord of the Thousand Faces and taken in as a personal disciple. The Lightning Child is definitely very powerful compared to Njigad," Xiu said with a solemn expression. He paused for a moment and continued. "Gregory of the Black Thunder Clan is also not to be underestimated. It's said that Gregory has already been chosen by Nine Hell King, one of the 10 universe nobility of the Freedom Alliance. The Nine Hell King is prepared to take Gregory in as his personal disciple after he participates in this trial." "Humph!" Qi snorted coldly. Suddenly, his lazy appearance turned cold, and his gaze was cold. "I will be the only winner. Be it the Lightning Child or Gregory, they will definitely be defeated by me. And I will clear all the obstacles in the Thunder Punishment Great World and obtain the Thunder Ancestors' heritage." Qi sounded cold and confident. "We believe you." Xiu and the other elites of the Lightning Zerg race looked at the Qi with respect. Xiu could not help but recall an unforgettable scene in his heart. It was an incomparably intense battle. Qi faced the siege of 10 pseudo-universe lords at the same time, but it defeated 10 pseudo-universe lords by itself. In his heart, unless Qi faced an epoch-making prodigy like the human King Bei Kang or Chu Zhou, no one in the same level was Kai's match. In another direction. "Your Highness, the Lightning Zerg race's Qi was spying on us just now." Pu Lu sneered at the Lightning Child beside him. "Is it Qi?" The Lightning Child looked in the direction of the Qi and smiled faintly. The Qi of the Lightning Zerg race has risen very quickly over the years. It's famous in the entire Zerg race and is even on the Zerg race's must-kill list. Hehe, Qi is indeed not simple. However, how can he compare to you, Your Highness? You are the strongest genius of our Lightning race in a billion years. Even though Qi is strong, he can only bow down to you. Piulu looked at the lightning child with a fanatical gaze, like a believer looking up at a god. The lightning child crossed his arms and smiled calmly and confidently. The lightning Zerg race has Chi, my race has His Highness, and the Black Thunder clan has Gregory. On the other hand, the Thunder clan doesn't seem to have anyone outstanding. They're just the twin stars of the Thunder clan, but they can't even enter the killing list of the human race. Looks like the Thunder clan has completely declined. A shadow on the left of the lightning child said indifferently. When the lightning child heard this, he glanced in the direction of the many prodigies of the Thunder clan and retracted his gaze. The Thunder clan has indeed declined. As one of the 10 great god races of the human race, they actually don't even have a single prodigy. However, this is a good thing for us. Among the prodigies of the Black Thunder clan, there was a figure with sharp eyes and a tough appearance. He was tall and majestic, and black lightning wrapped around his body, emitting a terrifying pressure. The surrounding prodigies of the Black Thunder clan surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Chi, lightning child. The winner of this trial will definitely be me. Gregory glanced at the lightning Zerg race prodigies and the lightning race prodigies and thought to himself. As for the prodigies of the Thunder clan, he ignored them. Time passed. Suddenly. Rumble. A loud thunderclap suddenly sounded in the middle of the asteroid belt. The Thunder Great World is about to open. The Thunder clan leader said loudly. Chu Zhou and the others narrowed their eyes and immediately looked in the direction of the thunder. Under their gazes, a large amount of lightning suddenly surged out from the middle of the asteroid belt. Thunder and lightning surged and circled. Soon, a lightning vortex larger than the sun formed in the middle of the asteroid belt. One could see many majestic mountains and rivers through the lightning vortex. Chapter 1033, First Round, Thunder Beast Battlefield. 3. It was a huge world inside. Let's go in. The Thunder clan's clan chief shouted and led everyone toward the huge lightning vortex. Almost at the same time, the people from the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, the Black Thunder clan, and the other 3 races also flew towards the huge lightning vortex. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others entered the lightning vortex. In front of them was an endless lightning. A wave of dizziness soon hit them. When they reacted, they realized that they had already appeared on an ancient ruin. In the sky above the ruins, there were dark clouds that were as black as mountains. Almost at the same time, they saw 3 other groups of people. It's the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, and the Black Thunder race. Many paragons of the Thunder clan looked at the other 3 groups of people warily. The prodigies of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, the Black Thunder clan, and the other 3 races also looked at the other outsiders warily. Everyone understood that they were competitors here. Everyone, be careful. The first test is about to arrive. The Thunder clan leader reminded. Soon, a message came from the dark. After everyone received the message, they knew that this ruin was called the Thunder Beast Battlefield. Next, countless lightning beasts would descend here and attack them. This was also the first test they would face after entering the Thunder Punishment Great World. They had to endure the attacks of countless thunder beasts for an hour before they could pass the test. If he could not pass the test, then the outcome was very likely death. Will we die if we can't pass this test? At the thought of this, many prodigies of the Thunder clan could not help but feel nervous. This was too cruel. In this round, the problem is not only the Thunder Beast's attack, but also the sneak attacks and attacks of the experts of the other 3 races. Chu Zhou thought to himself and glanced at the people from the other 3 races not far away. The Thunder clan leader also reminded everyone with a solemn expression. Everyone, you're not only facing the attack of the Thunder Beast. You might also be ambushed and attacked by the people of the other 3 races. Therefore, you have to be extremely careful. Many paragons of the Thunder clan were shocked when they heard that. Roar! Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky boiled, and the roars of wild beasts came from the depths of the dark clouds. Under the nervous gazes of many pairs of eyes, lightning pylons that were as huge as mountains suddenly broke through the clouds and swooped down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was occupied by countless lightning pylons. Are these the thunderous beasts? There are so many of them. A prodigy of the Thunder clan felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the densely packed lightning pylons in the sky. In the next moment, a lightning pylon wrapped in endless electric currents appeared above his head as if it had teleported. It raised a sharp claw and grabbed at him fiercely. Dangerous! The Thunder Clan prodigy's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively summoned an umbrella-shaped weapon and blocked it above his head. Boom! This prodigy of the Thunder Clan, along with his umbrella, was instantly blasted into the earth by a huge lightning claw. Shit! A guardian instantly attacked and smashed the lightning pylon that wanted to continue chasing, shattering it into countless bolts of lightning. However, just as he shattered a lightning pylon that was 10 times larger descended and bit at him. This is a Universe Lord level lightning beast. The guardian was shocked and directly fought the huge lightning pylon. The Thunder Clan Patriarch reminded again, even though the prodigies of our Thunder Clan have never encountered the Thunder Beast battlefield in the past, I estimate that the situation on the Thunder Beast battlefield is similar to the other assessments. It will target World Overlord realm prodigies and guardians at the same time. Very soon, the Thunder Clan's Patriarch's words came true. Densely packed lightning pylons descended from the sky and attacked everyone. The lightning pylons that attacked the Thunder Clan's prodigies were all World Overlords. The lightning pylon that attacked the Universe Lord Guardian was at the Universe Lord level. As for the lightning pylon that attacked Chu Zhou, the Thunder Clan's Patriarch, and the Lei Mian, it was at the Universe Nobility level. Chu Zhou's eyes emitted a faint white light. Traces of the power of space and time circulated in his eyes, allowing him to see the mysteries in the depths of space and time. From his perspective, the entire world was enveloped by an incomparably huge net. As for the huge net, it was weaved by countless golden and purple threads. Is this the true Karma lightning web that the Thunder Clan's Patriarch mentioned? I see. The Karma lightning web can accurately determine everyone's strength. Then, it can arrange for lightning beasts of different strength levels to attack. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he slapped away a Universe Nobility level lightning pylon that was attacking him. He did not take it to heart about the assessment here. He paid more attention to the Karma lightning web. He wanted to take the opportunity to observe and analyze it and study its mysteries. What can a mere thunder beast do to me? She let out a long roar. Thousands of lightning bolts intertwined around its body. Its slender body was like a lightning spear that instantly pierced through the body of a lightning pylon and defeated it. Chi, don't be careless. The 3 stages of the Thunder Punishment Great World contain great risks. Every time, many prodigies and guardians of our lightning Zerg race die here. Even though you are strong, you cannot let your guard down. An old lightning worm with white hair and beard appeared beside Chi and reminded him with a solemn expression. 9th Grandpa, don't worry. With my strength, how can I not pass the first test? Chi said confidently. The old lightning Zerg nodded imperceptibly. Indeed, with Kai's strength, it was impossible for him to pass the first test. At this moment, Kai's gaze turned cold. He glanced in the direction of the Thunder Clan's prodigies, the Thunder Clan's prodigies, and the Black Thunder Clan's prodigies and said ferociously. 9th Grandpa, I think this is a good opportunity to get rid of our opponents. What do you think? You want to attack the people from the other 3 races? The old lightning Zerg was slightly stunned. She revealed a ferocious expression. Our 4 races have entered this place as competitors. Even if we don't make a move, they might not necessarily not make a move. In that case, we might as well make the first move. You have to know that it's always the first to strike and the last to suffer. The old lightning Zerg did not object to Kai's suggestion because they had done this before. Then which clan are you going to attack first? He asked. The Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan has been in decline for many years and isn't very strong. Pick the softest persimmon first. Chi said. The Thunder Clan is indeed suitable to be the first target of attack. The old lightning Zerg nodded and agreed to Kai's suggestion. Chapter 1034, The Best Competitive Method. Kill all the opponents. 1. The Thunder Punishment Great World. Boom. Big Sister Saber's eyes shone with a cold light. An ancient divine rune with the word lightning appeared on her forehead. Purple lightning chains wrapped around her body. She waved the Thunder God sword with her right hand, and a chaotic energy fluctuation erupted. A lightning pylon the size of a mountain that swooped down was immediately shattered by his sword. On the other side, Chu Zhou casually pressed down on the void, and the space-time law trembled. A Universe Nobility level lightning pylon that was charging over immediately stopped in front of him. He pointed his finger at lightning speed and pierced through the motionless lightning Kylan's head. The entire lightning Kylan turned into rolling electric currents and dissipated. It's a pity that these lightning Kylans are condensed from the thunder punishment law. There's no life elementium in their bodies. He sighed with pity as he glanced at the other 9 prodigies of the Thunder Clan. To his surprise, he discovered that 3 prodigies of the Thunder Clan had already been torn apart by the lightning Kylan that descended from the sky. One of the guardians of the 3 prodigies of the Thunder Clan had also died. The remaining 2 were all severely injured. One could see how terrifying this Thunder Beast battlefield was. Even Universe Lords died just like that. Suddenly, TSS. An ancient lightning spear tore through the void and flew over from afar. A prodigy of the Thunder Clan who was fighting the lightning Kylan was pierced through from behind by the lightning spear and was nailed to the void on the spot. Who's sneaking up on us? The guardian of the Thunder Clan was furious. He focused his gaze in the direction of the lightning spear. Pfft! A lightning shadow flashed. The furious guardian's body was directly torn into 2. His soul was instantly annihilated by a terrifying force. Not good. Someone's ambushing us. Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other prodigies of the Thunder Clan were all shocked. Get your ass out here! Lei Huang was furious. He condensed a huge lightning hand that covered the sky and smashed into the void. With a bang, the void collapsed. An old lightning zerg with white hair and beard flew out of the collapsed void. Wisps of white lightning wrapped around the old lightning zerg. White Lightning King. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian immediately recognized the old lightning zerg. They stared fiercely at the old lightning zerg. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other party into pieces. Hee. The old lightning zerg looked at the Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian indifferently. Lei Huang, Lei Mian, since your Thunder Clan has already declined, don't come here to make up the numbers. I'll do a good deed and send you off early. White Lightning King, you old fart, I'll send you on your way first. Old fart, I think you're tired of living. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian roared angrily and rushed towards the old lightning zerg. What's the big deal about bullying you with numbers? Lei Mian, let me fight you. A figure that seemed to be condensed from liquid lightning appeared in the sky and blocked the Lei Mian. The Thunderbolt King. Lei Mian looked at the figure in front of him and his pupils constricted. The living being in front of him was the Lightning King of the Lightning race. The other party actually helped the White Lightning King of the Lightning Zerg race. This gave him a bad feeling. Soon, the Thunder Clan Patriarch and the old Lightning Zerg were fighting, and Lei Mian was also fighting with the Thunder King. The battle at the universe nobility level was extremely terrifying. Many prodigies of the Thunder Clan were terrified. All of them stayed far away. Ha ha ha! Trash of the Thunder Clan, here I come! A young lightning zerg with a terrifying aura roared with laughter as it charged over. Many prodigies of the Thunder Clan were shocked when they saw the young lightning zerg. They all recognized that the young lightning zerg was the strongest prodigy of the lightning zerg chi. In addition to the chi, many prodigies of the lightning zerg race and guardians also appeared in front of the Thunder Clan with sneers. In addition, many prodigies and guardians of the lightning race also surrounded them from another direction. Even the people from the Black Thunder Clan flew towards the people from the Thunder Clan. This is bad. The Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, and the Black Thunder Clan are going to join forces to deal with our Thunder Clan. The expressions of the Thunder Clan members changed drastically. The Thunder Clan Patriarch, who was fighting the old Lightning Zerg, and Lei Mian, who was fighting the Thunder King, also sensed that the situation was not good and could not help but feel anxious. They wanted to support the Thunder Clan, but they were held back by the old Lightning Zerg and the Thunder King. Ha ha ha, this time, everyone from the Thunder Clan will be eliminated in advance. Qi laughed wildly and turned into an after-image as he charged towards Lei Yu. Qi, since you've chosen Lei Yu, I'll choose Lei He. Hee, let me see what kind of trash the Thunder Clan's twin stars are. The lightning child of the lightning race moved and transformed into a shocking lightning bolt that struck the lightning river. In the blink of an eye, Lei Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by Qi. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Lei Yu looked at Qi in disbelief. The difference in strength between him and Qi was too great. He was completely suppressed and could not retaliate at all. This was unacceptable to him. Almost at the same time, Lei He's lower body was struck by an intertwined electric net and instantly turned into a bloody mist. This lightning child's strength is too terrifying. I'm not his match at all. Lei He, who only had his upper body left, retreated crazily as he looked at the calm lightning child opposite him in fear. Chapter 1035, The Best Competitive Method: Kill All the Opponents. 2. The difference in strength was too great. The other party had only casually attacked, but it had easily destroyed his lower body. This is the twin stars of the Thunder Clan? They're too weak. What twin stars? They're more like dual idiots. When Qi saw that Lei Yu was completely suppressed by him, he suddenly felt a little dispirited. His opponent was too weak, so he was not interested. Yet, too weak. The lightning child looked at the fleeing Lei He and said casually. Many prodigies of the Thunder Clan felt humiliated when they saw that Lei Yu and the Thunder River twin stars of the Thunder Clan were suppressed so easily by Qi and the lightning child. Luckily, the number one genius of the Thunder Clan was someone else. Many paragons of the Thunder Clan looked at Big Sister Saber. At that moment, a tall and sturdy figure stood in front of Big Sister Saber. Streaks of black lightning wrapped around the burly and majestic figure, emitting a shocking pressure. Humph, Qi and the lightning child are really fast. They chose the Thunder Clan's twin stars as their targets. As for me, I'm a step slower. Gregory muttered to himself as he locked his gaze on Big Sister Saber, his killing intent permeating the air. In his eyes, Big Sister Saber was just an ordinary prodigy of the Thunder Clan. She was not worthy of being his opponent. Therefore, he was prepared to kill Big Sister Saber in one move. He didn't want to waste too much time. However, Big Sister Saber suddenly moved before Gregory could do anything. Gregory only saw a flash of lightning, and then his entire body exploded into powder with a bang, turning into countless particles that were difficult to see with the naked eye. I was actually killed in an instant. This was his last remnant consciousness. Gregory died. Qi, who was chasing after Lei Yu, and the lightning child, who was chasing after Lei He, could not help but pause and look at Big Sister Saber in shock. Wasn't the strongest in this generation of the Thunder Clan the twin stars of the Thunder Clan? Who was this woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him? After Big Sister Saber killed Gregory in one move, her figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Qi. She became one with her sword and transformed into an incomparably fierce lightning sword light that charged towards Qi. Ha ha ha, interesting. I didn't expect the Thunder Clan to have someone like you. Qi laughed loudly. Lightning danced around his body as he rushed towards the lightning sword light that was charging over, preparing to meet it head-on. However, the moment his body touched the lightning sword light, his body froze. Then, with a poof, he was split in half by the lightning sword light. Qi was dead. His vitality was directly obliterated. Are you kidding me? Lightning Child was already stunned by the scene in front of him. However, he was stunned. Big Sister Saber was not. Big Sister Saber's body flashed again and she appeared in front of Lightning Child. She slashed at him with her lightning sword. A divine rune with the word lightning flashed on the Thunder God sword. This is the ancient divine rune of the word lightning. The Lightning Child vaguely saw the word lightning on the Thunder God sword and his expression changed drastically. His figure turned into a stream of red liquid lightning as he retreated rapidly like a stream of water. However, it was too late. The lightning divine rune in the Thunder God sword flew out and struck the liquid lightning that the Lightning Child had transformed into. Ah! With a miserable scream, the liquid lightning transformed by the Lightning Child was completely devoured by the divine rune. With a whoosh, the divine rune with the word lightning, which had vaguely become a little stronger, returned to Big Sister Saber's body. This, Gregory, Qi, Lightning Child, and the strongest prodigies of the three races were killed by her just like that. Unbelievable. Lei Yu and Lei He, who had just been chased very miserably, looked at Big Sister Saber's figure in shock. They had all lost to Big Sister Saber in the Thunder Clan's Prodigy Tournament. Of course, he knew that Big Sister Saber was very strong. However, he did not expect Big Sister Saber's strength to be so strong. He had killed all the strongest prodigies of the three races in such a simple manner. Many prodigies of the Thunder Clan, as well as the prodigies and guardians of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning Clan, the Black Thunder Clan, and so on, were all dumbfounded at this moment. Big Sister Saber was too fast. Gregory and the other two were all dead before they could react. How dare you! You deserve to die! Kill! The guardians of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, and the Black Thunder race were all about to go crazy. All of them charged at Big Sister Saber with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, a pale white light swept through the void. Whether it was the lightning Kylan that kept descending from the void or all the guardians of the three races that were charging at Big Sister Saber, they all suddenly stopped in midair. The entire world was like a movie with the pause button pressed. Everyone, what do you think is the most perfect way to compete? A voice entered everyone's ears. Many people looked at Chu Zhou. They all knew that this strange scene in front of them was definitely caused by Chu Zhou. All of them looked at Chu Zhou in fear. The most perfect way to compete is, of course, to kill all the opponents in advance. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and spread his fingers in the air. Then, he grabbed fiercely. In an instant, the still space distorted greatly. All the guardians that charged at Big Sister Saber were minced into a bloody mist by the distorted space-time. Moreover, streams of blood mist wrapped around Chu Zhou's body like ribbons. This is the power of the space-time law. Chu Zhou. He must be Chu Zhou. Among humans, only Chu Zhou has grasped such powerful spatial laws. Damn it, the youngest universe nobility in the universe, Chu Zhou, is here too. Many of the surviving prodigies of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, the Black Thunder clan, and the Guardians looked at Chu Zhou in fear. The old Lightning Zerg, who was fighting the Thunder clan's patriarch, and the Thunder King, who was fighting the Lei Mian, also looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock and anger. Chu Zhou's name had shocked all the races in the universe many times over the years. How could they not know? Looks like I've been recognized. With a thought, Chu Zhou retracted the power of time and space that covered his body and revealed his true appearance. It's really Lord Chu Zhou. This is unbelievable. How did Lord Chu Zhou become the guardian of the Thunder clan's prodigies? Everyone from the Thunder clan was dumbfounded when they saw Chu Zhou's true appearance. Even a universe nobility like Lei Mian was no exception. Patriarch, did you already know that he was Lord Chu Zhou? Lei Mian noticed the calm look on the Thunder clan leader's face and asked. The Thunder clan's patriarch smiled and nodded. That's right. I knew it long ago. It's just that Lord Chu Zhou reminded me not to expose his identity, so I didn't say anything. Lei Ji, what right does he have? A person like Lord Chu Zhou is actually willing to be her guardian. Lei Mian said emotionally. Damn it, Chu Zhou, you actually dare to slaughter the prodigies of our three races. Aren't you afraid that the ancestors of our three races will pursue the matter? That's right. The avatars of the three ancestor races are stationed outside the Thunder Punishment Great World. If we discover what you have done, we will definitely not let you off. Chu Zhou, you're far away from the territory of the human race, yet you still dare to be so impudent. You have a death wish. The old Lightning Zerg, Lightning King, and a universe nobility of the Black Thunder clan threatened and reprimanded Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou only glanced at them indifferently and could not be bothered to reply. His current strength was not inferior to his teacher, King Bei Kang, before he became an overlord. Before his teacher, King Bei Kang, became an overlord, he could fight against 6 overlord clones alone. He was confident that he could do it too. Therefore, the 3 overlord clones could not threaten him at all. He attacked again. With just a thought, the space-time law in the unseen world trembled. Everyone from the 3 races, including the old Lightning Zerg, the Thunder King, the universe nobility of the Black Thunder clan, and the others, was imprisoned by space-time. Then, space-time distorted, and everyone from the 3 races was killed by the distorted space-time. Streams of blood flowed in the void and flowed towards Chu Zhou, fusing into his body. At this moment, be it the Thunder clan leader, the Lei Mian, or the many prodigies and guardians of the Thunder clan, they were all petrified. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. It was as if they had all become fools. It was normal for them to have such a reaction. The scene in front of them was too terrifying, and it had an unparalleled impact on their hearts. Chapter 1036, The Thunder Source Fruits. They're all dead. The people of the Thunder clan looked at Chu Zhou's figure in a daze and were petrified. They never expected Chu Zhou to kill everyone from the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, and the Black Thunder race so cleanly. Be it paragons or universe nobility, they did not seem to be worth mentioning to Chu Zhou. He could destroy them at will. Is this Lord Chu Zhou's strength? Lord Chu Zhou is indeed the #1 prodigy of our human race. His strength is too terrifying. He actually instantly killed the universe nobility of the Lightning Zerg race and the other 3 races. How strong is Lord Chu Zhou? Lei Yu, Lei He and the other members of the Thunder clan were all extremely shocked. Even the Thunder Patriarch and Lei Mian, who were universe nobility, looked at Chu Zhou with deep reverence. He was too strong. Even though they were all at the same level at universe nobility, they all felt that they were fake universe nobility compared to Chu Zhou. The difference was too great. This is the protagonist of the era. No wonder our ancestors said that we, the advanced great overlords of humanity, are all optimistic about Chu Zhou's future. The Thunder Clan's patriarch recalled what the Thunder Clan's ancestor had said to him and exclaimed in his heart. Lei Ji is too lucky. With Lord Chu Zhou's protection, it's not impossible for her to become a universe nobility or even an overlord in the future, let alone a universe lord. Lei Mian looked at Big Sister Saber with envy. He decided to be on good terms with Big Sister Saber's 9th lineage in the future. Roar, roar, roar. Everyone's attention quickly returned to the lightning pylon that descended from the sky. Even though everyone from the Lightning Zerg race and the other 3 races had been killed by Chu Zhou, the Thunder Beast battlefield's assessment was still not over yet. The people of the Thunder clan had no choice but to continue fighting the lightning pylons that descended from the sky. Not long after, another prodigy of the Thunder clan could not withstand the attack of the lightning pylon and was slapped by the claws of a lightning pylon, turning into mincemeat. In addition, there was another guardian who screamed miserably under the siege of the 3 Universe Lord level lightning pylons and was directly dismembered by the 3 lightning pylons. Chu Zhou participated in this trial only to help Big Sister Saber. He would only take action when Big Sister Saber was in danger. He couldn't be bothered with the others. The people of the Thunder clan did not dare to hate Chu Zhou because of this. One had to be content after all. Chu Zhou had helped them destroy the competitors of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, the Black Thunder clan, and the other 3 races. He had already done them a huge favor. They could not ask for more. After an unknown period of time, the lightning pylon in the sky had all disappeared. There were still 5 prodigies left out of the 10. Only 7 of the 10 guardians remained. I made it through the first stage. At this moment, the members of the Thunder clan heaved a sigh of relief as if they had just survived a calamity. There are still 5 geniuses left. Not bad, not bad. The Thunder clan leader and Lei Huang looked at Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu, Lei He and the other paragons and smiled. Of the 10 people who came in, only 5 were left. The death rate was as high as 50%. However, this was already the largest number of people from the Thunder clan who had passed the first round of the Thunder trial in recent years. In the past few years, only 2 or 3 people from the Thunder clan had passed the first assessment. The Thunder clan leader knew that if Chu Zhou had not killed the Lightning Zerg race and the other 3 clans, the Thunder clan would have suffered more than 50% of the losses. Hence, he was very grateful to Chu Zhou. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Thunder Beast battlefield shook violently. What's the situation? Chu Zhou's gaze focused. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and time and immediately saw a large number of Thunder Punishment Law threads interweaving and fusing in the depths of the Thunder Beast battlefield. He did not know what was going on and secretly raised his vigilance. Ha ha ha, the reward for clearing the level will be announced soon. This was not the first time the Thunder Clan Patriarch and Lei Mian had entered the Thunder Punishment Great World. Therefore, after sensing the tremors in the Thunder Beast battlefield, they immediately realized that the reward for clearing the level was about to appear. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Clearance reward? The eyes of many Thunder Clan prodigies lit up hearing the Thunder Clan Patriarch and Lei Mian's words. At this moment, not far in front of them, a lightning-infused sapling suddenly broke out of the ground. After this sapling appeared, it immediately grew crazily. It became a 100-meter tall tree in just a few breaths. This tree was formed by countless lightning bolts. The trunk and branches were filled with electric currents, making it look extremely terrifying. On the top of the tree were 10 blue fruits the size of a baby's fist. Each blue fruit was wrapped in wisps of green electric currents, looking very magical. There was also a fragrance coming from the blue fruit. That fragrance was refreshing. This is the Thunder Source tree. The 10 fruits on it are Thunder Source fruits. Lei Mian looked up at the 10 blue fruits and his eyes widened. He couldn't help but take a few steps towards the fruit tree. Tisk, it's actually a thunder source fruit. This is great. As long as I obtain a thunder source fruit and eat it, I can basically become a universe lord. Not only does the thunder source fruit contain a large amount of thunder origin, it also contains many thunder punishment law fragments. This is the best sacred object for thunder punishment law cultivators in the universe. Our Thunder clan has spent countless time and energy searching for thunder source fruits in the universe, but there are very few successes. Usually, we can't find a single thunder source fruit even after hundreds of millions of years. I didn't expect there to be 10 here. Indeed. Even though the Thunder Punishment Great World contains huge risks, it also contains shocking opportunities. Everyone from the Thunder clan stared excitedly at the 10 thunder source fruits on the thunder source tree. All of them wished they could immediately swallow the thunder source fruit. Even Big Sister Saber was very excited when she saw that the reward for clearing the level was actually a thunder source fruit. With her current strength and foundation, she felt that it wouldn't be a problem for her to become a universe lord. But the barrier between a world overlord and a universe lord was too terrifying. In history, countless talented living beings in the universe failed to break through the barrier between world overlords and universe lords and advance to universe lords. She was confident in herself, yet she didn't dare to guarantee that she would definitely become a universe lord. However, if she could obtain a thunder source fruit, she would have a 100% chance of becoming a universe lord. Chu Zhou reached out and took the 6 thunder source fruits. I'll take 6 thunder source fruits. Do you have any objections? Chu Zhou said indifferently to the Thunder clan's patriarch and the others. Of course we have no objections. If it weren't for you, Lord Chu Zhou, the Thunder clan would have been completely annihilated under the siege of the Lightning Zerg race and the other 3 races. Lord Chu Zhou, you contributed the most to us passing the assessment. You should take the majority of the Thunder source fruits. The Thunder clan leader hurriedly said. The other members of the Lightning tribe nodded in agreement. It's good that you have no objections. You can split the rest of the Thunder source fruits among yourselves. As Chu Zhou spoke, he handed all 6 Thunder source fruits to Big Sister Saber. Teacher, these Thunder source fruits are extremely beneficial to your cultivation of the Thunder punishment law. Eat all 6 Thunder source fruits. Eat more. It might be beneficial for you to clear the level later. Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other 4 prodigies of the Thunder clan gave Chu Zhou 6 Thunder source fruits without hesitation. They were instantly envious. Okay. Big Sister Saber did not stand on ceremony and nodded slightly. After receiving the Thunder source fruit, she picked one up and started eating. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes glowing with a pale light. He looked straight at the karma lightning web in the depths of space-time and comprehended the golden karma threads. His mind was divided into 2. He also diverted a portion of his attention to observe the changes in his attribute board. Attribute points, 6,652 quintillion, plus 648 quintillion. In this battle, he had devoured 6 universe nobility, 24 universe lords, and many paragons of the foreign races. His attribute points increased by 648 quintillion. What a pity! The 6 universe nobility clones are all universe nobility clones. The life elementium they contain is far inferior to the main body of the universe nobility. Otherwise, I would have gained at least 1,000 quintillion attribute points this time. Chu Zhou thought to himself. However, 648 quintillion attribute points was actually not a small number. Of course, regardless of whether it was the 5 nomological laws or various ultimate techniques, he had reached a bottleneck. He had only increased 648 quintillion attribute points and could not increase it. He needed more attribute points. If I can comprehend the karma laws in the Thunder Punishment Great World, even if it's only at the beginner level. With my 6,652 quintillion attribute points, I can quickly raise the karma laws to the universe nobility level. Chu Zhou was filled with anticipation for the law of karma. He urgently wanted to comprehend this law and perfect his cultivation path. Chapter 1037, Hand Bone that was even larger than a planet. Big Sister Saber ate 6 Thunder Source fruits in a row. After eating the 6 Thunder Source fruits, her entire physique immediately underwent a strange transformation. Lightning surrounded her entire body, and countless lightning runes densely covered her skin. One could vaguely see countless lightning runes flickering in her flesh through her crystalline skin. Her entire body seemed to be made of lightning runes. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged beside Big Sister Saber and sensed the changes in her body. He could clearly sense that Big Sister Saber's entire body had been modified by the boundless lightning source. Furthermore, the energy fluctuations on Big Sister Saber's body were also rising steadily, reaching the level of an elementary grade Universe Lord. It seems that it won't be long before teacher becomes a Universe Lord. Chu Zhou thought to himself. Just as Big Sister Saber was eating the Thunder Source fruit, Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other paragons had also finished eating the Thunder Source fruit. All of them were covered in lightning runes, and their auras soared. Obviously, they had all obtained huge benefits. No wonder the prodigies who survived the Thunder Trial can all become Universe Lords in the future. The benefits here are too great. That's right. I feel that even if I stop participating in the next assessment, I can still become a Universe Lord in the future. That's great. I can also become a Universe Lord in the future. Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other prodigies of the Thunder Clan felt their bodies transform and were all extremely excited. Rumble. At this moment, the endless dark clouds in the sky suddenly circled. It gradually formed a huge vortex. At the center of the vortex stood a huge stone door. Could that stone door be the entrance to the second round of the assessment? Chu Zhou looked up at the stone door thoughtfully. The people from the Thunder Clan also looked up at the stone door. Ahem. The Thunder Clan leader suddenly coughed lightly, attracting the attention of everyone from the Thunder Clan. Then, he said solemnly. According to past experience, the stone door in the vortex should be the door to the second round. However, you've also sensed the danger of the first test. I can tell you, the danger of the second stage is at least 2 times that of the first stage. Have you decided if you want to continue to the second stage and participate in the assessment? Hearing this, the Thunder Clan fell silent. 2 of the paragons of the Thunder Clan had fear in their eyes. In the first round of the assessment, they had to use all their strength to barely last until the end. If the second round was 2 times more dangerous than the first round, then if they participated in the second round, there was only one outcome, death. With this in mind, the 2 prodigies of the Thunder Clan made up their minds. Patriarch, I've already achieved my goal. I give up on participating in the second test. I give up too. The 2 prodigies of the Thunder Clan raised their hands and voiced their decision. The Thunder Clan leader looked at the 2 prodigies of the Thunder Clan indifferently and did not blame them. He could also tell that these 2 geniuses were not suitable to continue participating in the second round. Instead of tempting fate in the second round, it was better to stop here. All right. The 2 of you, stay here with your guardians. The Thunder Punishment Great World will automatically teleport you out later. As for the others, follow me into the second trial. As the Thunder Clan leader spoke, he took the lead and flew towards the stone door in the vortex. Chu Zhou and the others quickly followed. In the end, only Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu, and Lei He were participating in the second assessment. After entering the stone door, the world spun again. What is this place? Chu Zhou and the others saw an incomparably huge pool. In the pool, countless lightning bolts swam. This was actually a lightning pool. At this moment, a message was transmitted to Chu Zhou and the others. The second test, borrow the power of thunder punishment in the eternal lightning pool to shape the thunder punishment sacred body. If you successfully shape the thunder punishment sacred body, you will pass the second test. If you fail to shape it or withdraw halfway, it will be considered a failure. Chu Zhou and the others finished reading the information that appeared in their minds. He immediately knew that the lightning pool in front of him was called the Eternal Lightning Pool. He also knew what the content of the second round was. It turns out that the only thing I need to do in this round is to enter the pool and use the power of the lightning tribulation to form the lightning punishment sacred body. This round seems to be much less dangerous than the first round. Lei Yu stared at the Eternal Lightning Pool, eager to give it a try. Even though he did not know what kind of physique the so-called Thunder Punishment Sacred Body had, he knew that the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body must be an extremely powerful physique. If he could create the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body, it might be easier for him to advance to the Universe Nobility realm in the future. When the Thunder Clan leader heard Lei Yu's words, he shook his head solemnly. Don't be careless. According to past experience, none of the 3 tests left behind by the Thunder Ancestor are safe. Every test contains the dangers of the stages. The further one goes, the more dangerous it is. My eternal lightning pool looks calm, but I can conclude that there must be unknown risks hidden inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire eternal thunder pool boiled. Boom! Suddenly, a colossal object broke out of the water. Almost instantly, it covered the sunlight in the sky and cast a huge shadow. Chapter 1038, Hand Bone that was even larger than a planet. 2. Chu Zhou and the others looked up and saw 9 incomparably huge dragon heads. The huge creature that broke out of the water was actually a 9-headed dragon. Most of the 9-headed dragon's body was still submerged under the lightning water, revealing only 9 huge dragon heads. Each dragon head had bright scales that were lifelike, like a true dragon. However, Chu Zhou could tell at a glance that the 9-headed dragon in front of him was still condensed from lightning. However, the 9-headed dragon in front of him was much more terrifying than the universe nobility level lightning Kylan that appeared in the first round. The pressure emitted from its body was majestic and heavy, filled with oppression. Dense spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian, the 2 universe nobility of the Thunder Clan, could not help but feel terrified when they saw the 9-headed dragon. They could clearly feel that this 9-headed dragon was much stronger than them. They did not even have the courage to fight back facing this 9-headed dragon. Damn it! This 9-headed dragon's strength is probably about to reach the overlord level. With this 9-headed dragon guarding the eternal lightning pool, how can the prodigies of our Thunder Clan enter the eternal lightning pool and form the Thunder Punishment sacred body? Lei Mian stared at the 9-headed dragon with an ugly expression. With our strength, we probably won't be a match for the 9-headed dragon. It's basically impossible to help Lei Yu and Lei He successfully form the Thunder Punishment sacred body under the attack of the 9-headed dragon. The Thunder Clan leader took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. We can only take it one step at a time now. Let's try our best to buy more time for Lei Yu and Lei He so that they can absorb more lightning punishment power in the eternal lightning pool. Even if they don't succeed in molding the Thunder Punishment sacred body, the more Thunder Punishment power they absorb, the better it will be for them in the future. That's the only way. Lei Mian nodded. When Lei Yu and Lei He heard the conversation between the 2 elders, they could not help but look at Big Sister Saber with envy in their eyes. Chu Zhou was clearly stronger than the Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian. With Chu Zhou's protection, Big Sister Saber might be able to successfully forge the Thunder Punishment sacred body. Perhaps Lord Chu Zhou can deal with the 9-headed dragon. At this moment, the Thunder Clan's patriarch looked at the calm Chu Zhou and could not help but think. However, he knew it was impossible. He had already seen through it during the first round. Chu Zhou only cared about Lei Ji and did not care about anyone else. It was impossible for Chu Zhou to help them deal with the 9-headed dragon. Regarding this, the Thunder Clan leader did not dare to say anything. Chu Zhou was not from the Thunder Clan. They had no right to ask Chu Zhou to do anything. Teacher, enter the eternal lightning pool. Chu Zhou carefully sized up the 9-headed dragon and felt that it was not much of a threat to him. Then, he said to Big Sister Saber. Okay. Upon hearing that, Big Sister Saber stepped into the eternal lightning pool. In an instant, golden lightning surged out from the bottom of the eternal lightning pool and wrapped around Big Sister Saber. Strangely, the golden lightning did not harm Big Sister Saber. Instead, it surged into her body. These golden lightning bolts are constantly tempering my body, and they're actually setting up a spirit design in my body. When Big Sister Saber sensed the changes in the golden lightning in her body, she could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Suddenly, a message appeared in her mind. This piece of information described the method to create the Thunder Punishment sacred body. Her heart skipped a beat. She immediately sank into the lightning water and sat cross-legged. Following the method that appeared in her mind, she absorbed the golden lightning and cultivated the Thunder Punishment sacred body. Roar! When the 9-headed dragon saw Big Sister Saber enter the eternal lightning pool, it was instantly enraged. The 9 dragon heads roared at the same time. One of the dragon heads suddenly opened its mouth and spat out an extremely terrifying golden lightning at Big Sister Saber. The golden lightning was like the lightning of doomsday, instantly shattering the surrounding void into dust. The terrifying energy made the universe nobility Lei Mian and the Thunder Clan leaders' scalps tingle. Lightning is not worth mentioning. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and suddenly grabbed with his right hand. Space distorted and the golden lightning was caught in his palm. The golden lightning that made the universe nobility Lei Mian and the Thunder Clan leader's scalps tingle was like a small golden snake darting around in Chu Zhou's palm, but it could not escape. Lord Chu Zhou is so powerful. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian were deeply shocked looking at the scene before them. As they got closer, their eyes lit up. Lei Yu, quickly enter the eternal lightning pool. Lei He, you go in too. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian said at the same time. Lei Yu and Lei He were slightly stunned. Then, they realized something and hurriedly rushed into the eternal lightning pool. When the nine-headed dragon saw that its attack was easily blocked by Chu Zhou and that Lei Yu and Lei He had also entered the eternal lightning pool, it was instantly enraged. The 9 dragon heads let out earth-shaking roars. Terrifying sound waves swept through the sky like waves. The 9 dragon heads attacked at the same time. 3 of the dragon heads spat lightning at Big Sister Saber, Lei Yu and Lei He. The other 6 dragon heads all spat lightning at Chu Zhou. There's no point. Chu Zhou looked indifferently at the crazy 9-headed dragon and the lightning that covered the sky and earth as it struck towards him. Chapter 1039, Hand Bone that was even larger than a planet. 3. He suddenly pointed at the 9-headed dragon and activated the time reversal profound. In an instant, all the lightning that the 9-headed hydra spat out flowed backward, as if a movie that was being played had suddenly reversed. The 9-headed dragon looked at the lightning bolts that returned to its mouth and was a little stunned. He didn't seem to understand why things had turned out like this. At this moment, Chu Zhou's figure moved. He stood on a dragon head and sat down cross-legged. Rumble. The void trembled. In the unseen world, a chaos nomological torrent from the Chaos River descended and suppressed the 9 heads. Then, another black and white wave of yin-yang nomological laws descended. Then, the 5 elemental laws waves, space-time law waves, reincarnation law waves, and other nomological waves descended one after another. A total of 5 nomological waves was suppressed on the 9-headed dragon. The 9-headed dragon let out a sorrowful cry and was directly suppressed into the water by the waves of the 5 nomological laws. There seems to be a secret in this eternal lightning pool. Why don't we explore it? Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on a dragon head and controlled the 5 nomological waves to firmly suppress the 9-headed dragon, forcing it to sink to the bottom of the eternal lightning pool. Beside the eternal lightning pool, the Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian were stunned. They knew that Chu Zhou was very strong. However, they did not expect Chu Zhou to be so fierce. The 9-headed dragon's aura alone made them unable to resist. However, he did not expect to be suppressed by Chu Zhou. Lord Chu Zhou's strength is unfathomable. The Thunder Clan's patriarch sighed. Lei Mian nodded in agreement and said solemnly, I suspect that Lord Chu Zhou is no longer weaker than Lord Beikang before he became an overlord. This, the Thunder Clan leader wanted to say how is this possible, but before he could say it, the scene of Chu Zhou suppressing the 9-headed dragon appeared in his mind. It didn't seem impossible. Lei Mian and him looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If Chu Zhou's strength was really comparable to King Beikang before he became an overlord, then the current Chu Zhou's strength was comparable to a beginner great overlord. This guess and deduction shocked them. The Thunder Clan leader took a deep breath and calmed down. He looked at Sister Dao, Lei Yu and Lei He, who were absorbing the golden lightning in the eternal lightning pool. We can't interfere in Lord Chu Zhou's matters. I haven't grasped the opportunity in front of me, right? The golden lightning in the eternal lightning pool seems to be very beneficial to people like us who cultivate the thunder punishment law. Let's try to absorb some and see the effect. The Thunder Clan leader said. It's indeed worth a try. Lei Mian's eyes lit up when he saw Sister Saber and the rest who were constantly transforming. The next moment, the Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian stepped into the lightning pool and tried to absorb the golden lightning in the eternal lightning pool. And then, they had failed. They realized that there was no golden lightning surging towards them. When they tried to approach the golden lightning or try to grab it, the golden lightning would immediately disappear. In short, they tried all kinds of methods but failed in the end. It seems that only World Overlord realm geniuses can absorb the golden lightning in this eternal lightning pool. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian flew out of the lightning pool in disappointment. Not long after, Lei He let out a miserable cry as blood spurted out from all the pores on his body. He jumped out of the eternal lightning pool as if he was escaping. What's going on? The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian frowned and looked at Lei He. Lei He smiled bitterly and looked at the eternal lightning pool beside him indignantly. I've reached my limit. I can only absorb 9 golden lightning bolts. Any more and my body and foundation won't be able to withstand it. I originally wanted to absorb another golden lightning bolt, but I didn't expect to suffer a backlash. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian felt that it was a pity. Seeing the reactions of the two elders, Lei He said again. Patriarch, Chief, even though we only absorbed 9 golden lightning bolts, we didn't succeed in molding the Thunder Punishment sacred body. Even so, my foundation has increased by 9 times. Moreover, I have a lot of comprehension of the Thunder Punishment law. I believe I have a chance to advance to the universe nobility realm in the future. When he said this, Lei He had a confident expression. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian were pleasantly surprised. If Lei He could become a universe nobility in the future, the Thunder Clan would have another pillar of support. A moment later, Lei Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a tragic cry. He hurriedly jumped out of the eternal lightning pool. Lei Yu also explained his situation. Similarly, he did not succeed in molding the Thunder Punishment sacred body. However, his situation was better than Lei He's. He successfully absorbed 11 golden lightning bolts. The Thunder Clan Zhang and Lei Mian were overjoyed. This meant that Lei Yu had a high chance of becoming a universe nobility in the future. If the Thunder Clan had 2 new universe nobility, then the decline of the Thunder Clan over the years could be completely reversed. It would be great if Lei Ge could create the Thunder Punishment sacred body. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian looked at Big Sister Saber in the eternal lightning pool. They discovered that at some point in time, Big Sister Saber had been wrapped up in a cocoon condensed from golden lightning. The huge cocoon was beating like a heart. It was as if some terrifying life was being nurtured inside. Upon seeing this strange change, the eyes of the Thunder Clan Patriarch and company lit up. They could vaguely sense that Big Sister Saber was about to succeed. The depth of the eternal lightning pool far exceeded Chu Zhou's imagination. Chu Zhou pressed down on the 9-headed dragon, forcing it to keep sinking. He felt that he had sunk at least 100,000 meters, but he still could not see the bottom of the eternal lightning pool. Right then, the 9-headed dragon beneath him suddenly dissipated, turning into countless electric currents that surged towards a spot in the eternal lightning pool. Chu Zhou was shocked and hurriedly focused his gaze. His heart skipped a beat as he saw an incomparably huge skeletal hand. The skeletal hand was located in a distorted space. Moreover, it looked even larger than an ordinary planet. The entire bone hand was purple gold in color. There were also countless lightning bolts entwined. The moment Chu Zhou saw the skeletal hand, he immediately felt the incomparably majestic power of the Thunder Punishment Law and the power of the Karma Law. He also saw golden bolts of lightning shooting out from the skeletal hand and flying towards the surface of the eternal lightning pool before fusing into Big Sister Saber's body. In addition, there was a terrifying pressure that surpassed everything. It pressed down on Chu Zhou, making him feel immense pressure. Who left this skeletal hand behind? Chu Zhou stared at the skeletal hand and thought in shock. Chapter 1040, Hand of the Thunder Ancestor. A violet gold skeletal hand larger than a planet floated in a folded void. Threads of heavy and oppressive pressure spread out from the violet gold skeletal hand. It was as if it could crush the eternal blue sky. Chu Zhou stared at the huge violet gold skeletal hand and felt layers of substantial pressure constantly seeping into the depths of his soul. It's just a skeletal hand, but the pressure it gives me is not inferior to the pressure teacher gives me. He solemnly observed the violet gold skeletal hand, his eyes overflowing with traces of pale light. Soon, the huge violet gold skeletal hand gradually disappeared. In the end, only 2 huge balls of thread were left. One of the balls of thread was purple. The other ball of thread was golden in color. Staring at the 2 balls of thread, various Thunder Punishment Law Profound and various Karma Law Profound naturally appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. It was as if those 2 balls of thread were the origin of all lightning and all karma. Profound and unfathomable. Such dense threads of Thunder Punishment Law and Karma Law are gathered on this violet gold skeletal hand. Looks like this violet gold skeletal hand definitely belongs to the Thunder Ancestor. Chu Zhou had basically confirmed the origin of the violet gold skeletal hand. At the same time, he also had a new understanding of the Thunder Ancestor's strength. Before coming to the Thunder Punishment Great World, he thought that the Thunder Ancestor might be a peak advanced grade overlord. He was 100% sure that the Thunder Ancestor was a universe saint. Furthermore, it was also possible that he was a sacred emperor who wielded both the Thunder Punishment Law and the Karma Law. Otherwise, it was impossible for a remnant skeletal hand to have such a terrifying pressure. That's not right. If the Thunder Ancestor was a sacred emperor, how could he have died? Chu Zhou stared at the violet gold skeletal hand with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Saints were undying and indestructible, together with the universe. Under normal circumstances, saints would not die. It was even more so for sacred emperors among saints. Could there be exceptions? With this thought in mind, his body slowly flew towards the violet gold skeletal hand. This violet gold skeletal hand was no small matter and contained immense power. He decided to take it down. However, he did not make a move immediately. His spiritual force pierced through the layers of space and locked onto Big Sister Saber's figure. He saw bolts of golden lightning continuously shooting out from the violet gold skeletal hand, transmigrating through the layers of the void and drilling into Big Sister Saber's body. Looks like these golden lightning bolts are the key to creating the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He planned to wait for Big Sister Saber to finish molding the Lightning Punishment Sacred Body before making a move on the violet gold skeletal hand. This was to prevent Big Sister Saber from interrupting the process of molding the Lightning Punishment Sacred Body. Time gradually passed. Half a day later, Big Sister Saber's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened while she was in the eternal lightning pool. An earth-shattering thunderclap suddenly sounded from her body. It was as if billions of lightning bolts were rumbling. Two vast and boundless golden seas of lightning appeared in her eyes. At the same time, golden lightning bolts shot out of her body and condensed into a golden lightning chain on the surface of her body. At this moment, Big Sister Saber was like an ancient lightning god that had descended, emitting a vast and boundless might. Boom! She rushed out of the eternal lightning pool and landed on the edge of the pool. Endless golden lightning intertwined on the surface of her body, making her look like a golden sun from afar. What a strong aura of the Thunder Punishment origin! His flesh, bones, veins, soul, and so on seemed to be condensed from the Thunder Punishment Law origin. Is this the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body? So powerful! The Thunder Clan Patriarch stared at Big Sister Saber's figure and felt a sense of oppression from her. This was the oppression from a higher level bloodline. The Thunder Clan leader could not help but be shocked. He, a dignified universe nobility, actually felt pressure from a world overlord. This meant that Big Sister Saber's Thunder Punishment Sacred Body far surpassed his Thunder Clan bloodline. Moreover, it was vaguely restraining his Thunder Clan bloodline. This was unbelievable. Is this the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body? The Thunder Clan leader suddenly became excited and his eyes lit up. This Lightning Punishment Sacred Body is undoubtedly the supreme physique of lightning. Lei Ji's talent is strong to begin with. After consuming 6 Thunder Source fruits, it's no longer difficult for him to become a universe lord. He even has a high chance of becoming a universe nobility. She has a heaven-defying physique like the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body now. This means that her future comprehension of the Thunder Punishment Law will be smooth sailing. Her chances of advancing to universe nobility in the future are at least 70%. She even has a lot of hope of advancing to become a universe overlord and reaching the level of our Thunder Clan's ancestor. Patriarch, Lei Mian sensed the change in Big Sister Saber and looked at the Thunder Clan leader. Patriarch, will our Thunder Clan give birth to another universe overlord? That's possible, the Thunder Clan leader said. Both the Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian were extremely excited at this moment. They saw the potential to become a universe overlord from Big Sister Saber. A universe overlord was a real big shot among the myriad races in the universe. A universe overlord could even turn a weak race into a universe race. The Thunder Clan had become one of the 10 god races of humanity because they had the universe overlord, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. If Big Sister Saber also became a universe overlord in the future, the Thunder Clan would have 2 universe overlords. In that case, the Thunder Clan would probably become the #1 god race in the human race. Moreover, it was also a top faction in the entire universe. Lei Ji actually succeeded. Lei Yu and Lei He were extremely envious when they saw Big Sister Saber successfully create the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body. They also had a chance. Unfortunately, their foundation was too weak. Even if they were given a chance, they would not be able to grasp it. This made them feel extremely regretful. Did Big Sister Saber successfully create the lightning punishment sacred body? Then it's time for me to make my move. After Chu Zhou saw that Big Sister Saber had successfully formed the lightning punishment sacred body, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of the huge violet gold skeletal hand. He reached out and grabbed. It condensed an incomparably huge energy palm and grabbed at the violet gold skeletal hand. Rumble. He seemed to have sensed Chu Zhou's bad intentions. The violet gold skeletal hand instantly erupted. In an instant, endless lightning and ocean-like golden flames surged out from the violet gold skeletal hand. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as an ancient mountain range. It was ferocious. The majestic golden flames were also terrifying. The moment they appeared, they melted a large area of space. Chu Zhou also felt that his soul seemed to be burned by the terrifying golden flames. Waves of intense pain kept surging into his heart. Facing the endless lightning and golden flames, Chu Zhou did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the Book of Dharma. In addition, in his consciousness space, the 5 nomological sparks vibrated at the same time. They vibrated at the same time as the chaos law, the yin-yang law, the space-time law, the 5 elemental laws, and the law of reincarnation. In an instant, 5 rivers of laws descended and enveloped his body. Splash! Splash! Under his full power, the Book of Dharma instantly became the size of a planet. Moreover, the pages flipped, displaying chapters of civilization that evolved based on continuous laws. At this moment, the power released by the Book of Dharma had completely reached the overlord level. The surrounding spacetime could not withstand the pressure of the Book of Dharma, and dense spatial cracks appeared. Boom! Bang! The huge Book of Dharma was like a prehistoric giant wheel that carried all kinds of civilizations. It sailed over from a distant space and collided with the endless lightning and golden sea of fire. Billions of spacetime instantly collapsed and collapsed. All the lightning and golden flames were shattered by the Book of Dharma. Chu Zhou stood on the huge Book of Dharma with his hands behind his back. He controlled the Book of Dharma to forcefully crash into the violet gold skeletal hand. An image of civilization flew out from the Book of Dharma and shattered the lightning and golden flames that approached. The Book of Dharma was like an unreasonable primordial behemoth. It crushed all obstacles and advanced towards its target. If a universe overlord were here, they would be shocked to discover that the strength Chu Zhou had unleashed at this moment had completely reached the overlord level. Finally, the Book of Dharma arrived beside the violet gold skeletal hand. In the end, it's just a bone hand left behind. Even if it might be left behind by a saint and contains vast and majestic energy, it can't stop me without anyone controlling it. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and controlled the Book of Dharma to fly into the air above the purple gold bone hand. Then, it pressed down fiercely, suppressing the huge violet gold skeletal hand. In an instant, 2/3 of the violet gold skeletal hand's surging lightning and golden flames were gone. Clearly, the suppression of the Book of Dharma was effective. Rumble! The violet gold skeletal hand shook violently. It was like a struggling beast. The surrounding space and time were shattered. Snowflake-like space-time fragments flew everywhere. However, no matter how the violet gold skeletal hand struggled, it could not overturn the Book of Dharma that was suppressing it. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on the Book of Dharma and activated it with all his might to restrain and imprison the violet gold skeletal hand. Chains of laws of different colors extended from the Book of Dharma and wrapped around the violet gold skeletal hand. About half a day later, the entire violet gold skeletal hand was wrapped in nomological chains. At this moment, the violet gold skeletal hand had also calmed down, no longer vibrating or struggling. It's done! Chu Zhou was overjoyed and immediately stored the successfully imprisoned violet gold skeletal hand into his divine kingdom. Beside the eternal lightning pool, Big Sister Saber and the others were shocked by the energy fluctuations emitted from the depths of the eternal lightning pool. They did not know the situation in the depths of the eternal lightning pool, but they could clearly sense the terrifying energy fluctuations. The waves of energy were enough to destroy all of them in an instant. Could Lord Chu Zhou and the 9-headed dragon fight in the depths of the eternal lightning pool? Lei Mian said in confusion. However, this energy fluctuation is too terrifying. Even though the 9-headed dragon is terrifying, it shouldn't be to this extent. This is an overlord-level energy fluctuation. The Thunder Clan leader's face was filled with fear as he gritted his teeth and said, that nine-headed dragon is only at the universe nobility level. It's impossible for it to have such power. Lord Chu Zhou might have encountered other enemies in the depths of the eternal lightning pool. When Big Sister Saber heard the Thunder Clan leader's words, she immediately became nervous. She prepared to rush into the eternal lightning pool to see how Chu Zhou was doing. But at this moment, a figure broke out of the water and landed beside her. Who else could it be but Chu Zhou? Chapter 1041, 4 Murals. Big Sister Saber heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Chu Zhou return safely. What just happened? She asked curiously. Everyone from the Thunder Clan also looked at Chu Zhou. They also wanted to know what had happened in the depths of the eternal lightning pool just now. It actually emitted such a terrifying energy fluctuation. Something did happen, but it's a good thing. Chu Zhou smiled and immediately sent a voice transmission to Big Sister Saber, telling her the news that he had obtained the Thunder Ancestor's hand in the depths of the eternal lightning pool. Big Sister Saber was shocked after receiving the voice transmission. She did not expect that there was actually a bone hand left behind by the Thunder Ancestor hidden in the depths of the eternal lightning pool. Furthermore, the Thunder Ancestor was not only a universe saint, but also a sacred emperor among saints. This shocked her too much. Then, she felt happy for Chu Zhou. Without a doubt, the bone hand left behind by the Thunder Ancestor was definitely a supreme treasure. Not only did it contain terrifying power, it also contained a large amount of the Thunder Punishment Law and the power of the Karma Law. It was very convenient to comprehend the Thunder Punishment Law and the Karma Law. With the help of the Thunder Ancestor, it shouldn't be difficult for Little Boat to comprehend the law of karma. Big Sister Saber thought to herself. During the 2 months when the Thunderclap Star helped her become stronger, Chu Zhou often took out some information related to the law of karma to read and study. It was also at that time that she knew that Chu Zhou had been trying to comprehend the law of karma. However, he could not enter the beginner realm for a long time. Everything was fine now. The Thunder Ancestor's hand contained a large number of karma law threads and power. She believed that with the help of the leader of the Thunder Ancestor, with Chu Zhou's talent, it would not be long before he could comprehend the law of karma. Little Zhou, you will probably get what you want very soon. You will be able to comprehend the laws of karma, said Big Sister Saber with a smile. That's right. With this harvest, it would be unreasonable if we don't comprehend the law of karma. Chu Zhou smiled when he heard that. The Thunder Clan leader and the others. They had no idea what Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber were talking about. They were at a loss. They also knew that Chu Zhou must have told Big Sister Saber about what happened in the Eternal Lightning Pool, but he didn't tell them. There was nothing they could say to that. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge lightning vortex appeared above the Eternal Lightning Pool. In the lightning vortex floated a stone door that Chu Zhou and the others had seen not long ago. At the same time, Chu Zhou and the others received a piece of news. This message told them that only Big Sister Saber and Chu Zhou were qualified to pass through the stone door. The others had all been eliminated. Looks like this is as far as we can go. The Thunder Clan leader sighed and said with a smile. Yeah, we're all eliminated. Lei Mian said. Lei Yu and Lei He did not speak. They only looked at Big Sister Saber enviously. In fact, be it the Lei clan leader, Lei Mian, Lei Yu, or Lei He, they were all satisfied. Even though Lei Yu and Lei He had not successfully formed the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body, they had also absorbed a lot of golden lightning. Their physiques had already undergone a huge transformation. In addition, the two of them had eaten a Thunder Source fruit previously. This made the potential of these two people many times greater than before they entered the Thunder Punishment Great World. Lei Yu and Lei He should be able to become Universe Lords easily. There was even a lot of hope for him to advance to Universe Nobility. To the Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian, the addition of two prodigies with Universe Nobility potential was a huge gain of immeasurable value. The biggest gain was Sister Dao, who had successfully condensed the Thunder Punishment Sacred Body. Big Sister Saber let them see the possibility that the Thunder Clan would have another Universe Overlord in the future. These gains had completely exceeded the expectations of the Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian for this trial. Lei Ji, we can't accompany you to the third stage anymore. You have to be careful and pay attention to your safety. If you encounter danger, you have to stay alive first. The Thunder Clan Patriarch walked to Big Sister Saber's side and said seriously. Patriarch, I understand. Big Sister Saber nodded. Teacher, let's enter the third stage. Chu Zhou said to Big Sister Saber. Okay. Big Sister Saber nodded and soared into the air with Chu Zhou, flying towards the stone door in the lightning vortex. At the same time, the Thunder Clan leader and company were teleported away by the Thunder Punishment Great World. The world spun again. When Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber's vision became clear again, they realized that they were in a dark void. Not far from them, there was an ancient stone wall floating. What is this place? What's the origin of this stone wall? Big Sister Saber asked in puzzlement. There seemed to be many drawings carved on the stone wall. We might be able to find the answer if we study it carefully. As Chu Zhou spoke, his figure moved and appeared in front of the stone wall. He focused his gaze on the painting on the stone wall. Big Sister Saber flew over and looked at the stone wall with Chu Zhou. The drawings on the stone wall were almost all made up of simple and crude lines and patterns. They looked like murals carved by primitive people and were very crude. The drawings on the stone wall were mainly composed of 4 paintings. The first painting was a thin figure in the shape of a stickman floating in midair, surrounded by lightning outlined by many crude lines. The second painting, the stickman's figure became much taller. He controlled lightning with both hands, and there were many other stickman corpses under his feet. The third painting was a stickman sitting on a throne. Below it were all kinds of living beings drawn in thick lines. The fourth painting, the stick figure was in a closed circle, looking up at the top of the circle. This painting was strange. The stick figure was covered in red blood, and there were signs of broken limbs. And when he looked up at the top of the circle, he also emitted a deep sense of despair. Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber quickly finished looking at the 4 paintings. These 4 pictures seemed to be about a living being from birth to growth, to the peak, and then to the desperate stage of 4 lives. Big Sister Saber pondered over the 4 paintings a few times before saying to Chu Zhou. I think the same. Chu Zhou nodded. He thought so too. In his opinion, the first painting was about a living being born from lightning. The second painting was about a creature born from lightning. It was good at controlling lightning and had defeated countless opponents along the way, rising rapidly. The third painting was about a living being that had reached the peak of life and become a great existence that stood above countless living beings. Chu Zhou could not quite understand the fourth painting, but he could roughly understand that the living being who had become a great existence had fallen into some kind of despair. The first 3 paintings are easy to understand. But what does the fourth painting mean? Big Sister Saber said in confusion. She didn't know much about the fourth painting. I don't really understand the fourth painting either. Chu Zhou sighed. However, if I'm not wrong, these 4 murals should record the life of the Thunder Ancestor. I thought so too. Big Sister Saber nodded in agreement. At that instant, the ancient stone wall in front of them suddenly emitted an intense glow. A faint figure walked out from the ancient stone wall. Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber's pupils were instantly constricted. Chapter 1042, The Thunder Ancestor's Inheritance. 1. A resplendent figure walked out of the mural. In the left eye of this figure was a lightning vortex. Billions of lightning intertwined and endless lightning runes danced. In his right eye was a golden vortex. Mysterious golden chains extended from the golden vortex into the depths of space-time. Thunder Ancestor. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou confirmed that the figure in front of him was the Thunder Ancestor. Is this the martial ancestor? Big Sister Saber had also determined that the resplendent figure in front of her was the Thunder Ancestor. Staring at the Thunder Ancestor, she clearly sensed that the Thunder Punishment sacred body that she had just successfully forged was resonating with him. It was as if they shared the same origin. Golden lightning uncontrollably drilled out of her body and covered the surface of her body. I am the Thunder Ancestor. All of you need to pass the test I set before you can inherit my inheritance. The resplendent figure suddenly said. A loud voice resounded through the void. A supreme pressure pressed down on Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber. At this moment, Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber had an illusion that a vast universe was suppressing them, making them feel unimaginable pressure. So powerful! Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. The Thunder Ancestor in front of him was clearly just a spirit mark left behind by the Thunder Ancestor. But even so, it was still unimaginably powerful. As for Chu Zhou, he was thinking about what the Thunder Ancestor had said. The Thunder Ancestor had just mentioned all of you and not you. Could this mean that he and Big Sister Saber were both candidates? Could that be the reason why every prodigy has to have a guardian in the 3 tests set by the Thunder Ancestor? Is it because of this? He's not just looking for 1 inheritor, but 2. Chu Zhou couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. The Thunder Ancestor was suspected to be a sacred emperor. The value of his inheritance was limitless. It would undoubtedly be a great thing if he could also obtain the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance. Just as Chu Zhou was guessing the Thunder Ancestor's goal, his figure suddenly split into 2. Lightning intertwined on the surface of the Thunder Ancestor's body. The other Thunder Ancestor was wrapped in golden karma chains. Swoosh! The Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone suddenly grabbed at Big Sister Saber and pulled her into a world of lightning. It summoned countless lightning bolts to attack Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber quickly reacted and immediately summoned the Thunder God outfit. She activated the ancient divine rune with the word lightning and held the Thunder God sword in her hand as she fought the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone. Big Sister Saber. When Chu Zhou saw that Big Sister Saber had suddenly been captured, he could not help but be shocked. He wanted to rush over and save her immediately. Big Sister Saber was only a world overlord. How could she be a match for the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone? However, he quickly discovered that after the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone pulled Big Sister Saber into a lightning world, its energy fluctuations quickly weakened to the world overlord realm. He immediately understood that the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone had suppressed its strength to the same level as Big Sister Saber before evaluating her. That put him at ease. He was no longer in a hurry to save Big Sister Saber. At this moment, the Thunder Ancestor's Karma Avatar appeared in front of him. This Karma Avatar was surrounded by mysterious karma chains and countless faintly discernible karma threads that extended from his body into the depths of endless space and time. The Karma Avatar spread his fingers, and countless karma lines shot out like rays, enveloping the surrounding void. The next moment, Chu Zhou realized that he had appeared in a world filled with countless golden karma lines. Suddenly, Chu Zhou realized that his heart had been pierced by a karma thread. Shit! His scalp went numb and he immediately felt a hint of danger. At this moment, he noticed that a pure golden spear had appeared in the hand of the Thunder Ancestor's Karma Avatar. The Thunder Ancestor's Karma Avatar glanced at him indifferently and suddenly threw the pure golden spear. In an instant, the pure golden spear was like a golden bolt of lightning that tore through the universe and pierced towards Chu Zhou's heart. Chu Zhou sensed energy fluctuations that far exceeded that of an advanced grade universe nobility from the pure gold spear. Book of Dharma. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhou took out the Book of Dharma and used it to block in front of him. He also activated the power of the Book of Dharma. However, something shocking happened. When the golden lightning-like spear approached the Book of Dharma, it turned transparent and penetrated the Book of Dharma like a phantom. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down and realized that his heart had been pierced. A fist-sized bloody hole appeared in his heart. Blood gushed out of the bloody hole like a fountain. He also saw through his divine sense that the pure gold spear that had pierced through his body was flying into the distance. His heart had been pierced. To Chu Zhou, it was not a serious injury. However, he frowned. What's going on? The Book of Dharma is powerful enough, but why can't it block the opponent's spear? He thought about it seriously, and a will-o-wisp suddenly flashed across his mind. It's karma. When the Thunder Ancestor's karma clone used the pure gold spear to attack me, it changed the karma of this attack. He first confirmed the outcome of definitely hitting before executing the reason for throwing the spear. Therefore, as long as he throws the pure gold spear at me, I will definitely be shot in the heart. No matter what method I use, I can't block his attack. Chapter 1043, The Thunder Ancestor's Inheritance. 2. Unless I can modify the karma he set, or make it impossible for it to be established. During this period of time, he had painstakingly comprehended the laws of karma. He was not completely ignorant of the Dao of karma. Especially after studying and deducing the karma lightning web of the Thunder clan's ancestor, he already had a deep understanding of the Dao of karma. Therefore, he quickly deduced the reason why he could not block and dodge the Thunder Ancestor's spear just now. At this moment, the Thunder Ancestor threw the pure gold spear at Chu Zhou indifferently again. With a thought, Chu Zhou instantly teleported tens of thousands of meters away. However, he was still unable to dodge the pure gold spear. The pure gold spear also teleported. With a poof, it pierced through his heart again, causing another stream of blood to flow. It seems that my deduction was correct. After passing this test, Chu Zhou confirmed that his deduction was correct. If I want to avoid the pure gold spear, unless I can erase the karma thread that the Thunder Ancestor connected to me, or if I don't give the Thunder Ancestor a chance to throw the spear. Or, there are other ways. Chu Zhou did not care about his injuries. His heart had been pierced twice in a row. Even though his injuries were not light, he was still worlds apart from taking his life. At this moment, the Thunder Ancestor, who was standing opposite him, suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, densely packed pure gold spears appeared in the void. There were at least 100,000 of them. Chu Zhou was speechless. He retracted his thoughts. A pure gold spear pierced through his heart and could not kill him. However, if hundreds of thousands of pure gold spears pierced through his vital points and even his soul at the same time, they could really threaten his life. Even if they couldn't really kill him, it would also cause him extremely serious injuries. He activated his divine sense and scanned his body. To his surprise, he discovered that countless golden karma threads had already connected to his body. Many karma threads were connected to the internal organs and head amongst them. He even saw dozens of karma threads that were connected to his soul. These karmic threads were invisible and intangible. Even if Chu Zhou discovered that they were connected to him, he could not erase them. He was helpless. The karma law is indeed one of the 3 taboo laws. Just like the space-time law, it's far more terrifying than ordinary laws. Chu Zhou sighed in his heart and looked up at the Thunder Ancestor opposite him. When he saw the densely packed pure gold spears floating around him, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Damn it! This Thunder Ancestor's test was a little too abnormal. Was he trying to kill him? At this moment, the Thunder Ancestor suddenly waved his hand. Woo! In an instant, pure gold spears tore through the void like dense lightning and shot towards Chu Zhou with ear-piercing screeches. If Chu Zhou was an ordinary universe nobility, there was probably only one outcome: he would be instantly pierced into a porcupine by the densely packed pure gold spears that contained the definite hit effect. The law of karma is an eye-opener. Chu Zhou's expression was calm as he suddenly smiled faintly. However, even though the karma law is strong, the space-time law is not weak either. Space-time reversal. With a thought, his consciousness fused with the space-time law. He snapped his right hand. In an instant, a majestic power of space-time laws descended from the void. The densely packed pure gold spears that were flying towards Chu Zhou suddenly stopped in unison. Then, they flew back along their original trajectories. Space-time law. A trace of surprise flashed in the cold eyes of the Thunder Ancestor's karma avatar. At this moment, Chu Zhou stepped on the river of time and space and arrived in front of the Thunder Ancestor's karma avatar like a ghost. Space-time imprisonment. Chu Zhou's body emitted a pale light as the power of the space-time law swept out from his body. He directly imprisoned the space-time where the Thunder Ancestor's karma avatar was. Then, he activated the Book of Dharma and suppressed the other party. Boom! The Book of Dharma slammed into the Thunder Ancestor. However, the moment the Book of Dharma struck Thunder Ancestor, golden karmic lines suddenly appeared on his body. The karmic lines were connected to Chu Zhou's body. In an instant, the Book of Dharma, which should have severely injured the Thunder Ancestor, actually flew back and attacked its master, Chu Zhou. Has karma been reversed? Chu Zhou's expression changed slightly as he used space-time reversal again. The Book of Dharma was sent flying again. It followed its original trajectory and continued to attack the Thunder Clan. As for the karma threads on Thunder Ancestor's body, they trembled crazily. Every time the Book of Dharma struck him, he would fly back and counter-attack his master, Chu Zhou. The two of them fell into a state of extreme pulling instantly. Instantly, the two of them fell into a state of extreme pulling. Both sides were frequently using the space-time law and the karma law to change the target of the Book of Dharma's attacks. Facing the Thunder Ancestor, who could easily change karma or specify a certain karma effect, it was too difficult for Chu Zhou to successfully suppress him. With just the space-time law, it was impossible for him to defeat Thunder Ancestor's karma avatar. He had no choice but to use the chaos laws, yin-yang laws, 5 elemental laws, law of reincarnation, and other laws. With the 5 laws, he finally gradually suppressed the Thunder Ancestor. About 6 hours later, Chu Zhou mobilized the power of the 5 nomological powers with all his might and activated the Book of Dharma. With a bang, he shattered the Thunder Ancestor's karma clone. We finally won! Chu Zhou panted slightly. This Thunder Ancestor's karma avatar was really too powerful. If he had not grasped the 5 nomological powers at the same time, it was basically impossible for him to suppress the other party in 6 hours. I wonder how Big Sister Saber is. He hurriedly looked at the world of lightning where Big Sister Saber was. Soon, he saw Sister Saber, who was covered in blood and had many burn marks on her body, kneeling on one knee in the void. As for the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone, it floated indifferently above Big Sister Saber. As for the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone, it floated indifferently above Big Sister Saber. Chu Zhou's heart tightened. Big Sister Saber did not hesitate to pass this stage. It would be a pity if she failed here and did not obtain the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance. Did it fail? Big Sister Saber looked up at the Thunder Ancestor, who was surrounded by lightning, and allowed blood to flow down her face. A trace of unwillingness flashed in her sharp eyes. She had done her best. It erupted with the power of a Universe Lord. However, the Thunder Ancestor's avatar in front of him was really too powerful. Even if she tried her best, she was still not his match. No, I can't lose here. Big Sister Saber gritted her teeth and prepared to stand up and fight again. She knew how precious this opportunity was. This concerned the inheritance of a sacred emperor. If she missed this opportunity, she would probably not find such a good opportunity in the future. Therefore, she could not lose. However, just as Big Sister Saber stood up and before she could attack, the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone spoke first. Junior, you have passed the test and can obtain my Thunder Punishment inheritance. With that, the Thunder Ancestor's lightning clone disappeared. Teacher, are you alright? Chu Zhou teleported to Big Sister Saber's side and supported her. He activated a majestic and pure origin power to envelop her body and heal her. I'm fine. Big Sister Saber smiled faintly. Boom! At this moment, in the void, the huge ancient mural suddenly exploded. 2 massive balls of light flew out of the mural like 2 suns. One of the balls of light was like a huge lightning sun. Endless lightning intertwined. The other ball of light was like a huge golden sun with countless golden karma chains wrapped around its surface. 2 balls of extremely dazzling light tore through the void and fused into Big Sister Saber and Chu Zhou's bodies. In an instant, both Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber obtained an extremely majestic and pure life force. At the same time, a large amount of law comprehension and cultivation memories appeared in their minds. Chapter 1044, Soaring Strength. The Secret of Transcendence. 1. The vast life force that was like a river surged and flowed rapidly in Chu Zhou's body. A large amount of comprehension and information about the laws of karma kept appearing in his mind. A moment later, he had a flash of inspiration and finally understood the true meaning of the law of karma. In other words, he had officially entered the beginner realm in the cultivation of the law of karma. At this moment, a large amount of comprehension and information about the law of karma continued to appear like a fountain. It was as if a supreme existence was imparting cultivation to him. He quickly absorbed and digested those insights and information. As for his comprehension of the laws of karma, it was increasing at a terrifying speed. 1%. 2°/0. 3%. 10%. In just a dozen breaths, Chu Zhou's comprehension of the karma law had reached 30%, which was the limit of an advanced grade universe lord. In his consciousness space, there was a brand new nomological sparks, Karina nomological sparks. In addition, the huge amount of life force that surged into his body was quickly converted into attribute points by the attribute board. Attribute points, 26,652 quintillion, plus 20,000 quintillion. I actually gained 20,000 quintillion new attribute points. Seeing the change in his attribute points, a hint of surprise appeared in Chu Zhou's eyes. The Thunder Ancestor was really too kind. The inheritance that the Thunder Ancestor gave me is related to the laws of karma. This portion of the inheritance is a complete inheritance of a saint. It's extremely huge and can be cultivated all the way to the saint realm. I've only absorbed and digested a small portion now. If I completely absorb and master it, I reckon I can at least reach the peak of the Overlord realm. Chu Zhou roughly looked at the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance in his consciousness and immediately understood how vast and precious this inheritance was. This inheritance contained the lifetime comprehension and cultivation memories of the Thunder Ancestor. There were also the various ultimate techniques and profounds created by the Thunder Ancestor regarding the law of karma. For example, Karma Lightning Web, Karma Spear, Karma Reversal, and so on. It was huge and complicated. He had only absorbed and digested a small portion of the inheritance, but he had already successfully condensed the karma nomological sparks and comprehended the karma law to the level of an advanced grade universe lord. When he completely digested and absorbed this inheritance, his cultivation of the law of karma would definitely reach an astonishing realm. At the very least, it was at the peak stage overlord level. It's really a freak combination of factors. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and was very happy. This time, I only wanted to help Big Sister Saber obtain the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance. However, I didn't expect to obtain a Thunder Ancestor's inheritance myself. At the same time, a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. However, why did the Thunder Ancestor separate his inheritance and pass it to two people separately? Why did he pass both inheritances to one person alone? In that case, wouldn't the person who inherited his legacy be even stronger? With doubts, he quickly searched the memories that the Thunder Ancestor had passed down to him for the information he wanted to know. To his surprise, the Thunder Ancestor actually told him the reason. My karma inheritance recipient, are you wondering why I split my inheritance into two parts, the Thunder Punishment inheritance and the Karma inheritance? And why did I split it between two people? I'll tell you the answer now. The Thunder Punishment law was not compatible with the law of karma. The combination of the Thunder Punishment law and the Karma law was indeed powerful. Not only did it allow me to become a sacred emperor, it also allowed me to become one of the best sacred emperors. In my era, I created the Karma Lightning Web. I did it so that wherever there was karma, there would definitely be lightning punishment. Through the Karma net, I can descend the lightning punishment on any living being in the universe. This made everyone respect me and call me Heavenly Punishment Sacred Emperor 1. For a while, I thought I was invincible. However, as the universe gradually came to an end, I realized that I was wrong. Even though the Thunder Punishment law combined with the law of karma was powerful, it had a fatal flaw: we cannot be transcended. Saints lived as long as the universe. It was the same for sacred emperors. In other words, when the universe reaches its end, all living beings in the universe, including the saints, will also reach its end. Unless a living being that had transcended the shackles of the universe could achieve the annihilation of the universe and not be destroyed. However, I understood this principle too late. It was already too late to cultivate and master the Dao of Transcendence. No one revealed any information about the Transcendent either. It was only when I was on the verge of the end of the universe that I understood that the Dao of Transcendence had to have the origin power that was independent of the universe, and I had to evolve my own laws with this as the foundation. And how could one possess an origin power that was independent of the universe? I didn't find the answer. However, I have a guess in my heart. Perhaps a saint who has grasped two opposing laws at the same time can rely on the collision of two opposing laws to derive an origin power that is independent of the universe. I wasn't sure if my guess was right or not. However, I'm certain that the combination of the Thunder Punishment law and the law of karma will definitely not work. That's why I decided to split my inheritance into two after I died and let two people inherit it. My successor, I hope that you can learn from my lesson. Don't blindly pursue power. Don't only cultivate laws that can increase your strength. You have to think about how to match the laws to obtain the origin energy that was independent of the universe. You have to think about how to transcend the universe. Chapter 1045, Soaring Strength. The Secret of Transcendence. 2. Otherwise, no matter how strong one is, in the end, it would all be for naught. One would become the burial object of the universe as it approached its end. Chu Zhou's heart surged with shock after reading this part of the Thunder Ancestor's memories. He had finally confirmed that the Thunder Ancestor was a sacred emperor. Furthermore, he was an extremely heaven-defying and powerful sacred emperor. It was also obvious why the Thunder Ancestor divided his inheritance into two and passed it to two people. At the same time, he also understood why such a powerful Thunder Ancestor had died. There was only one reason: the universe where the Thunder Ancestor was had collapsed. Saints were indeed immortal. However, there was a prerequisite. It was that the universe that the saint was born in had to exist. Saints fused with the laws of the universe. As long as the universe existed, saints would always exist. They could not be killed and were undying. However, if the universe was destroyed, the saints would naturally be destroyed. Thunder Ancestor is actually not from my universe era. No wonder he died. Chu Zhou sighed deeply. However, after the Thunder Ancestor died, he was still able to retain his inheritance until our universe era. It can be seen how terrifying and powerful he was back then. However, just as the Thunder Ancestor's last words said, if you can't transcend, even the universe saints and even the sacred emperors will ultimately become burial objects of the universe. Thinking of the information about the Dao of Transcendence that the Thunder Ancestor had mentioned, Chu Zhou's heart was very solemn. He was already an advanced grade universe nobility. Moreover, he had the confidence to become a universe overlord or even a universe saint. It was not easy for him to obtain the strength to shake the universe. Of course, he did not want to walk towards extinction one day in the future. Therefore, he took the Dao of Transcendence mentioned by the Thunder Ancestor very seriously. He did not feel that the path of transcendence was far away from him. He was already an advanced grade universe nobility now. If he advanced another 2 major realms, he would be a universe saint. The Dao of Transcendence was not far from him. He needed to make plans early. If I'm not wrong, the transcendent that the Thunder Ancestor mentioned should be the Chaos Juggernaut who stands above the saints, right? If I'm not wrong, the transcendent that the Thunder Ancestor mentioned should be the Chaos Juggernaut who stands above the saints, right? However, there is no information about which race or faction has a Chaos Juggernaut. It seems that the Chaos Juggernaut is just a legend, and the Universe Saint is the pinnacle of the universe's elites. Chu Zhou's emotions surged as he thought to himself. As a human universe nobility, he had gradually begun to come into contact with the humans and even many deep secrets of the myriad races in the universe over the years. For example, how many saints were there in the 6 pinnacle races? For example, how many overlords and saints were there in the 9 strongest factions in the universe? For example, in the universe, there were overlords and saints who were alone. He gradually understood many secrets. However, none of the factions he knew of had Chaos Juggernauts. It was as though the Chaos Juggernaut was a fictional legend. However, many universe overlords and universe saints seemed to have tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Chaos Juggernaut. Perhaps our universe era's universe overlords and universe saints all know some information about the Chaos Juggernaut. It's just that we can't come into contact with him until we reach their level. With a thought, Chu Zhou's attention returned to the Thunder Ancestor's last words. In his opinion, the Thunder Ancestor's last words were too valuable. It made him understand the importance of the combination of different laws. It did not mean that the more laws one grasped, the stronger the power would be. Instead, he had to consider that when different laws were combined, they could derive a source of origin power that belonged to him and was independent of the universe. Moreover, the Thunder Ancestors conjecture that when wielding 2 opposing laws, it was possible to derive an origin that was independent of the universe was also very relevant. My cultivation path consists of the 7 laws of chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and reincarnation. If I succeed, I should evolve the birth, evolution, development, prosperity, decline, termination, and reincarnation of the universe. I wonder if my cultivation path can give birth to an origin power independent of the universe. Chu Zhou thought of his cultivation path. He was very confident in his cultivation path. He was sure that his cultivation path was unique and peerlessly powerful. It was an invincible cultivation path. However, he did not know if this cultivation path of his could give rise to an origin power that was independent of the universe. However, no matter what, he would not change his cultivation path because of the Thunder Ancestor's guess. He would only treat the Thunder Ancestor's guess as a guess. As for his own cultivation path, he would firmly walk down it. Now that I've grasped the law of karma and cultivated to the level of an advanced grade universe lord, I'm only short of comprehending the law of fate. My cultivation path will be complete. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou looked at the attribute points on his attribute board and decided to immediately increase his comprehension of the karma law to the highest universe nobility level. Improve the law of karma. With a thought, he gave the attribute board an order. Immediately, his attribute board shook violently. A majestic and terrifying power surged out and instantly surged into his consciousness space. Chapter 1046, Soaring Strength. The Secret of Transcendence. 3. Under the push of this strange force, the Thunder Ancestors' inheritance contained the comprehension of the laws of karma and cultivation memories. It was quickly understood and absorbed by Chu Zhou. It was as if a bunch of incomprehensible high mathematical formulas had suddenly become easy mathematical formulas like 1 + 1 = 2. It was easier to understand and absorb. 31%. 32%. 33%. His comprehension of the law of karma increased rapidly. At the same time, the laws of karma in this universe were activated by the attribute board. Suddenly, endless lines of karma appeared in the Thunder Punishment Great World, appearing in the void where Chu Zhou was. Furthermore, these new karmic threads directly covered the Thunder Punishment Great World's original karmic threads. If an expert who had grasped the laws of karma were here, they would discover that these new lines of karma looked exactly the same as the original karma lines of the Thunder Punishment Great World. But in reality, there was an extremely subtle difference that could not be seen. Countless new karma threads pierced through Chu Zhou's body, soul, and karma nomological sparks. Everything immediately underwent a mysterious transformation. In the dark, the power of karma that existed in the universe also surged into Chu Zhou's body along the countless karma threads that passed through his body, soul, and karma nomological sparks. The power of karma in his body became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, his karma nomological sparks shook violently, and a universe nobility level pressure suddenly erupted. It had shockingly advanced to the beginner grade universe nobility level karma nomological sparks and continued to improve. In the end, the karma nomological sparks advanced to the peak of the advance grade universe nobility before calming down. Name, Chu Zhou, Advance Grade Universe Nobility. Attribute points, 25,452 quintillion, 12 quintillion, I. Rule. Chaos Law, 60%, unupgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 60%, unupgradable. Space-Time Law, 60%, unupgradable, 1. 5 Elemental Laws, 60%, unupgradable. Karma Law, 60%, plus 30%, unupgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 60%, unupgradable. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board. Normally speaking, to increase the comprehension of the law of karma from 30% to 60%, it will consume about 60 million quintillion attribute points. However, because I have the Thunder Ancestors' inheritance in my consciousness, the attribute points required to upgrade my attribute board decreased greatly. I only consumed 1,200 quintillion attribute points and saved 4,800 quintillion attribute points. Seeing that his comprehension of the law of karma had increased to 60% after only consuming 1,200 quintillion attribute points, Chu Zhou smiled. He was very satisfied with this result. Even though his current attribute points exceeded 25,000 quintillion, it would be completely enough even if he spent 6,000 quintillion attribute points. However, he would save what he could. He still needed a large number of attribute points to upgrade his nomological laws and unique skills. Furthermore, if he wanted to break through the realm barrier between universe nobility and overlord, he would also need a total of 100,000 quintillion attribute points. His current attribute points were far from enough. My strength has increased again. Chu Zhou closed his eyes and felt the increase in strength in his body. At this moment, he was certain that his strength had completely reached the level of a beginner grade overlord. Some weaker beginner grade overlords might not be his match anymore. The gains from this trip are not bad. Chu Zhou smiled and opened his eyes to look at Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber took the initiative to fly in front of Chu Zhou. Hi! Teacher, you've become a universe lord. Chu Zhou could not help but exclaim in surprise when he sensed the universe lord fluctuation on Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber nodded happily and said with a smile, "That's right. I've become a universe lord. I didn't expect to become a universe lord in the Thunder Punishment Great World. I can only say that the legacy passed down to me by the Thunder Ancestor is too rich. I've only digested a small portion of the inheritance now and have already advanced to a universe lord. After I digest and absorb the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance, I'm confident that I can advance to a universe nobility or even an overlord." The Thunder Ancestors' inheritance is indeed rich. Chu Zhou also sighed deeply. He had fully experienced it just now. On second thought, it was very normal for Big Sister Saber to directly become a universe lord. Didn't he directly comprehend the law of karma just now, and his comprehension speed soared to 30%? Didn't he also condense the karma nomological sparks? The thunder punishment inheritance that Big Sister Saber obtained was probably not weaker than the karma inheritance. It was normal for her to directly advance to the universe lord realm. Little Zhou, the thunder ancestors' inheritance we obtained is too shocking. This is the inheritance of a sacred emperor. I reckon that even a universe saint would covet it. After I leave the thunder punishment great world, I can't reveal to the outside world that we obtained the thunder ancestors' inheritance. Otherwise, we will never have a day of peace. Big Sister Saber stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and said solemnly. Teacher, I understand. Chu Zhou laughed. He naturally understood how attractive a sacred emperor inheritance was. The divine general legacy in the divine general ancient city was coveted by countless experts in the universe. The sacred emperor inheritance was only more attractive than the divine general inheritance. Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber had a simple discussion. After they decided to leave the thunder punishment great world, they would not mention to anyone that they had obtained the thunder ancestors' inheritance. Just as they finished their discussion, the space they were in was suddenly distorted. A vast power acted on them, teleporting them out of the thunder punishment great world. They're out. Just as they left the Thunder Punishment Great World, Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber saw the Thunder Clan leader and the others from the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan leader and Lei Mian heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber come out. They did not know what dangers lay in the third stage of the Thunder Punishment Great World. However, they knew that it would definitely be more dangerous than the previous two rounds. They were all very worried about Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber's safety. Now that they saw Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber come out, they were relieved. Lei Ji, you've become a universe lord. Suddenly, the Thunder Clan leader's expression changed as he looked at Big Sister Saber in shock. He could actually sense the energy fluctuations of a universe lord from Big Sister Saber. This is indeed the energy fluctuation of a universe lord. Lei Mian, Lei Yu, Lei He and the others also felt the energy fluctuations of a universe lord from Big Sister Saber. They were all dumbfounded. They knew very well that it was very difficult for a world overlord to become a universe lord. Even some top world overlord prodigies among humans often needed hundreds of thousands of years to successfully advance to the universe lord realm, or even millions or tens of millions of years. Big Sister Saber had become a world overlord less than 100 years ago. It had only been 10 years since she became a peak world overlord. She became a universe lord just like that. It was too fast. Therefore, when they discovered that Big Sister Saber had already become a universe lord, they were all extremely shocked. I obtained some small opportunities in the third round, so I successfully advanced to the universe lord realm, Big Sister Saber said with a smile without explaining further. Everyone from the Thunder Clan. Could such an opportunity still be called a small opportunity? Everyone from the Thunder Clan was very curious about what Big Sister Saber had obtained in the third round. She had actually completed the transition from a world overlord to a universe lord so smoothly. Suddenly, an incomparably huge pressure descended. Everyone from the Thunder Clan, as well as Big Sister Saber, felt their bodies sink. Their expressions changed drastically. They raised their heads and saw three towering figures appear in front of them. Three pairs of eyes that were like searchlights were looking down at them coldly. Not good. It's the clones of the ancestor of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning race, the Black Thunder Clan, and the other three races. They want to attack us. The Thunder Clan leader could sense the overwhelming killing intent of the three towering figures and could not help but tremble. They were all destroyed by us in the Thunder Punishment Great World. The ancestors of the three races are going to violate their promise and take revenge on us. Lei Mian said with an ugly expression. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. What should we do? Lei Yu, Lei He and the other prodigies of the Thunder Clan almost went limp under the immense pressure. Are they going to make a move? Interesting. Chu Zhou raised his head and looked at the three overlords calmly. However, he felt a little interested in them. His strength had just skyrocketed and he could use these three overlords as a whetstone to verify his strength. Chapter 1047, Invincible Valor, Killing the Clones of the Three Overlords. 1. The clones of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning Race, the Black Thunder Clan, and the other three ancestors suddenly descended. They stood in front of Chu Zhou and the others like three indomitable demon gods, releasing terrifying killing intent. Not good. It must be because all the participants from the three races were wiped out by us in the Thunder Punishment Great World. The third ancestor is seeking revenge on us. Lei Mian looked up at the three terrifying figures and broke out in cold sweat. Damn it! Our four races have an agreement that everything that happens in the trial will end in the trial. We definitely won't implicate the people outside. Now, are the ancestors of the three races going to agree on the range? The Thunder Clan leader cursed with a nervous expression. Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other prodigies of the Thunder Clan were all pale and trembling instinctively under the envelopment of the ice-cold killing intent. Big Sister Saber was relatively calm as she frowned at the three huge figures. Chu Zhou looked at the three overlords indifferently and waited for them to attack. The three of you, you've violated the agreement. The clone of the Thunder Clan's ancestor spoke. He moved and stood in front of Chu Zhou and the others, facing the three incomparably huge figures. Our four races have long agreed that the trial will end in the trial. Lei Yuan, cut the crap and hand them over to us. Otherwise, your clone will be destroyed here today. A hoarse and sharp voice sounded. The one who spoke was a lightning zerg that stood on its hind legs. It was the size of an ancient mountain range, and its body was wrapped in lightning chains of order. Worlds were constantly being destroyed around it, looking extremely terrifying. Old bug, are you going to break the agreement? The ancestor of the Thunder Clan's eyes turned cold. His gaze was like two sharp heavenly blades that shot towards the lightning zerg that was the size of an ancient mountain range. Agreement? Isn't this thing supposed to be broken? A cold voice sounded. The person who spoke was a terrifying figure that seemed to be condensed from countless liquid lightning. Countless lightning tentacles wrapped around his body. Furthermore, those lightning tentacles were all liquid. Lightning Ancestor. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was furious. His gaze turned to the terrifying figure formed by liquid lightning. It was the ancestor of the Lightning Clan, the Lightning Ancestor. Lei Yuan, they're just a few juniors. At our level, are juniors that important? Hand them over to us. There's no need to damage our harmony. This time, the person who spoke was a figure surrounded by black lightning. There were also huge black lightning balls floating around him. Sajia. The Thunder Clan's ancestor turned his gaze again and looked at the Black Thunder Clan's ancestor Sajia with a solemn expression. Humph, we humans are not as shameless as you foreign races. We treat our weak races as ants and even cannon fodder. We can be dealt with and abandoned at will. This is also one of the important reasons why we humans have always been stronger than you foreign races. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan narrowed his eyes and said disdainfully. Then there's nothing else to say. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, Lei Yuan, this clone of yours will die here today. The ancestor of the Lightning Zerg race attacked. The body that was like an ancient mountain range was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning that instantly tore through the great cosmos. An earth-shattering electric current instantly drowned this star field, and the billions of voids instantly shattered. In an instant, everyone from the Thunder Clan felt as if their bodies were cracking. Fortunately, Chu Zhou attacked in time and activated a majestic power to condense a transparent barrier to protect them. Old bug, you're not qualified to destroy my clone. The Thunder Clan's ancestor roared and stepped on a vast sea of lightning, charging towards the Lightning Clan's ancestor. Boom! Two majestic figures collided violently in the void. In an instant, the star domain within a few light years around him shattered. Countless dead planets turned into cosmic dust. An overlord-level battle was too terrifying. Everyone from the Thunder Clan broke out in a cold sweat when they saw the destruction of the star domain. If Chu Zhou had not protected them, they would have been killed instantly by the aftershocks of the battle between the Thunder Clan's ancestor and the Lightning Zerg's ancestor. As soon as the Thunder Clan's ancestor and the Lightning Zerg's ancestor started fighting, they immediately entered a white-hot state. Two majestic figures collided crazily in the starry sky. Lightning collided with lightning. The nomological laws collided with each other. The physical body collided with the physical body. Knock 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 knock. This was a battle between universe pinnacle experts. It was both barbaric and elegant, both crazy and orderly. Terrifying energy waves turned into a monstrous energy tsunami. Accompanied by endless intertwining lightning, it swept across a radius of several light years. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains could be seen everywhere, colliding and clashing in the starry sky. This was a scene even more terrifying than the end of the world. Lei Yuan, die! The lightning ancestor also attacked. He summoned the liquid lightning that filled the sky and condensed them into lightning arrows that shot towards the figure of the Thunder Clan's ancestor. Dense lightning arrows pierced through the void and exploded. There was also a towering and huge hand that stretched out, a hand that was even larger than Earth, and grabbed at Chu Zhou and the others. The Thunder Clan's ancestor was resisting the attacks of the Lightning Zerg ancestor and the Lightning ancestor. When he saw the Black Thunder Clan's ancestor Sagia attacking Chu Zhou and the others, his expression could not help but change. Chapter 1048, Invincible Valor, Killing 3 Overlord Clones. 2. He wanted to support Chu Zhou and the others. However, they were stopped by the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor and the Lightning ancestor. It's over. We're finished. When the Thunder Clan leader and the others saw the huge hand that covered the sky, their faces turned pale and their eyes were filled with despair. They did not think that they had the strength to contend against an Overlord's clone. At this moment, Chu Zhou made his move. Boom! His figure suddenly moved, as if a primordial behemoth had moved, or as if billions of ghosts and gods had moved at the same time. In an instant, the entire star field shook violently as he stepped out. He simply struck out with his palm. With a bang, he shattered the huge hand that blotted out the sky. This. The Thunder Clan leader, Lei Mian, Lei Yu, Lei He and the other paragons of the Thunder Clan were petrified by the scene before them. By the way, Lord Chu Zhou is the same as Lord King Bei Kang. They're both protagonists of the era and have heaven-defying combat strength. Even though he's only a universe nobility, he might have the strength to fight against overlords. The eyes of the Thunder Clan leader lit up as he muttered to himself. Fortunately, Lord Chu Zhou is here. Otherwise, we would have probably turned into cosmic dust. Lei Mian said with lingering fears, his face filled with relief. Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other prodigies of the Thunder Clan were dumbfounded. What? Lei Ji's guardian was actually the #1 prodigy of their human race, Lord Chu Zhou? Furthermore, Lord Chu Zhou's strength is actually so heaven-defying? The moment Chu Zhou attacked, the ancestor of the Black Thunder Clan, Sagia, recognized Chu Zhou's identity from the power that erupted when he attacked. You are the #1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou. Sagia stared coldly at Chu Zhou's figure, its heart trembling. It was okay if Chu Zhou appeared there. However, Chu Zhou could actually break through his attack just now. Could Chu Zhou's strength had also reached the level before King Bei Kang became an overlord and was comparable to a beginner-grade universe overlord? With this thought in mind, the killing intent on Sagia's body erupted like an avalanche. Countless black lightning spread out from his body. The ancestor of the Lightning Zerg race and the Lightning ancestor, who were fighting the Thunder Clan's ancestor, also looked at Chu Zhou in shock when they heard Sagia's words. Their reactions were almost the same as Sagia's. He had an overwhelming killing intent towards Chu Zhou. Moreover, the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor and Lightning ancestor's killing intent towards Chu Zhou was even stronger than Sagia's. The two of them were the core upper echelons of the Zerg race and the Origin race. They knew too well the threat that King Bei Kang posed to the Zerg race and the Origin race. The potential Chu Zhou displayed was not inferior to King Bei Kang at all. In fact, it was even greater. This meant that Chu Zhou's threat to the Zerg race and the Origin race in the future was very likely to be greater than King Bei Kang's. This made them wish they could kill Chu Zhou immediately and eliminate the calamity. Before Chu Zhou attacked, he knew that once he attacked, he would immediately be recognized. His appearance and energy fluctuations could both be concealed. However, the power he unleashed could not be concealed. However, he didn't care even if he was recognized. With a thought, he retracted the spatial power covering the surface of his body from the space-time treasure box and revealed his true appearance. It's me. Facing the murderous gazes of Sagia, the ancestor of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning ancestor, and the other overlords, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm as though nothing had happened. It's indeed Lord Chu Zhou. I didn't expect Lord Chu Zhou to have such a close relationship with our Thunder Clan's Lei Ji, Lei Yu, Lei He, and the other prodigies of the Thunder Clan were excited when they saw Chu Zhou's true appearance and thought of his relationship with Big Sister Saber. They were not stupid. Chu Zhou had a bright future. With Chu Zhou's relationship with Big Sister Saber, it would be of great benefit to the Thunder Clan when Chu Zhou became a giant of the human race in the future. Never would I have imagined that a junior like you would be able to conceal your identity right under our noses. Sagia said coldly. His eyes were like searchlights, shooting out two cold beams of light. However, it doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. He snorted coldly and stretched out a large hand again to grab Chu Zhou. This time, he was clearly serious. He used the power of the lightning punishment law. Endless black lightning surged out of his hand and transformed into mountain-like chains of black lightning that wrapped around Chu Zhou. Bumble rumble rumble. Sagia's grab was too powerful. The void clearly could not withstand it. Not only did the layers of the void collapse. Even the laws of the universe that existed in this void were affected. The laws were temporarily pushed out by the power of the thunder punishment law. With the naked eye, one could see many other threads of laws being pushed away by the waves of black lightning. Such an attack made the Thunder Clan's patriarch and the others' scalps tingle. They felt that as long as they were slightly affected, they would immediately die. With a thought, Chu Zhou teleported the Thunder Clan's patriarch and the others hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Then, he stepped on the air with an indifferent and calm expression. "Who gave you the courage to think you could destroy me?" he asked expressionlessly. Streams of nomological rivers suddenly fell behind him. The Chaos Nomological River. The Yin-Yang Nomological River. The Space-Time Law River. The Five Elemental Laws River. The Karma Laws River. The Law of Reincarnation River. 6 mighty nomological rivers fell behind him. Unimaginable nomological power swept out like an endless sea. Chapter 1049, Invincible Valor, Killing 3 Overlord Clones. 3. The power of the 6 nomological rivers overlapped was too vast and majestic. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky, which spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers, collapsed and turned into nothingness under the suppression of the 6 nomological rivers. The black lightning chains that wrapped around Chu Zhou were all shattered before they could approach his body. The huge palm condensed by Sagia shattered with a bang. 6 nomological laws, and all 6 of them have been cultivated to the peak of the universe nobility realm. How is this possible? At this moment, Sagia was stunned. It looked at the 6 nomological rivers behind Chu Zhou in disbelief. Even the Thunder Clan's ancestor, the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor, and the Lightning ancestor, who were fighting intensely, temporarily stopped fighting. They looked at the 6 nomological rivers behind Chu Zhou in shock. It wasn't that they hadn't seen experts who cultivated many laws at the same time. However, this was the first time he had cultivated 6 nomological laws at the same time and even cultivated all 6 to the peak of the universe nobility realm. They were all experienced and knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate a nomological law to the peak of the universe nobility realm. And to cultivate 6 nomological laws to the pinnacle of the universe nobility realm at the same time. This was absolutely impossible in their opinion. And to cultivate 6 nomological laws to the pinnacle of the universe nobility realm at the same time. This was absolutely impossible in their opinion. I hear nothing impossible about me. I have infinite possibilities. Chu Zhou was like an ancient sacred emperor patrolling the sky. His power towered into the sky and suppressed the world. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Sagia. Without any techniques, he threw a punch at Sagia. In an instant, the 6 rivers of nomological laws wrapped around his arm like 6 flood dragons and blasted towards Sagia with his punch. Chu Zhou, don't be arrogant. You're only a universe nobility. I'm the overlord. Sensing Chu Zhou's contempt, Sagia could not help but fly into a rage. He pushed his hands forward at the same time and instantly summoned a vast sea of black lightning. Endless black lightning surged and danced in it, emitting terrifying lightning fluctuations that could destroy everything. Still, the vast sea of black lightning was shattered by Chu Zhou's punch with a bang. Chu Zhou's fist and his entire body pierced through Sagia's chest like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it a rain of blood. Immediately after, the power of 6 nomological laws erupted from the bloody hole in Sagia's chest. They drilled out like 6 ferocious dragons and wrapped around Sagia's towering and huge body, forcibly crushing it into a rain of blood. This overlord clone actually has a large amount of life elementium as well. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up when he sensed the rich life elementium contained in the rain of blood. He opened his mouth and it seemed to turn into a black hole that emitted a terrifying devouring power. The blood rain that filled the sky immediately gathered into a blood river that was hundreds of thousands of miles long and quickly flowed into his mouth. His attribute board immediately converted the rolling life elementium that he had devoured into attribute points. What? Sagio was killed by Chu Zhou with one punch. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan, the ancestor of the Lightning Zerg race, the Lightning Ancestor and the other three overlords looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Even though only one of Sagio's clones was killed, it was still an overlord's clone. Its might and power were not something that universe nobility could match at all. However, Sagio was still killed by Chu Zhou's punch. This made them unable to remain calm. In the distance, the people of the Thunder Clan were also petrified when they saw the scene just now through their divine senses. They were all shocked by Chu Zhou's combat strength. Your turn. With a whoosh, Chu Zhou appeared in front of the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor and threw a punch at him. Chu Zhou, who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, you still need at least 10 billion years of bitter cultivation. The ancestor of the Lightning Zerg race was enraged and shrieked repeatedly. However, it in fact was very cautious. In an instant, it erupted with all the power in its body and mobilized the Thunder Punishment Law with all its might. In an instant, its entire body turned into an incomparably thick bolt of lightning that was billions of kilometers long, as if it wanted to split the universe apart. However, in the face of Chu Zhou's punch that gathered the power of 6 nomological laws, the Lightning Zerg ancestor's incomparably huge body was still broken by a punch. Ah! Amidst the screams, the body of the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor, which had been broken into two, continued to explode. It followed in Sagio's footsteps and turned into a rain of blood that enveloped half a light year away. Chu Zhou stood in the blood rain that filled the sky like a peerless demon king. He opened his mouth and erupted with the power of sky devouring. Endless blood rain gathered into rivers of blood and instantly surged into Chu Zhou's mouth under the acceleration of the space-time law. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Everyone from the Thunder Clan. At this moment, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan and the people of the Thunder Clan looked at Chu Zhou's figure that was like a peerless demon king and were all numb. Damn it! Is this still considered a universe nobility? Damn it! The Lightning Ancestor was also numb. Sagio and the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor, who were about the same strength as him, were both killed by Chu Zhou with a punch. The Lightning Ancestor was also numb. Sagio and the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor, who were about the same strength as him, were both killed by Chu Zhou with a punch. Even though this was only one of his clones, clones were also very precious. Sometimes, a clone was equivalent to a life. It could replace the main body to suffer calamity and share the danger. He did not want this clone of his to die here. Therefore, he fled. His body suddenly erupted with incomparable lightning, tearing apart the great universe. He turned into an afterimage and quickly fled into the depths of the universe. Unfortunately, facing Chu Zhou, who had grasped the space-time law and the karma law, the Lightning Ancestor could only dream of escaping. Space-time reversal. With a thought, the Lightning Ancestor, who had fled to the depths of the universe, returned to its original position. Boom! It was another ordinary punch. Chu Zhou sent the Lightning Ancestor to reunite with Sagio and the Lightning Zerg race's ancestor. It opened its mouth and swallowed the blood rain again. The attribute points on his attribute board were rapidly increasing. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan and the people of the Thunder Clan looked at Chu Zhou's figure in a daze, as if they had all become fools. The impact on their minds was too great. For a moment, they could not react. After killing the ancestors of the three races, Chu Zhou did not relax. Instead, he turned his gaze to a corner of the starry sky and suddenly threw a punch. The corner of the starry sky was destroyed by his punch. In the next moment, a huge tree that seemed to be larger than a galaxy appeared from the shattered starry sky. This huge tree was surrounded by rivers of time condensed from the power of time. The aura emitted made even overlords like the ancestor of the Thunder Clan tremble. Chapter 1050, Master and Disciple Working Together. 1. Boom! A huge tree appeared from the shattered starry sky. This tree was too huge. Many star realms hung between the leaves like fruits. There were also rivers of time surrounding this huge tree. A terrifying aura swept out from the huge tree like a storm and swept through the entire starry sky. Even an overlord like the ancestor of the Thunder Clan felt suffocated at this moment. Who is this? Everyone from the Thunder Clan looked at the huge tree that seemed to cover the entire starry sky and their hearts trembled. Under the terrifying aura of the giant tree, they almost fainted. The Mana Race's leader, the Lord of the Universe Light. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan tensed up and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the huge tree that seemed to cover the entire starry sky solemnly. As the overlord of the human race, he knew the overlords of the other 5 peak races very well. Therefore, he recognized the giant tree at a glance. It was the Lord of the Universe Light. Overlords had differences as well. Beginner grade overlords were the most numerous and could be considered to be at the bottom of the overlord circle. Intermediate grade overlords could only produce about 1 out of 100 beginner grade overlords. Therefore, there were fewer intermediate grade overlords and each of them had a high status. They could be said to be important figures among overlords. Advanced grade overlords were extremely rare. Not only was every advanced grade overlord extremely powerful, they also had a lofty status and were the overlords among overlords. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was an intermediate grade overlord and was considered a big shot in the human overlord circle. As such, the Mirror Universe Corporation and the other 5 superpowers would give the Thunder Clan's ancestors some face. However, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan was incomparable to the Lord of the Universe Light. The Lord of the Universe Light was not only an extremely ancient advanced grade overlord, but also an advanced grade overlord of space-time law. Even among the advanced grade overlords in the entire universe, his strength was one of the best. It could be said that the Lord of the Universe Light was not only a giant, but also one of the most powerful giants. Compared to the Lord of the Universe Light, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan was undoubtedly inferior. Therefore, when he saw the Lord of the Universe Light suddenly appear here, the Thunder Clan's ancestor immediately became vigilant and felt uneasy. Even if his main body was here, he was far from being a match for the Lord of the Universe Light. Moreover, he was only a clone. Chu Zhou also looked at the Lord of the Universe Light solemnly, but there was no nervousness on his face. Human brat, you've grown so quickly. A huge face slowly appeared on the huge tree. A pair of dignified and sharp eyes locked onto Chu Zhou's figure. The last time I saw you, you were only a universe lord. I didn't expect that the next time I saw you, you had already become an advanced grade universe nobility and had the strength of a beginner grade overlord. A grand and cold voice resounded through the void. That voice was filled with cold killing intent. The Lord of the Universe Light had existed for an incomparably long time, and he had basically seen and experienced everything in his life. His state of mind had long been tempered like a clear mirror. It could be said that nothing in this world could shake his mind. However, at this moment, his heart was extremely unstable, as if waves were rising and falling. Chu Zhou's improvement was too fast. It was the only thing he had seen in his life. This kid has also cultivated the space-time law. He has to die. The Lord of the Universe Light stared at Chu Zhou with killing intent. Chu Zhou had nearly killed his beloved disciple, Daphne, on the Demon Mountain continent. Furthermore, he had forcefully attacked her when she was stopped by him. This had already made him want to kill Chu Zhou. Now, he discovered that not only was Chu Zhou's cultivation speed unprecedented, but he had also cultivated the space-time law to the peak of the universe nobility realm. This made the killing intent in his heart even stronger. As one of the few overlords of the space-time law in the universe, he had long regarded the position of Saint of the space-time law as his. Therefore, for countless years, he had been suppressing and even killing living beings who had comprehended the space-time law, especially competitors who had the chance to compete with him for the Saint of the space-time law. This was also the reason why he wanted to kill the Lord of Moment back then. He also felt a threat from Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's cultivation speed was too fast. If Chu Zhou continued to grow, he would probably become a space-time law overlord in no time. In that case, he would definitely compete with him for the position of the space-time law saint in the future. This was something he would never allow. The hatred of killing his disciple and the threat he might pose in the future, coupled with the influence Chu Zhou's rise had on the Mana race, made the Lord of the Universe Light's killing intent towards Chu Zhou extremely strong. Heaven and earth would follow the overlord's emotions. At this moment, the entire star field seemed to be frozen under the extremely cold killing intent. Everyone from the Thunder Clan shivered and had no choice but to retreat further away. Chu Zhou looked at the Lord of the Universe Light calmly. He did not feel nervous because he sensed the other party's killing intent. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "The Lord of the Universe Light. Speaking of which, this is our third time meeting. The first time we met was in the demon world. At that time, you were in a sorry state and were severely injured by the great heaven demon god's halberd across endless space and time. The second time we met was when I attacked Daphne. I went easy on Daphne, but you seemed a little angry. This is the third time we've met." Chapter 1051, Master and Disciple Working Together. 2. From the looks of it, you and I seem to be fated. It's fate. The Lord of the Universe Light's huge tree body swayed gently, causing the entire galaxy to tremble. His cold gaze locked onto Chu Zhou. This matter can't be repeated more than 3 times. Human brat, it's already your lifetime honor to have the chance to see me 3 times. Today, I'll end your life here. As soon as he finished speaking, a crystalline root suddenly pierced through the universe and attacked Chu Zhou at high speed. Terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to collapse layer by layer. When the ancestor of the Thunder Clan saw that the Lord of the Universe Light had suddenly attacked Chu Zhou, he immediately focused his gaze and wanted to help Chu Zhou resolve this attack. Eyeless hands instantly transformed into 2 primordial lightning dragons that were 1,000,000 kilometers long. They roared and charged at the crystalline roots, bringing with them terrifying lightning storms. However, that crystalline root carried a peerless sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It actually pierced through the 2 roaring primordial lightning dragons and charged towards Chu Zhou without decreasing its momentum. After the 2 primordial lightning dragons were pierced by the roots, they instantly dissipated into large amounts of lightning. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan's face turned slightly pale as he staggered back a few steps. Is this the power of the famous Lord of the Universe Light? The ancestor of the Thunder Clan looked at the Lord of the Universe Light solemnly. He knew that the Lord of the Universe Light was very powerful, but he did not expect that even if he attacked with all his might, he would not be able to stop the seemingly casual attack of the other party. This made him truly feel the huge difference in strength between him and the Lord of the Universe Light. Big Sister Saber and the others couldn't help but worry for Chu Zhou when they saw the Lord of the Universe Light attack Chu Zhou. Moreover, even the Thunder Clan's ancestor couldn't stop it. Chu Zhou looked calmly at the approaching roots and remained unmoved. Boom! Suddenly, a golden black peerless sword energy tore through the universe and instantly shot over from billions of miles away. It struck the root that was shooting at Chu Zhou at high speed and shattered it. The next moment, a figure with half gold and half black hair appeared beside Chu Zhou with a whoosh. A peerless killing intent that could kill through heaven and earth and destroy everything spread from this figure. This killing intent was colder and purer than Aeon Light's killing intent, as if it contained the essence profound of slaughter. Countless scarlet words dripping with blood appeared in the starry sky. Big Sister Saber, the Lei clan leader, Lei Mian, Lei Yu, Lei He and the rest had hallucinations in their spirit under the impact of this new killing intent. In a daze, they saw an endless mountain of corpses, a roaring river of blood, the corpses of gods and devils that fell from the sky, and countless tombstones. In the end, they vaguely saw a cold figure standing on the mountain of corpses. That figure seemed to be born from an innate killing intent, emitting an earth-shattering killing intent. With just a glance, their minds were about to collapse. What? What a terrifying person! This is too terrifying! Big Sister Saber and the others felt their hearts tremble. King Bei Kang. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan stared deeply at the figure that appeared beside Chu Zhou. The first thing he knew was that it was King Bei Kang. Sensing the boundless killing intent on King Bei Kang's body and the terrifying power that was filled with holy and demonic nature, he exclaimed in his heart. Even though King Bei Kang was a new overlord, his strength could not be measured by new overlords at all. Furthermore, King Bei Kang's improvement was too fast. When the Mirror Universe Corporation held the Overlord celebration for King Bei Kang, he also attended. Back then, he felt that King Bei Kang's strength far surpassed that of a beginner Great Overlord and was not much weaker than an intermediate Great Overlord like him. However, he vaguely felt that King Bei Kang was already above him. Moreover, it was definitely not just a little stronger than him. He sensed a terrifying danger from King Bei Kang. What a terrifying pair of master and disciple! Be it disciples or teachers, they are all terrifying freaks. Fortunately, This pair of master and disciple are humans. Otherwise, we humans would be uneasy. Looking at Chu Zhou and King Bei Kang, the Thunder Clan's ancestor was deeply shocked. Teacher. Chu Zhou smiled and said to the teacher beside him. King Bei Kang nodded gently. Then, he looked at the Lord of the Universe Light solemnly and said, "We meet again." King Bei Kang. When the Lord of the Universe Light saw King Bei Kang, who had suddenly broken the attack and appeared beside Chu Zhou, his eyes narrowed slightly. "You were prepared for my appearance," he said coldly. He had to wonder since the King Bei Kang immediately appeared just as he was about to attack Chu Zhou. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. "That's not it." Chu Zhou raised his head slightly and looked at the gloomy face of the Lord of the Universe Light. "It's just that I've offended too many people. I feel that if I leave the human territory, there might be people who will attack me. Moreover, you also know that I'm proficient in the space-time law. Through the space-time law, I can see some blurry fragments of my future in advance. And those blurry fragments make me sense danger. It's precisely because of these 2 points that I made additional preparations. I didn't expect you to come." The Lord of the Universe Light's expression became colder and colder, and his killing intent towards Chu Zhou became more and more determined. Chapter 1052, Master and Disciple Working Together. 3. He knew that Chu Zhou was very likely right. Proficiency in the space-time law could allow one to sense in advance that they might encounter danger in the future. He could even do it himself. Hence, he had to kill Chu Zhou this time. Otherwise, as Chu Zhou's comprehension of the space-time law deepened, his perception of danger became more and more subtle, making it increasingly difficult to kill him. That was not something he wanted. The Lord of the Universe Light sneered. With a thought, hundreds of incomparably huge crystal roots pierced through the universe and shot towards Chu Zhou and King Bei Kang. These hundreds of crystalline roots were much more terrifying than the root that had attacked Chu Zhou previously. Each root was surrounded by a river of time. Wherever the roots passed, space-time distorted like a fried dough twist. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan felt his scalp tingle when he saw those roots. Kill! Chu Zhou and King Bei Kang looked at each other and instantly charged towards the hundreds of roots fearlessly. At this moment, Chu Zhou did not hold back at all. In his consciousness space, the 6 nomological sparks vibrated crazily, mobilizing the power of the 6 cosmic laws. At this moment, Chu Zhou did not hold back at all. In his consciousness space, the 6 nomological sparks vibrated crazily, mobilizing the power of the 6 cosmic laws. Under Chu Zhou's control, the 6 nomological rivers fused with the Book of Dharma. In an instant, the Book of Dharma erupted with a light that illuminated the universe, turning into a 6-colored sun that was 10 times larger than a real sun. With a bang, it suppressed the roots that were flying over. Wherever the 6-colored sun passed, the void shattered, and chaos appeared. The yin-yang Taiji painting soared through the sky, and the long river of time and space flowed. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth quickly evolved into all things. Countless golden karma threads appeared, connecting to the newborn all things. Countless reincarnation gears also appeared, driving all things to rotate and reincarnate. This was an extremely terrifying scene. It was as if a new universe was being established and all things were evolving. Moreover, under the push of the 6 laws, the entire universe and all things in the universe were quickly deducing the process of birth, development, prosperity, decline, end, reincarnation, and so on. Vaguely, a terrifying power that surpassed laws spread. The roots that flew over were directly obliterated by that obscure force. On the other side, King Bei Kang held a golden black killing sword condensed from the law of gods and demons in his hand. Under the siege of the crystalline roots, it moved horizontally and vertically. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the spokesperson of slaughter. His entire body emitted a peerless killing intent that shook the ages. Countless scarlet words surrounded him. His casual sword move could move heaven and earth and reverse yin and yang. An earth-shattering slaughtering sword light shot out from his body. Wherever he went, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would appear, and white bones would be everywhere. Numerous sparkling roots were minced by the terrifying killing sword light. Even the river of time that surrounded the roots was forcefully destroyed by the killing sword beams. It was as if those killing sword lights could cut through anything. At this moment, Chu Zhou and King Bei Kang both erupted with combat strength that far exceeded their cultivation realms. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was shocked. Chu Zhou and King Beikang joined forces and quickly destroyed all the roots that were attacking them. They attacked the Lord of the Universe Light's main body. Kill! Chu Zhou's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He pushed the six-colored sun formed by the Book of Dharma towards the Lord of the Universe Light. The killing sword art! King Beikang shouted sternly. A divine rune with the word kill appeared between his eyebrows. His entire body instantly erupted with an earth-shattering blood-colored wave. At this moment, he unleashed the power of the kill word sword technique to the extreme. The golden-black killing sword in his hand had also turned scarlet at this moment. Dense killing words were imprinted on the sword. He waved his killing sword violently and stabbed at the Lord of the Universe Light. TSS. A blood-red lightning-like sword beam seemed to carry the killing intent of billions of people in the world. It instantly cut through the great cosmos, cut through billions of space-time, and stabbed fiercely at the huge tree. The power that erupted from Chu Zhou and King Beikang was completely beyond the Lord of the Universe Light's expectations. As a result, when he reacted, Chu Zhou and King Beikang had already arrived in front of his main body. Seeing that Chu Zhou and King Beikang were ruthlessly attacking his main body and wanted to kill him, the anger in the Lord of the Universe Light's heart erupted like a volcano. He admitted that Chu Zhou and King Beikang were indeed peerless. Be it disciples or teachers, they were all unimaginably monstrous. However, at the end of the day, King Beikang was still a new overlord. Chu Zhou was only a universe nobility. As a peerless giant who had been famous for countless years, the Lord of the Universe Light felt humiliated to be forced to such a state by a newly advanced overlord and a universe nobility. You deserve to die. The Lord of the Universe Light was furious. In an instant, his giant tree body emitted endless space-time divine light. Pale white light illuminated the entire starry sky. Boom! As if the four seas had collapsed, a vast and unimaginable spatial divine power erupted from the huge tree. In an instant, the starry sky within a radius of several light-years distorted. Countless dead planets shattered into dust in the distorted space-time. All the planets and meteors in the dead star belt where the Thunder Punishment Great World was also shattered in this large-scale spatial distortion. This was an extremely terrifying space-time disaster. Seeing that the situation was bad, the Thunder Clan's patriarch hurriedly stored Big Sister Saber and the others into his divine kingdom. Then, he summoned a universe nobility level shield and activated it with all his might. He used the power of the shield to resist the distorted space and time around him. Only then did he narrowly survive the calamity. The six-colored sun formed by the Book of Dharma was also blasted back by the majestic power of space-time distortion. The scarlet sword light that contained peerless killing intent was also forcibly shattered by the terrifying power of space-time distortion. Chu Zhou and King Beikang sensed danger and hurriedly retreated millions of kilometers. They looked solemnly at the huge tree that was emitting endless space-time divine light. Chapter 1053, The End of the Great War. Shocking the Universe. 1. Chu Zhou and King Beikang stood side by side and looked at the huge tree that was emitting a resplendent spatial divine light. They looked at the tsunami-like spatial divine power waves with a solemn expression. The Lord of the Universe Light was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people feel despair. Chu Zhou, King Beikang, you have angered me. The Lord of the Universe Light glared at Chu Zhou and King Beikang with killing intent in his eyes. Today, I will bury you in time. With that, his huge tree body shook. Boom! In an instant, the entire star field shook. Then, Chu Zhou and King Beikang saw an infinite space-time divine light erupt from the huge tree. This wave of space-time divine light was too vast. It was like an endless sea that instantly swept through the starry sky. Chu Zhou immediately felt a terrifying power that deprived time attack. The invading force was extremely terrifying and domineering, as if it was trying to rob him of his time. His expression changed. Teacher, be careful. The Lord of the Universe Light is trying to take away our time. He hurriedly reminded King Beikang. At the same time, he activated the space-time treasure box with all his might and used it to activate the space-time imprisonment profound. At the same time, he imprisoned the time on himself and King Beikang to prevent them from being deprived of it. Under Chu Zhou's reminder, King Beikang did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned his Law of the Sun, and his entire body was in a golden black sun that was even larger than a real sun. He also used his golden black sun to envelop himself and Chu Zhou to resist the incoming power. The majestic space-time divine light was like a huge wave, a tsunami, and a tsunami. It constantly washed over Chu Zhou and King Beikang, wanting to deprive them of their time. However, under the power of the space-time treasure box and the guardian of the golden black sun, Chu Zhou and King Beikang's time was stabilized and not deprived. It was mainly because the power that erupted from the space-time treasure box offset most of the invasion and deprivation. The Lord of Moments space-time treasure box. The Lord of the Universe Light's eyes could not help but turn cold when he saw Chu Zhou activate the space-time treasure box to offset most of the power of deprivation he activated. Lord of Moment, you ruined my plans. At this moment, the Lord of the Universe Light could not help but hate the Lord of Moment, the true owner of the space-time treasure box. He was certain that if not for the space-time treasure box, Chu Zhou and King Beikang would have been severely injured even if they didn't die. As expected, all living beings who have comprehended the space-time law deserve to die. All space-time treasures should be taken or destroyed. The Lord of the Universe Light's eyes were cold. Teacher, the Lord of the Universe Light is too powerful. I'm afraid ordinary attacks won't be able to hurt him. I'm afraid we have to do our best. Chu Zhou looked at his teacher and said solemnly. Well, that's true. King Beikang nodded and said, then let's do our best. With that, the divine rune of the word kill on his glabella suddenly emitted a boundless blood light, as if it was burning. Kill! 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 All of a sudden, countless ferocious battle cries sounded in this star region. It was as if endless living beings were shouting, roaring, and venting the killing intent in their hearts. Unknowingly, wisps of scarlet airflow appeared everywhere in this star domain and wrapped around King Beikang's figure. This is... Chu Zhou looked at the scarlet airflow and felt that it was inexplicably familiar. In an instant, he thought of the power of emotions he had gathered when he activated the Book of Seven Calamities. The wisps of scarlet air seemed to have a similar power. With a thought, he activated his divine sense and came into contact with a wisp of scarlet airflow. He immediately felt a pure killing intent attack. For a moment, he seemed to see an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is pure killing intent, the power to kill. He instantly confirmed the power contained in the scarlet airflow. Is this the power gathered by the divine rune of the word kill? Why does it seem to have the same effect as the power of emotions gathered by the Book of Seven Calamities? He couldn't help but think to himself. However, now was not the time to think about this. He quickly recollected himself. He began to activate the 6 nomological sparks in his consciousness space with all his might, mobilizing the power of the 6 laws to strengthen himself. At this moment, King Beikang's body was quickly absorbing the countless scarlet airflows that flew over from all over the starry sky. His hair and his eyes had unknowingly turned blood red. At the same time, a blood-red slaughter armor appeared on his body. At this moment, he was the true god of slaughter. His killing intent was so strong that even the ancestor of the Thunder clan, who was watching from afar, felt extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, he raised the killing sword in his hand. A blood-like sticky energy immediately spread out from his arm and gathered on the killing sword. At the same time, the golden black sun floating behind him instantly compressed and condensed into a ball the size of a faceplate before fusing into the killing sword. Boom! In an instant, the killing sword in his hand turned into a huge 3-colored pillar of light that broke through layers of space and time and extended into the unknown. Chapter 1054, The End of the Great War. Shocking the Universe. 2. Kill. King Beikang descended to the mortal world like a peerless killing god. His blood-colored hair danced in the air, and 2 beams of blood-colored light shot out from his eyes. He shouted and suddenly waved the hand holding the blood sword. A boundless 3-colored pillar of light collapsed toward the Lord of the Universe Light. In an instant, the starry sky collapsed. Endless 3-colored pillars of light pressed down, as if they were crushing the entire universe. While the North Blue King unleashed his full strength, Chu Zhou did not stay idle. Not only did he inject all 6 nomological powers into the Book of Dharma, he also turned it into a huge 6-colored sun. He also activated the Book of 7 Calamities and absorbed the power of the 7 emotions floating in the universe. He also injected the power of these 7 emotions into the 6-colored sun. Instantly, 7 terrifying demonic saber phantoms appeared in the 6-colored sun. It's not enough. Chu Zhou roared and instantly transformed into a 10 million meter tall chaos giant. Thunder Ancestor, let me borrow your remaining power. With this thought in mind, the karma nomological sparks in his consciousness space vibrated crazily. It vaguely resonated with the karma net in the thunder punishment great world. Following that, he stretched out a chaotic hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed in the direction of the thunder punishment great world. Rumble. The thunder punishment great world, which had been hidden since the end of the trial, suddenly reappeared in the void. A huge lightning vortex appeared in the void. At this moment, the huge lightning vortex shook with a bang. A purple gold net extended out of the lightning vortex and quickly spread to Chu Zhou. The mighty power of lightning punishment and karma flowed into Chu Zhou's body along the karma lightning web like a tide. Chu Zhou injected this power into the Book of Dharma. Instantly, the six-colored sun transformed by the Book of Dharma increased in size by 10 times. The surging energy waves made the surrounding starry sky tremble. Chu Zhou was still not satisfied with this. At this moment, he even used the six-colored sun as a carrier to use the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual. Rumble. Under the activation of the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, the various powers in the six-colored sun combined continuously and finally fused perfectly. Under the activation of the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, the various powers in the six-colored sun combined continuously and finally fused perfectly. At that moment, a faint colorful stream of light flowed on the surface of the Book of Dharma. That layer of colorful flowing light did not look special. However, it emitted a shuddering aura. Go! Chu Zhou pointed at the Lord of the Universe Light's giant tree. The Book of Dharma instantly turned into an extremely fast stream of light that tore through the starry sky and flew over. The colorful stream of light transformed by the Book of Dharma collided with the huge tree at almost the same time as King Beikang's three-colored pillar of light. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang that seemed to split the heavens and earth sounded, shaking the entire star field. Boundless energy and light instantly drowned the huge tree that seemed to cover the entire starry sky. The starry sky where the giant tree was directly collapsed, turning into a chaotic void. One could vaguely see many broken leaves and roots dancing in the chaotic void. After a long, long time, a huge tree with countless broken branches and leaves rushed out from the chaotic void. There were many cracks on the trunk of the giant tree. At this moment, the divine light of the giant tree was dim, and its aura was much weaker than before. You, actually injured me. The Lord of the Universe Light stared at Chu Zhou and King Beikang with a gloomy expression. He was about to go crazy. As one of the strongest overlords in the universe, he was severely injured by a newly advanced overlord and a newly advanced universe nobility. This was completely unacceptable to him. He didn't die? What a pity! Chu Zhou muttered and a trace of regret appeared on his face. After all, he's a giant. How can he be killed so easily? King Beikang said calmly when he heard Chu Zhou's words. I know that. It's just that we think that if we succeed, we'll make a killing. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. Indeed, they never thought that they would be able to kill the Lord of the Universe Light. If he could kill the Lord of the Universe Light like this, then a giant like the Lord of the Universe Light would be too worthless and would not have such a lofty status among overlords. To be able to injure the Lord of the Universe Light was already achieving their goal. Damn it! If it wasn't for the fact that the great heaven demon god has yet to recover from the serious injuries he inflicted on me, how could I have been injured by the combined efforts of the master and disciple? The Lord of the Universe Light felt aggrieved as he locked his gaze on Chu Zhou and King Beikang. He indeed wanted to kill Chu Zhou and King Beikang today. However, he had not recovered from his serious injuries to begin with, and he had been injured by Chu Zhou and King Beikang's joint attack just now. His old injuries had yet to recover. After licking his new injuries, the injuries in his body were faintly showing signs of worsening. As a peerless ancient figure, his true strength was naturally not limited to what he had displayed just now. He was confident that if he used his full strength, he could completely kill Chu Zhou and King Beikang. However, in that case, his injuries would probably not be able to be suppressed. If his injuries erupted and other overlords took the opportunity to attack him, he would be in extreme danger. Chapter 1055, The End of the Great War. Shocking the Universe. 3. Especially since there was an intermediate great overlord, the ancestor of the Thunder Clan, beside him. Under normal circumstances, he really did not care about an overlord like the Thunder Clan's ancestor. However, if his injuries erupted, the Thunder Clan's ancestor might be his death warrant. Furthermore, he had been fighting with King Beikang and Chu Zhou for so long. Who knew if there were other human overlords who had already rushed over but were hiding in the dark? The longer he lived, the more he cherished his life. It was the same for the Lord of the Universe Light. Almost instantly, he decided that he couldn't take the risk. We'll settle today's scores later. The Lord of the Universe Light took a deep look at Chu Zhou and King Bei Kang. He suddenly summoned a long river of time and space and entered it, instantly disappearing without a trace. He left just like that. Chu Zhou saw that the Lord of the Universe Light did not continue to attack. Instead, it entered the river of time and space and disappeared. He could not help but reveal a shocked expression. What a pity! Why didn't he continue? He asked regretfully. That's right. It's a pity, said King Bei Kang. It's indeed a pity. If his injuries were a little more serious, we would be able to keep him here today. An elegant and domineering figure appeared in the void. It was the peak overlord of the mirror universe, the Spring and Autumn Master. The Lord of the Universe Light has existed for too long. Before the martial ancestor became a saint, he was already a famous overlord in the universe. Living too long and experiencing too much will make you cautious. It will be too difficult for us to ambush him and kill him. Another figure appeared. This figure was tall and sturdy, towering and domineering. His entire body seemed to be forged from some kind of immortal divine gold, giving off an endless feeling of power. Chu Zhou was very familiar with this figure. It was the caged dragon master he had seen many times. If the Lord of the Universe Light was so easy to kill, he would have died a long time ago. Another figure appeared. This figure was filled with an illusory light, and bubble-like illusory worlds kept appearing around him, giving people a dream-like feeling. This person was the person with the highest achievement in the Dao of Illusion in the Mirror Universe Corporation, Heartlight Master. Not bad. This time, King Bei Kang wasn't the only one who came to deal with the Lord of the Universe Light. The Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation had also come. If the Lord of the Universe Light's injuries had been worse, if he had left any slower, he might have stayed here forever. Chu Zhou once again felt a sense of pity seeing the Spring and Autumn Master and company appear. In the future, after he vaguely saw the Lord of the Universe Light attack him, he secretly contacted his teacher, King Bei Kang, the Spring and Autumn Master, and other overlords to set up today's trap. In the future, if he could vaguely see the Lord of the Universe Light attack him, he secretly contacted his teacher, King Bei Kang, the Spring and Autumn Master, and other overlords to set up today's trap. In that case, the human race would have one less enemy. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Universe Light was too cautious and vigilant. He immediately escaped into the river of time and space after vaguely sensing danger. However, it was not a fruitless search. The Lord of the Universe Light would not target him for a long time. By the way, even though we couldn't kill the Lord of the Universe Light, there were still 3 people who came with him. 2 of them couldn't defeat us and left in time. Chu Zhou, this corpse should be useful to you. Take it. The Heartlight Master threw a planet-sized corpse in front of Chu Zhou as he spoke. It was a strange giant worm with a tiger head and a worm body. Surprisingly, his body was filled with traces of overlord-level pressure. It was the corpse of an overlord. This is the corpse of an overlord of the Zerg race. Chu Zhou looked at the corpse of the giant tiger-headed worm before him and could not help but rejoice. If he devoured this corpse, his attribute points should increase by more than 1 trillion. Furthermore, if this Zerg race overlord's divine kingdom was still around, he could even take out an overlord-level world core and condense his first overlord clone through the 1000 bodies holy scripture. This was really a surprise from the heavens. Thank you. This corpse is indeed very useful to me. Chu Zhou cupped his hands in gratitude to Heartlight Master and the others before putting the corpse of the Zerg race overlord into his divine kingdom. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan and the people of the Thunder Clan were stunned when they saw the Spring and Autumn Master, the Caged Dragon Master, the Heartlight Master, and the other overlords appear one after another. When they heard their conversation with Chu Zhou, they were instantly dumbfounded. It turned out that the Lord of the Universe Light was not the only one who wanted to kill Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou and the others also wanted to take the opportunity to kill the Lord of the Universe Light. Furthermore, the Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, and Heartlight Master, the 3 overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation, had long arrived. It was only because they had to resist the other overlords of the foreign races who came with the Lord of the Universe Light that they did not appear. However, they had also successfully killed an overlord of the Zerg race. If the Lord of the Universe Light had left a little later, he might have stayed here today. The Mirror Universe Corporation is indeed one of the 5 giants of humanity. Their schemes are too terrifying. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan exclaimed in his heart and could not help but feel a trace of reverence for the Mirror Universe Corporation. As for the Thunder Clan leader, Lei Mian, and the others, their minds went blank when they saw the corpse of the overlord of the Zerg race. They actually saw the corpse of an overlord. It was the corpse of an overlord that had just died. Their hearts were greatly impacted. It's over. It's time to go back. Chu Zhou's figure flashed and appeared in front of Big Sister Saber. He said with some melancholy, "Teacher, I won't accompany you back to the Thunder Clan. However, if you want to look for me in the future, you can contact me through the Mirror Universe Network at any time. By the way, you can also contact Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Mingzhu, Bingmei and the others on the Mirror Universe Network. You can look for me in Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation if you want to meet me in real life." He sent his contact information to Big Sister Saber as he spoke. Big Sister Saber hugged Chu Zhou gently and smiled. "I'll contact you often in the future. Just don't find me annoying." Chu Zhou could not help but laugh. How is that possible? The Thunder Clan's ancestor, Thunder Clan's patriarch, and the others looked at Chu Zhou, who was bidding farewell to Big Sister Saber, with a glint in their eyes. After today's battle, they understood Chu Zhou's terrifying potential and his important position in the Mirror Universe Corporation. Chu Zhou had a close relationship with Big Sister Saber. This was a great thing for the Thunder Clan. Chu Zhou parted ways with Big Sister Saber and the others. He boarded the spaceship with his teacher, King Bei Kang, and the others and returned to the Mirror Universe Corporation. The news of this battle gradually became known by all the races in the universe. After learning that the famous Lord of the Universe Light was injured by Chu Zhou and King Bei Kang in this battle, countless living beings in the universe were in an uproar. When countless living beings heard the news, they suspected that they had heard wrongly and revealed looks of disbelief. The Lord of the Universe Light was a giant among overlords. He was also a space-time law giant. Among the giants, they were considered top-notch. He was actually injured by the joint attack of the newly advanced overlord, King Bei Kang, and Chu Zhou, a universe nobility. This was too magical and unexpected. The myriad races and countless living beings in the universe had a new understanding of King Bei Kang and Chu Zhou's strength. Chapter 1056, Chu Zhou, 3 days to become an overlord. 1. Chu Zhou, King Bei Kang, and the others returned to the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Company, Emperor Shi Holy City. He also had his own residence in Emperor Shi Holy City Coiling Dragon Manor. He lived in the Coiling Dragon Manor. Attribute points, 35,452 trillion, plus 10,000 trillion. Attribute points increased by 10,000 trillion. Total attribute points reached 35,452 trillion. Chu Zhou looked at the change in information on the attribute board. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Breaking the realm barrier between universe nobility and overlord required about 100,000 trillion attribute points. He still lacked 64,548 trillion attribute points. With the Yan Huang religion collecting power of faith for me and the Panlong Cosmic Nation collecting corpses and various cultivation resources for me. In a few thousand years at most, I will definitely be able to accumulate 100,000 trillion attribute points. But I don't want to wait any longer. The Zerg race, the Machinery race, the Origin race, the Crystal race, the Mana race, and the other top races, as well as the Primordial Alliance and other factions, are becoming more and more afraid of me. Their killing intent towards me is also becoming stronger. It's the Lord of the Universe Light this time. I wonder who will come next time. It's impossible for me to discover danger and deal with it every time through the fragments of future space and time. As long as I make a single mistake, I might lose my life. Therefore, I have to advance to the Overlord level as soon as possible. Only then will I have the ability to protect myself. He clenched his fists and thought to himself. This time round, he used the power of many overlords in the Mirror Universe Corporation to defeat the Lord of the Universe Light. He even killed a Zerg race overlord and obtained the corpse of one. On the surface, it seemed like he had profited greatly. However, he knew very well the dangers involved. If he had not sensed that the Lord of the Universe Light would ambush him in the near future through the space-time fragment in the future. In that case, he might really die this time. This made him feel a huge sense of danger. He also felt a huge sense of insecurity. He had to become an overlord as soon as possible to be at ease. Perhaps it's not that there's no way. His eyes flashed, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. If this idea was feasible, he could quickly become an overlord. He pondered for a moment and felt that there should be no problem with his idea. He could not help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. However, he wasn't in a hurry to take action. He carefully sized up a world heart floating in front of him. This was not an ordinary world heart, but an overlord-level world heart. It was refined from the divine kingdom of the Zerg race overlord. The clone condensed through the 1,000 bodies holy scripture is about 60% of the main body's strength. I'm still a marquis, but I can only condense a universe nobility level clone. I'll use this world heart to condense an overlord clone after I become an overlord. Thinking of this, with a thought, he stored the overlord level world heart floating in front of him into his divine kingdom. At the same time, he also entered the divine kingdom. His figure floated in front of a violet gold skeletal hand that was larger than a planet. This violet gold skeletal hand was the hand of the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Ancestor's hand is a bone hand left behind by a sacred emperor. The material is probably SS9, SS-rank materials are Saint-rank materials. Moreover, it contains majestic karma laws and karma divine power. It's suitable to be smelted into the Book of Dharma and condensed into a karma page. The ancient divine rune on Chu Zhou's soul immediately trembled violently. He grabbed at the violet gold skeletal hand with both hands. Instantly, endless runes and vast arrays flowed out of his hands like a torrential flood, quickly drowning the violet gold skeletal hand. At the same time, the Book of Dharma flew into the air above the violet gold skeletal hand. Countless rays of light descended and enveloped the violet gold skeletal hand. Under the effect of the divine rune, endless runes and huge and profound arrays were branded on the surface of the violet gold skeletal hand. This process lasted for an entire month. Suddenly, the violet gold skeletal hand trembled and instantly transformed into a golden page that flew into the Book of Dharma. Another page was added to the Book of Dharma. Boom! The Book of Dharma shook. Other than the newly added golden page, the other pages shone brightly. The runes and arrays in each page were quickly reassembled. Before long, a majestic overlord-level pressure swept out of the Book of Dharma like a storm. The surrounding void shattered inch by inch like a mirror. Feeling the pressure of the Book of Dharma, Chu Zhou was delighted. He successfully smelted the violet gold skeletal hand into the Book of Dharma. Moreover, the Book of Dharma had been upgraded to an intermediate grade overlord weapon. It was only a step away from an advanced grade overlord weapon. It's a pity that the Book of Dharma didn't absorb the Thunder Punishment Law and Thunder Punishment Divine Power contained in the purple gold ancient hand. Otherwise, the Book of Dharma might have directly advanced to an advanced grade overlord level weapon and become a supreme treasure. Description: weapons above the advanced grade overlord grade are all called supreme treasures. Chu Zhou stared at the transformed Book of Dharma. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. The Book of Dharma had been upgraded to an intermediate grade overlord level weapon, and his overall strength had increased again. Chapter 1057, Chu Zhou, 3 days to become an overlord. 2. It's time to look for Teacher, Spring and Autumn Master, and the others to discuss my thoughts. Chu Zhou put away the Book of Dharma and came out of the Divine Kingdom. He quickly left the Coiling Dragon Manor and walked towards Lord Baikang Manor. On the way to Baikang's mansion, he contacted the overlords of companies HKE the Spring and Autumn Master through the Mirror Universe Network and invited them to Baikang's mansion. Soon, Chu Zhou arrived at Baikang Manor. In the usually cold and cheerless hall of the Baikang mansion, 6 majestic figures sat upright. Chu Zhou swept his gaze and saw the 6 figures. Other than his teacher, King Baikang, the Spring and Autumn Master, the Caged Dragon Master, the Heartlight Master, the Camel Mountain Master, the Wild Wave Master, and all the overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation were all here. Chu Zhou, you said that you have something to discuss with us. You asked us to come to Baikang. What is it? The Spring and Autumn Master smiled at Chu Zhou and asked gently. That's right. Chu Zhou, do you need our help with something important? If you do, just ask. That's right. As long as we can do it, we won't refuse. We're all on the same side. There's no need to be too polite. The caged dragon master and the others also spoke. These overlords were all very friendly to Chu Zhou and treated him as someone of the same level. They did not think that they were overlords and looked down on a universe nobility like Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was very touched by the Spring and Autumn Master's attitude towards him. These overlords of the company were indeed very good to him. Be it when he encountered danger on the Demon Mountain continent, during the process of establishing the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, or when he planned to counterattack the Lord of the Universe Light's ambush, these overlords of the company had given him immense support and help. It could almost be said that he had been secretly protecting him as he grew up. Chu Zhou had always remembered all of this. Thank you, my lords, for your support and help. Chu Zhou bowed slightly to the Spring and Autumn Master and the others. Then, he paused for a moment and continued. Sirs, you probably know that we grow quickly by devouring the life elementium of the corpses. Therefore, this time, I did come to ask for your help. I know that the company must have collected many corpses of experts over the years. I hope the company can supply me with the corpses of these experts. The Spring and Autumn Master and company didn't have much of a reaction when they heard Chu Zhou's words. They had long investigated Chu Zhou's situation and indeed knew that Chu Zhou had grown by devouring the life elementium in the backlash corpse. Chu Zhou hoped to obtain the corpses of the experts in the company's collection. This was normal. They had no objections. Chu Zhou continued, especially the corpses of overlord-level creatures. They are very useful to me. Upon hearing that Chu Zhou wanted the overlord's corpse, the Spring and Autumn Master and the others immediately revealed troubled expressions. Indeed, over the years, generations of predecessors of the Mirror Universe Corporation had killed many enemy overlords and overlords of foreign races and placed the corpses of many overlords in the company's secret vault. However, the corpses of these overlords were of astonishing research value. Every overlord corpse was a priceless treasure. Generally speaking, even the overlord of the Mirror Image Company could not casually take the overlord's corpse from the secret vault and had to exchange it with sufficient merit points and contribution points. Therefore, when they heard Chu Zhou ask for the corpses of those overlords, they felt troubled. They also admired Chu Zhou and were very optimistic about his future. However, they could not break the company's rules because of this. Chu Zhou. It's just that the number of ordinary corpses isn't too exaggerated. We can make the decision to give them to you. However, the corpses of overlords are extremely precious treasures of the company. We can't give them to you casually unless you have a special reason. The Spring and Autumn Master said to Chu Zhou with a serious expression. Heartlight Master also said, Chu Zhou, it's not that we don't want to fulfill your wish. The overlord corpses in the company's collection are basically important wealth left behind by our ancestors. They have to be dealt with according to the rules. This is different from the overlord of the Zerg race that we killed that day. That overlord of the Zerg race was killed by us. We have the right to deal with him ourselves. We can give him to whoever we want. Caged Dragon Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the others also echoed. Their attitude was the same as Spring and Autumn Master and Heartlight Master. Chu Zhou wasn't angry when he saw the attitude of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others. He had already expected this outcome. The Mirror Universe Corporation belonged to all the members of the Mirror Universe Corporation, not a few of the company's higher UPS after all. Many matters that concerned the company's interests, even if Spring and Autumn Master and the others were the company's core upper echelons, they had to follow the company's rules and not act rashly. Otherwise, the company would have been in a mess long ago. How could it have always been one of the 5 giants of humanity? Chu Zhou had expected the reaction of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others, but he was still confident in persuading them. As long as you give me the corpses of 7 overlord-level creatures, I can become a universe overlord in 3 days. Is this reason enough? Chu Zhou glanced at everyone and said solemnly. Chu Zhou's words were like a bolt of lightning that shook the hearts of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others. Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the other overlords stood up one after another. Chapter 1058, Chu Zhou, 3 days to become an overlord. 3. Their reactions were too agitated, and they could not even control their auras. 5 terrifying auras instantly spread out from King Beikang and enveloped the entire Emperor Shi Holy City. In Emperor Shi Holy City, many universe lords and universe nobility felt suffocated. They all looked in the direction of the Northern Heavens mansion in shock. They lived in Emperor Shi Holy City all year round and were quite familiar with these 5 auras. They knew that they belonged to the company's Spring and Autumn Master and the other 5 overlords. Now that the 5 overlords suddenly released such a terrifying aura in the Northern Heavens mansion, it was as though they could not control it. What was going on? Many universe lords and universe nobility in Emperor Shi Holy City looked at Beikang's mansion from afar and were extremely curious. In Beikang's mansion, the Spring and Autumn Master and the other 5 overlords stared fixedly at Chu Zhou. Their gazes slowly moved on Chu Zhou's face as they observed his eyes and expression, as if they were confirming if he was lying. Chu Zhou's gaze was calm, and there was no ripple on his face. The Spring and Autumn Master took a deep breath. Chu Zhou, are you sure that you can become an overlord in 3 days if you have 7 overlord-level corpses? I'm sure. Chu Zhou said firmly. Spring and Autumn Master and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. As experienced people, they knew all too well how difficult it was for a universe nobility to become an overlord. Even Green King, who was known as the company's #1 universe nobility, had been promoted to the peak of the universe nobility realm for more than 300 million years and had yet to advance to the overlord realm. Even King Beikang, who was once the protagonist of an era, took a full 300 million years to use the pressure exerted by the 6 overlord clones to advance to the overlord realm. Chu Zhou was not even 200 years old and had only become a universe nobility for less than 100 years, but he had already declared that he could become an overlord in 3 days. This made Spring and Autumn Master and company unable to remain calm. It was unimaginable, and it was precisely because of this that their reaction was so huge. Sirs, if I can become an overlord within 3 days, is this reason enough? Chu Zhou asked again. It's enough. The Spring and Autumn Master's eyes shone as he said decisively, if you can really become an overlord in 3 days, we can satisfy your request. That's right, Chu Zhou. If you can do it, we'll fulfill your wish. This reason is indeed enough. There are always some things that can be dealt with exceptionally. Chu Zhou, think about it yourself. We can fulfill your wish, but if you fail, the consequences will be very serious. You have to take full responsibility. The Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the other overlords spoke one after another. Of course, they knew that the value of a living overlord was far incomparable to the 7 overlord corpses. Especially not long ago, the company's peak overlord, the True Night Master, had failed to break through to the Saint Realm and died. The death of the True Night Master was an incomparably huge loss to the company. The strength and deterrence of the entire company had decreased by a level. Even though there was a new overlord, King Beikang, making up for it, the number of overlords in the company was no less than before. However, King Beikang was a newly advanced overlord after all. Even if he was incomparably monstrous and his strength far exceeded his peers, he was still not comparable to a peak overlord like the True Night Master. Spring and Autumn Master and the others were eager for the company to have a new overlord to make up for the company's losses and stabilize the company's status and deterrence. Therefore, when Chu Zhou said that as long as he was satisfied, he could become an overlord within 3 days, the thoughts of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others immediately changed drastically. They had to support Chu Zhou and help him become an overlord. Chapter 1059, Breaking the Realm Barrier. 1. In a dark world, Chu Zhou and the Caged Dragon Master stood side by side. The ground under their feet was covered in corpses. There were corpses of the Zerg race, the Machinery race, the Crystal race, the Mana race, the Origin race, and many strange corpses. All kinds of corpses piled up like a sea, extending to the end of the line of sight. This is the Warehouse 9 that the company specializes in collecting corpses. The Caged Dragon Master was tall and unsmiling. Over the countless years, we humans have fought too many wars with the various races in the universe. Our company's experts and armies have also participated in too many wars, so we have collected many corpses. Some of these corpses were used as research materials for analysis and research. The rest is in Storage Unit 1108. The so-called warehouse was actually a world. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. He knew that the company must have a lot of foreign corpses. However, he did not expect to collect so many. He actually used 108 worlds as a warehouse to collect the corpses of foreign races. If he devoured all the corpses of the foreign races in these 108 worlds, how many attribute points could he obtain? However, he also knew that this was impossible. The corpses in the 108 warehouses were a huge fortune for the company. It was impossible to give them all to him for free. This time, it was already very kind of the Spring and Autumn Master and the other higher-ups of the company to agree to his request and provide him with the corpses of 7 Overlord-level creatures. At this moment, the Caged Dragon Master continued. In Warehouse 108 are most of the alien corpses that our company has collected over the years. Of course, the complete corpses of creatures above the Universe Lord level are very precious and have huge research value. They can't be placed in Warehouses 108. They're all kept in special warehouses. When Chu Zhou heard this, a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. In that case, "Sir, why did you bring me to Warehouse 9? He applied for the corpses of 7 Overlord-level creatures. However, he did not apply for the corpses of other living beings." The Caged Dragon Master smiled faintly. "There are 7 Overlord-level corpses. Someone will send them to you later. However, to you, the more corpses you devour, the greater the benefits, right? Therefore, we might as well make the decision to hand over all the corpses in Warehouse 9 to you." "Thank you, my lords, for fulfilling my wish," Chu Zhou said hurriedly, overjoyed. While the corpses of the foreign races in Warehouse 9 were basically the corpses of creatures above the Universe Lord level and did not contain much life elementium, there were too many corpses here. Even if a corpse only had a little bit of life origin substance, 10 billion corpses life origin substance added together was already extremely terrifying. In Warehouse 9, Chu Zhou had just scanned it with his divine sense and realized that its area was even larger than the total area of the Sun. And this world was filled with endless corpses. The amount added up to more than 100 billion, let alone 10 billion. If he completely devoured the corpses of the foreign races in Warehouse 9, the attribute points he would obtain would probably not be less than the corpses of the 3 Overlord-level creatures. "That's all we can do for you." The Caged Dragon Master stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and said. "Even though overlords like us have very high authority in the company, there's also a limit. Handing over the corpses of 7 Overlord-level creatures and the corpses of Warehouse 9 to you for disposal is already the greatest authority we can use. Sirs, you've helped me enough. I won't disappoint you," Chu Zhou said sincerely and gratefully. "All right. We'll wait for your good news." The Caged Dragon Master patted Chu Zhou's shoulder gently with his right hand. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. Not long after the Caged Dragon Master disappeared, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the sky of Warehouse 9. "Lord Chu Zhou, this is what you want?" A respectful voice came from behind the spatial vortex. Then, 7 huge corpses that were as tall as mountains passed through the spatial vortex and slowly landed. Amidst the roar, 7 huge corpses of different shapes landed on the ground. When Chu Zhou saw the 7 huge and majestic corpses, he was overjoyed. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of a corpse. The corpse of this giant stone man was filled with the aura of time. He seemed to have fallen for countless years, yet the pressure emitted by the corpse still made people feel immense pressure. If it was a creature below the level of a Universe Lord, it would probably kneel down under the pressure of this corpse. Chu Zhou carefully sized up the corpse of the giant stone man and realized that there were countless mysterious and ancient cosmic engravings on its body. His gaze pierced through the rockman's skin and saw the flesh and blood inside the rockman's body. He immediately discovered that there were countless chains of order with terrifying auras penetrating through the rockman's flesh and blood. He's indeed a universe overlord. Even though he's been dead for countless years, the power left on his corpse is still as vast as the ocean. "It's shocking!" he exclaimed as he aimed his right palm at the stone man's corpse and immediately began to devour it. In an instant, his palm turned into a huge black hole that enveloped the stone man's mountainous corpse. Chapter 1060, Breaking the Realm Barrier. 2. A tsunami-like sound suddenly sounded from the stone man's corpse. Rolling energy surged, and the chains of order that pierced through his flesh suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A terrifying and violent power seemed to erupt from the stone man's corpse, cracking the black hole and killing Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou had long expected this scene. With a thought, he summoned the Book of Dharma. The Book of Dharma, which had already transformed into an Overlord-level weapon, directly suppressed the stone man's corpse, forcefully suppressing the energy and the chains of order inside the stone man's corpse. Following that, large amounts of life elementium rushed out of the corpse and into the black hole under the crazy devouring of the black hole. The flesh and blood of the rockman's corpse disappeared at a visible speed. Soon, only a huge skeleton was left. In the end, the skeleton also disappeared, leaving only a pile of bone powder. Attribute points, 45,452 trillion, plus 10,000 trillion. I've gained 10,000 trillion attribute points. I'm still short of 54,548 trillion attribute points. Chu Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart and flew to the sky above Warehouse 9. Then, he turned into a huge black hole the size of a planet. He wanted to devour the remaining 6 Overlord-level corpses and all the corpses in Warehouse 9 at the same time. Rumble! An earth-shattering devouring power spread out from the huge black hole and enveloped the entire warehouse. The void in Warehouse 9 was distorted by the terrifying devouring power. In Warehouse 9, countless corpses suddenly began to erode. The flesh and blood of many corpses quickly disappeared, turning into skeletons. In the end, even the skeleton turned to dust. A huge amount of life elementium gathered together and surged into the huge black hole like waves. In Chu Zhou's body, his attribute board quickly converted all the life elementium that he had devoured into attribute points. It's not fast enough. At this speed, I'll need at least a month to completely devour all the corpses in Warehouse 9. It's too slow. I've said it before. I'm going to become an overlord in 3 days. I said I'd do it. As Chu Zhou thought this, the space-time nomological sparks in his consciousness trembled slightly. In an instant, the time in Warehouse 9 accelerated by 10,000 times. The speed at which the corpses in Warehouse 9 were weathered was also accelerated by 10,000 times in an instant, like a movie fast-forwarding. Countless corpses turned into skeletons at a speed visible to the naked eye and then into powder. The corpses of the 6 Overlord-level creatures were the same. In less than half a day, there were no more corpses in Warehouse 9. Only a layer of snow-white bone powder covered the ground, making this world look like a world covered in ice and snow. Just as Chu Zhou was crazily devouring the corpses in Warehouse 9, the Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the others did not leave Beikang Manor. Instead, he waited for Chu Zhou's good news in the Beikang Mansion. Do you think Chu Zhou will really succeed? The Caged Dragon Master swept his gaze across everyone and smiled bitterly. To be honest, even now, I'm not confident in Chu Zhou's guarantee. It's not that I don't trust him. It's just that I keep feeling that it's too ridiculous. We've all been through this before. We all know how difficult it is to advance from a universe nobility to an overlord. It hasn't even been 100 years since Chu Zhou became a universe nobility and he wants to advance to an overlord. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem possible. I feel the same as you. Camel Mountain Master tapped the armrest of his chair gently and said, Chu Zhou said that he could become an overlord in 3 days. That's indeed unbelievable. Seeing that you all support Chu Zhou, I thought you all believed him. Wild Wave Master laughed involuntarily and said, however, it's a good thing that young people have drive. No matter what, Chu Zhou's potential is here. Even if he can't succeed, he's worthy of our full support. Spring and Autumn Master looked at everyone and said, Quanglin is right. With Chu Zhou's potential, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an overlord. In fact, he might even have a chance to advance to the Saint Realm in the future. At this point, he paused slightly and continued. For a seedling who has a chance of becoming a saint, even if there's only a trace of hope, it's worth our full support. Ever since Emperor Shi suddenly disappeared, our company has not had a saint presiding over it for so many years. It's time for our company to give birth to another saint. Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the others were moved. They all admired and thought highly of Chu Zhou. However, to a large extent, they only thought that Chu Zhou would definitely advance to the Overlord realm in the future and might very well become an invincible giant among overlords. They never expected the Spring and Autumn Master to think more highly of Chu Zhou than them. He actually treated Chu Zhou as the seed of a saint. But on second thought, this didn't seem to be a problem. Chu Zhou's performance over the years was too heaven-defying. Even Emperor Shi, the martial ancestor, and the other human saints were far inferior to Chu Zhou when they were the same age. They were even beaten up by him. In that case, Chu Zhou could indeed be said to be a saint's seed. Thinking of this, the caged dragon master and the others perked up. Their expectations for Chu Zhou instantly rose. That's right. Chu Zhou is a saint's seed. Even if he doesn't succeed this time, he deserves our full support. The caged dragon master and the others said. At this moment, King Bei Kang, who had been as steady as a mountain and had not spoken, suddenly made a move. His eyes lit up as he slowly turned his head and glanced at the spring and autumn master and the others. Everyone! Chu Zhou is my disciple. I know him well. He definitely won't make any promises. He said that he will definitely become an overlord in 3 days. The spring and autumn master and company couldn't help but be taken aback. They quickly recalled Chu Zhou's style of doing things all these years. He immediately realized that Chu Zhou was indeed not a person who liked to spout nonsense. Was Chu Zhou really going to become an overlord in 3 days? Thinking of this, spring and autumn master and company were excited. They were looking forward to the 3rd day. In Warehouse 9, Chu Zhou floated in the air and opened his attribute board. I attribute points, 145,452 trillion, plus 100,000 trillion. It actually increased by plus 100,000 trillion attribute points. Chu Zhou looked at the new attribute points on his attribute board and was overjoyed. After completely devouring the remaining 6 overlord-level corpses and all the corpses in Warehouse 9's cruelty, the new attribute points were far more than he had imagined. It actually reached 100,000 trillion. He had originally thought that it was only about 80,000 trillion. Breaking through the realm barrier between universe nobility and overlord requires a 100,000 trillion attribute points. Now, I have a total of 145,452 trillion attribute points. It's completely enough. Chu Zhou thought excitedly. Then, he sent a command to the attribute board without hesitation. Break the barrier between universe nobility and overlords. Boom! In an instant, a tsunami-like sound came from Chu Zhou's body, shaking the entire world. An earth-shattering power surged out of his attribute board and instantly engulfed his entire body, including his body, soul, and nomological sparks. Crack! Every cell in his body, as well as his soul and nomological sparks, let out a sound similar to glass shattering at the same time. A feeling of great relief appeared in the depths of Chu Zhou's heart. It was as if some invisible shackles that bound him had suddenly shattered. His instincts told him that the barrier between universe nobility and overlord had disappeared, and he could become a universe overlord. I attribute points, 45,452 trillion, 100,000 trillion. I chaos law, 60%, upgradable. Yin-yang rule, 60%, upgradable. Space-time law, 60%, upgradable. 5 elemental laws, 60%, upgradable. I karma law, 60%, upgradable. Law of reincarnation, 60%, upgradable. His attribute points had decreased by 1 billion trillion. However, the laws of chaos and the other laws that were once unupgradable showed that they could be upgraded at this moment. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou could indeed be upgraded to an overlord. At this moment, the path to the overlord realm had already become a path that reached the heavens and was no longer barrier-free. Ha ha ha! Chu Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Then, he gave another order to the attribute board. Upgrade the law of reincarnation.